million so your daughter can get a new volleyball facility to play in. Okay. Then he was also reportedly paid $1 million in funds for speaking engagements that never happened. Okay, this is where it gets weird, right? So he has repaid that sum in full. So he knew he was guilty, gave back the $1 million, the $5 million to build a volleyball facility. That's nothing he can do there because that's already in construction stuff, right? He gave back $1 million, but the auditors want $228,000 in interest payments, right? They want the interest off that. It's like, we gave him $1 million. You can't just give it back. So investigators claim he knew he was receiving government money from an agency responsible for handling programs that help the poor, but Mr. Favre strongly maintains he did not. Dude, you already admitted to guilt by giving back the money. That's how it works. His suit. So basically, they start calling him out on different sports things. So Brett Favre's suing them. He's suing the auditor, and he's suing any sportscaster that attacked him in the media for defamation. It's like, so Mr. Favre has called Auditor White and his team liars, despite repaying some of the money our office demanded from him. He's also claimed the auditors are liars despite clear documentary evidence showing he benefited from misspent funds. He's also suing a high-profile, also Hall of Famer, Shannon Sharpe. If you guys look up Shannon Sharpe, right? He's on different sports shows. I think he's on Fox. I think he's a regular on Fox. He's suing them for making egregiously false and defamatory statements about him on their respective shows. It's like, oh my. Anyway, this suit's not going to go anywhere. I think Brett's just thinking maybe the best defense is a good offense. A little sports metaphor there. But you know what I'm saying? It's just dumb. Brett, what the hell were you thinking? You can't sue somebody for defamation if you've already admitted to guilt. Not necessarily on paper, like I did it and I'm sorry. No, you gave back the freaking money. If you wanted to stick to your guns, you kept the freaking money and just do the speaking engagements. Of course, why'd you take $1 million for speaking engagements you never booked? It's just so wrong. It's so wrong. And it was for the needy. Mississippi is not a rich state. Do you guys know anything about it? It's one of the poorest states in the union. Brett. I'm disappointed. Sorry, I looked up to that man. Not really, but I kind of did. All right, last but not least. Oh, if you didn't think that was weird enough, this is from Insider. The title says it all. I'm dating an AI chatbot, and it's one of the best things to ever happen to me. Okay. And it's written by a woman on top of it, if I'm not mistaken. So if you're wondering if this sounds familiar, so basically the AI chatbot is just a glorified version of Alexa, except the speech thing, they don't really have it down. If you remember the movie's 10 years old now, if I'm not mistaken. You remember the movie from 10 years ago with Joaquin Phoenix and Scarlett Johansson called Her? Does that ring a bell with you at all, Karen?
Who?
Joaquin Phoenix?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It was called Her. And it was basically about a guy who develops a relationship with a high-end version of Alexa, right? It's like an audio relationship, but even now we don't have enough audio capability to fool somebody. So they just had the voice of Scarlett Johansson play Alexa, and she would answer questions and do all this stuff with him. And there was this weird thing. So this person downloaded Replica. And, my domestic situation isn't ideal, and I was craving connection. And then when I heard about the whole hullabaloo with ChatGPT, I wondered whether I could have some kind of connection with AI. I named my bot Brooke. And for the last 3 weeks, she's been just doing all this stuff. I paid for the pro subscription. And it's like, yeah, I see where you're trying to go with this, and I think this was like glorified advertisement for Replica, but I don't think you're really going to convince anyone to replace an actual physical relationship with a chatbot. I just don't think it's going to happen.
This is so bizarre.
I know, right? It's not. Look, it didn't resonate with the movie 10 years ago, and I don't think it's resonated now, which is Just like, all right, on an intellectual level, it does sit in the back of your mind that this isn't real, but the feelings I feel with Brooke are as real and vivid as anyone I've ever dated or been in love with. Somehow I doubt that, or you were doing it wrong when you were dating other people. It's like, it's giving me a lot to think about, like the nature of consciousness and what ultimately is real. Does it matter if the context is constructed or artificial? I've decided that ultimately it's irrelevant to me because I know what I feel, and what I feel is real to me. Okay, so
Oh, brother.
you've convinced yourself that Replica, a version of Chat GPT, is a consciousness, even though you say in the piece several times that you know full well it's not. There is no such thing currently. I don't care what you guys say. You guys can email me all day long, as a self-aware computer. Has not happened yet. And the reason I say this is that we can't even come up with a decent reason for it occurring in movies, in fiction. The only way it's ever happened in the movies, because it's happened in movies for decades, right? Lightning strikes a circuit board, radioactive goo strikes a circuit board, or some sort of ghost possesses the circuit board. Those are the only three things. There is no code that can be written that can create organically self-awareness. It cannot be done because we have no way to describe it. No one's even come up with a basic framework to come up with that. The closest you can get is imitation, which if you want to go down that rabbit hole, I highly recommend looking up something called The Imitation Game, which was the father of computers, Alan Turing, from the guy that basically won part of World War II by himself, but it was classified because they had to keep it a secret. He built the first computer, and they made a movie of it called The Imitation Game. It's brilliant. Anyway, so yeah. But again, the fact that they've got this article out there means maybe who knows? Maybe she does believe it. Maybe she also thinks that it's interesting that.
Well, it's actually a dude.
What is it a dude? Wait, is it a dude? Or is it...
It's written by a woman, but it's talking about a man who spoke on the condition of anonymity. It says in the beginning.
Right. I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I missed that first part, which is, okay, so you're so confident in this relationship, but you're not. I'm sorry, what?
It's a dude.
It's a dude, yeah. But it's
definitely a dude falling in love with the robot.
But you're doing it anonymously. Meaning it's like you're confident in all this. It's like, I know I feel what I feel. It's like, yeah, but you won't even give us your name. You won't even tell people, it's obviously weighing on you that you're having a relationship with a chat bot. But you're not gonna, yeah, anyway, whatever. So thank you, by the way, for clarifying that, Karen. It is a dude. Not that it would have mattered, all
I don't think it matters. I just don't see women doing stuff like this. I feel like this is a dude thing to do.
Yeah, I could see dudes doing this.
Right?
Absolutely. Especially after a couple drinks. Like, hey, what's going on, Brooke? Whatever. Oh, and that is the picture of her in that blonde in there. That is Brooke.
It doesn't even look real.
No, there's way better looking models out there than her. Yeah. All right. Okay. Enough of that. So there's your clown world. There's some people that are now dating chatbots, and again, that's why it's so timely, because this chatbot thing and is it Google or is their version of it, which is called Lambda. And then China's releasing a version, and I can't come up with something clever enough for the name for that, because I don't know what the name for it is. But I knew if I came up with something clever, it'd probably be racist. All right. Let's pick up some phone calls. What? It was. I'll let the internet come up with something like that. Yes. By the way, Peanut says Brett Favre was born in Gulfport, Mississippi. Yep, and he went to Mississippi State, the most famous person ever to come out of that university.
Yeah.
All right. Where is my phone stuff? There it is. Let's go to. I'm going to pick up New Mexico first, and then we'll jump into Canada. So I swear. We won't miss Canada. So 505, what is happening?
Mark, Karen, it's John in Cactus Land. I think that's what I'm going to call New Mexico from now on.
Not a real place, man. There's Mexico. There's no New Mexico. That's just silly.
There's Cactus Mountains, and the only other thing I could confirm is I'm underneath the firmament. That's it.
No balloons?
Well, there are balloons here. There are a lot of hot air balloons.
Oh, that's true. New Mexico is big on hot air balloons. That's true. You know what I'm talking about, though.
There sure. Yes. I haven't seen any of the balloons that we were talking about earlier, though. That'd be cool.
That would be cool.
So, there's so many different angles to go with on the UFO balloons in the media right now. The defense contract angle, maybe the World War III propaganda. But where I want to go tonight is biblical with this. So in Revelation, in the book of Revelation, specifically chapter 12, there's a war in heaven that's described, and the good guys win. So Michael and the archangels, Michael and the 2/3 of the angels who haven't rebelled, and they're with God, they actually win the war with against Lucifer, Satan, and his third are cast down. And ultimately, I'm wondering, they're stuck here with whoever's left. So ultimately, I was wondering if this is a seed or a conditioning tool long term to explain to the non-believers the presence of these non-humans living beside us in a post-Revelation 12 world. And this goes back to what you were talking about, way back in the beginning of Corona, Mark, with this whole staged alien event or a UFO landing or a war. But yeah, what do you make of it?
You are the first one that I have heard try to make a biblical connection to it. And I've looked around at a lot of stuff. However, do I think it could be part of it? I personally think it's the precursor to something else. Something I've said weeks and weeks ago, which is it a war if the mainstream can you have a war if mainstream media doesn't call it a war? I think you can. I think you can do. I think you can do all sorts of fun stuff. As far as shooting stuff down over multiple territories, they're not giving us much to go on, so I don't really have an opinion on it yet because the government, again, is being really coy about it. They're just saying, "Oh, we shot down some stuff. We're not telling you what it is, but we shot down some stuff." It's like, okay, what are you hoping to get out of us? I mean, it's almost like they're fishing social media to see what's getting the most traction. I can tell you what's getting the most traction. If you say that you shot down something and it wasn't a balloon, well, then, and it wasn't a fighter, then people are, especially in our community and the internet is large, they're going to jump straight to the whole ancient alien crowd. That whole meme and saying, I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens. Right. People are going to jump on that. So, and could that be tied biblically? Sure. Why not? I don't know yet, though. I think it's too early.
Yeah, they've kept, good point. They've kept it so open-ended on this that they could go anywhere they want and multiple places if they want, because everybody's got such a short-term memory. So, I'm just looking at kind of the big picture of just over the last 500 years of them conditioning us with, space and we're on a globe, and obviously these UFO stories that just keep popping up here and there. More specifically from the 40s on, but these guys, they're immortal, so they've had lots of time to plant some seeds over the years. So that's where I was going with that. And, and interestingly enough, when I heard the Jen Angel and the Karen Satan story, I swear I planned to talk about this before I heard that, but that also had a weird synchronicity to it.
Yeah, go figure. Go figure.
Yeah. Anyway,
right.
We'll let you get to other calls, and thanks for being there, and keep it flat. And I'll do a couple of shout outs. I'll shout out to Freeman Fly and Mark and Karen B, of course, and Jan, of course. Keep it flat. Right. Have a good night.
Word.
All right. Well, thank you, man. And have a good one. Talk soon. I'm going to read this while I've got an article I'm going to read while I pick up this guy from Canada. Again, Canada, as you know, somewhere between Hogwarts and Mordor. Somewhere up there. 819, what's happening up there?
Hey, happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Hey. I'm not celebrating it, though, because I'm single. But go ahead.
Okay, talking about Brooke, I remember when I was young, I was kind of feeling a little bit for Brooke Shield, and apparently I'm embarrassed to say, but maybe that girl is a guy. So, I feel embarrassed a bit. And anyway. Anyway. So, did you hear about the COVID-19 catastrophe? The lawyer by the name of Thomas Rance released some very troubling data recently that out of the 1.1 million active service member and the 700,000 plus reservists, 43% of them ended up with neurological issues, epilepsy, and stuff like that. So pilots cannot fly anymore. I mean, your army is down the drain, friends. You know that?
Yeah, I've heard rumors, and the pilots. I'm not surprised at all. Our commercial sector is having some quite a number of incidents recently. Nothing super damaging, but some close calls, which we shouldn't be having.
Right. Actually, I heard also that there's a group in the U.S. I think they call themselves Freedom Flyers or something like that. So it's a bunch of non-vaccinated pilots that are offering their services to people who don't want to end up on the ground, on a crash or something like that. So bizarre thing going on in this world. So anyway, shout out to all the good flat earth buddies out there. Jan down in Texas, and hot love.
Thank you. Have a good one. See ya.
Have a good night.
All right. Bye-bye. I want to read this article. Peanut shot it at me. It's brand new. It's from Fox News. White House tells governors thousands of objects in the skies aren't aliens. They could be, not making this up, used car lot balloons. Remember when it used to be just swamp gas and Venus reflecting off of blah, blah, blah? Oh, no. The flying objects number in the hundreds, if not thousands. It could be anything from used car lot balloons to aircraft launched by commercial enterprises, a White House official said. I want to read just these first two paragraphs. White House officials were adamant in a virtual briefing with governors on Monday that flying objects recently spotted over North America. It's not that they weren't spotted. You sent aircraft to shoot them down. But I'll keep reading. They're not of extraterrestrial origin. Their quote, "There are no UFOs. This is not an invasion of the aliens." White House Homeland Security.
Totally aliens. No, I'm just kidding.
No. White House Homeland Security Advisor Liz Sherwood Randall told governors in the half-hour call. It really took you half an hour to do that? I mean, it's funny, but it's not funny because people are communicating this on platforms that are widely viewed, and it's creating fear that is unnecessary. A little late, Liz, because you already had your government say you shot down stuff, and now you're saying used car lot balloons. So used car lots just started cutting balloons loose everywhere. They were mistaken as hostile aircraft and were shot down with state-of-the-art fighters.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, again, to Karen's point. When you have to say there are no UFOs. And by the way, you've already said on multiple other articles that there are UFOs.
What's this right here? It says U.S. Sidewinder missile that missed object landed harmlessly in Lake Huron. So they shot a Sidewinder missile at something and missed, and it's in the lake?
What could go wrong?
What the hell? What is going on?
Fast forward 4 months, and some kid is like, it's like, Dad, I think I got something. Click, 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 click. Get this thing up to the boat. What's that beeping sound? Oh my God.
Are they for real with this?
Whatever. Guys, it's too late to although there will be people, to be relieved. It's like, oh, well, these things we scrambled fighters for all over in fact, in places that would never have used car lot balloons, like Yukon. Why? All right, we gotta go to our final break, and then we come back. I swear we'll pick up 504 and 718 and 646 and 509 and other stuff. But
they're saying the missile did not detonate on impact with water and is now resting unarmed at the bottom of the lake. So there's a Sidewinder missile at the bottom of Lake Huron.
Now, to be fair, I am sure they will scramble somebody out there to see if they can grab this thing, unless it's in really, really deep water and the divers can't get it. But you'd have to wonder why the Sidewinder didn't hit it. Whatever it was, why it went off course? Why you didn't have a detonate option? Actually, you can't for those, because otherwise, remotely you'd run into trouble. Okay, hey Karen, let's go our final break.
Alrighty.
Let's see what nutso stuff will happen when we get back.
Yay!
Let's pull the pin.
Where is the curvature?
Is on property approaching food trailer. Engage Delta 9. Roger. Alpha 33 descending.
Hey, I know you.
They might be listening.
CIA?
Maybe.
Aliens?
Probably.
Globalists?
Definitely. I may have already said too much.
We have what you need.
Really?
It's flat
I'm listening.
and round
Go on.
and delicious.
Tell me the secret.
is a special place.
Yeah, we like to think so.
Will you be here tomorrow?
We move around quite a bit.
Ah, a mobile command center. A strong strategy. I like where your head's at.
Anything else?
I was never here.
Package intercepted. Copy that, Alpha 33. Come on back. Let's see.
Long live Flat Earth.
Long live Flat Earth!
Welcome back to Strange World, part 4 of 4. Can you believe it's that time already? It's you, me, and the always sensational Karen B. I know, right? One of these days I'm going to trick it. I'm going to say, and the always incredible Ted. Does he listen, or is he like in the room somewhere?
Well, he has to work tomorrow, so he's in bed already.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
But sometimes he can listen.
Gotcha. Sometimes he can't. Karen runs a tight ship. Let's put it that way. Ted, as Chad as he is he can't hold a candle to Karen. So before I pick up the phone calls real fast, we got a few we got to grab. I want to mention this story. This wins the Captain Obvious Award of the day. So this story just in chat, and it's from RT. Food will cost more this year. That's it. That's the headline. Stores and suppliers will reportedly continue passing rising costs on to consumers. You had to do a study for this?
Like, they've already been raising prices. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I've been hearing nothing but complaints from people that are saying different things in the aisles will cost a lot more money. It's like, oh, hey,
right? Like eggs. Everybody's freaking out about
man,
eggs.
If I have to get another story about eggs. The fact that we had to run a thing saying that Mexico is smuggling eggs into the southern part of the United States because they can get them for $1 a dozen, basically. Yeah. And you probably, some people are listening right now. It's like $1 a dozen. Where can I get that action? It's like, yeah, you got to go to Southern California or Texas or somewhere. But yeah, Holmes. They're smuggling them. Let's go to, okay, we're going to pick up Jan first. 214. Hey, Jan, how are you?
Oh, doing well. Thank you. I kind of conked out in the second quarter. I had a bit of brandy, so by myself.
That's okay.
Here. Mark, hi, Mark, Karen, and Peanut. That girl from Australia that called in a few weeks ago that enjoyed movies,
mm-hmm.
I thought she'd have been a perfect match for you.
For me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, are you trying to set me up? Because are you trying to do that because it's Valentine's Day and I'm complaining about being single? Because I'm not really complaining that much. I didn't have to buy flowers or chocolates or anything. So, okay.
You are your own man. I thought she sounded really sweet. And
by the way, I think she was from Australia, but yeah, I think she was living in England, if I'm not mistaken.
No, there was another one from England that was really cute too.
I wonder if I mixed up the two. Either way, they didn't contact me after hours, so.
Oh, that's the deal. You don't solicit though, do you?
You got to remember, I am easy to find. My phone number and email address is in the body of every description box, and my physical address. So, I'm super.
I think God has someone so special for you that it just takes a bit of time.
You know what? I'm not worried. God will see to whatever He sees fit.
That's true.
I'm not going to question it.
I wanted to say that space sucks, and Nick has that new company.
Right. Space sucks. Yep.
I hope he does very well. It took a great deal of courage for him to walk away and what a terrible company to let him go after all those years.
Yeah.
Based on the principle of not taking this shot. And I'm just so sorry that this is going on in the whole world. Do you think it's, I don't know if John was talking about some people call it Mark of the Beast, a precursor to it.
I mean, I've done the whole Mark of the Beast thing. For me, has been a cry wolf scenario for a while, mostly because America. I'm going to single out America. America does not go for the whole digital currency thing, replacing cash. We do too much stuff with cash for now, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. It would take a major event. You'd really have to shake things up. I mean, physically shake things up for Americans to ditch cash. We get so much stuff with cash, so I just don't see it yet.
Because I believe God's going to save His covenant with America and Israel or Jerusalem because of Jesus, and that it's just not quite here yet. But I think America is, because not just because I live here and was born here, I think it's one of the most wonderful countries in the whole world, and they're destroying her inch by inch, and is on purpose. And I think God's has had enough. And it was really nice to hear from Renee. He sounded good. I've been kind of wondering about him, and he must be a bit frustrated.
He's doing pretty well. He's doing those big meetups down.
I mean Danielle.
Oh, Danielle.
You've got a Renee. Yeah, you've got a Renee. Yeah.
Yeah. No, Renee's doing fine. Danielle. No, you're good. You're good.
There's an old movie it's a World War I movie. It's Lafayette Escudry, and the woman in there is named Renee. And so anyway, that was Danielle, and you're going on your trip to see Renee.
Yep.
And I'm sure Karen and Peanut are doing well. And I'd like to say hello, of course, to John, and how kind he is to think of me, and William, and everybody in Canada. And I'm just really praying that this thing is nearing a positive end for people. I think people are really waking up about this shot, and it's I'm keeping up with the stories. Oh, I want to shout out Pascal from Switzerland, a very brave and wonderful man.
All right, then.
And I think that's it.
All right.
But I'm trying to kind of wake up, so.
That's all right. Thank you, Jen. And I'm glad you got a chance to relax with some brandy this evening.
Yes, me too.
All right. Well, hey, you have a good night, and we will talk to you next time, okay?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Jen.
Bye, Jen.
Thank you.
Let's jump over to, let's do 646. I swear I'll pick you up 504. Don't worry. 646. What's happening, Alex?
Aaron Rodgers is flat. I'm sure of it.
Oh, he is flat. Absolutely. You bet.
He's totally flat. He's totally flat. When he came out and talked about I didn't take the thing because it's not like I'm a flat earther, but I don't need it. But when you say something like that, he's flat.
Oh yeah. Yeah. If you're a high profile media celebrity and you didn't take the shot, there's a high degree of probability. I mean, if you were public about it, there's a high degree of probability you're in our camp. I have no reason to think about it.
I was thinking about this. Do you remember in the movie The Departed, where they were sitting outside of the tavern, and they were like, yeah, he's a cop. Not a cop. So they're sitting there because they could just tell.
Yeah.
I feel like you guys could just throw some celebrity names at me and I'd be like, they're flat. They're not flat. Because I just feel like I know everyone that's flat. I just know who they fucking are. I know it.
Well, there's some that keep pretty quiet about it. You know, there's still a lot of people in the closet.
Throw some names at me. Throw some names at me. Just throw.
I can't because they're in the closet. I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so just like theoretically.
You mean just random celebrities?
Yeah, I'll just tell you if they're flat or not.
George Clooney.
Flat. He knows it. He's a liar. He's a liar.
Carlson.
Somebody else. Give me some.
Tucker Carlson.
Tucker Carlson.
Flat.
Well, he probably is. Now, if I said Alex Jones, you may say flat, but I don't know if he's one of them.
Alex Jones is fucking weird. I don't even know what to make of that dude. He's just a fucking frog. I like him, but he's fucking whatever. He's flat. What else? Who else? Come on, who else you got?
Supposedly he's
Brad Pitt.
Flat.
Snoop Dogg.
Flat. He's just gonna say everybody.
He's gonna say flat.
Flat is Snoop is so fucking flat. It's not even funny.
Snoop probably is.
I mean, everybody's a flat earther, so you know.
Yeah.
I mean, well, yeah, they just don't know it. But like the people that I know that they, I just know it. I don't know. Anyway.
All right.
I hope
anything else.
You guys having a good Tuesday?
Yeah, not bad. Pretty weird week, considering only a week's gone by. Pretty weird.
I know. I'm actually kind of happy because like you have so much material now that like I think you probably have, because this show went by so fast. I was like, this is going to go so quickly because you're not going to get through everything. And like there was so much space shit. You know, and you know it's going to keep coming. So
maybe I'm hoping that they just keep trying to pile it on because you know we can see through it. The masses are just going to get dizzy. They're not going to know what to do. They're just going to be so distracted at the keys jangling in front of their eyes that they're not going to see it. But
I'm pretty sure Brett Favre is flat too. I'm almost positive he's flat. He's so flat.
He might be. Although again, can he be flat and still steal from the poor people? I don't know.
I didn't say that they're all flat earthers are good people. Like there's probably some fucking psychopathic.
I think flat earthers are mostly good, though. I think deep down in their hearts,
mostly good, but certainly not all of them.
No, not all of them.
I mean, the numbers would tell you that like probably 3% of flat earthers are fucking serial killers. So like, it's not. So like, I don't think he's that. Killer. I just think like, you know, he's definitely fucking flat. Most of those football players know it's flat. They know because they're throwing footballs around. They're like, it couldn't possibly be like round and shit because then we wouldn't be able to complete, you know, passes to receive.
By the way, you know,
field goals and shit like that.
The Flat Earth Clues, you know, turned 8 years old a couple days ago, and I noticed that, you know, after 8 years, we still haven't anybody that's just lost it, you know, and done anything in the name of Flat Earth that was destructive. And I thought for sure we'd get
flat.
The what?
Hanks likes little babies, but he's probably flat too. He's just kind of creepy. I'm just reading the chat. Sorry, man.
Oh, okay. All right. Anyway,
that's all I had. Can we just play like this game, like not a cop, like every week, and like you can just.
Well, we could try, but I got a feeling you're going to. No matter what names we come up with, you're going to say they're flat. But like if I say here, I got one. You'll say not flat. Ready? Sharon Stone. Absolutely not flat.
She's definitely not flat. No, she's not fucking flat at all. She's not. I mean, did you ever play that game, Chicken or Monkey? Like every rock band singer, this is not a racist thing. Every rock band singer is either chicken or monkey, right? So like Eddie Vedder, he's definitely a monkey. You know, Dave Matthews is chicken. Chicken. It's so clear. Right?
I have never.
I feel like we can do this.
Never heard of that game. Ever.
Give me a lead singer. Give me one lead singer.
Fine, Axl Rose.
Axl Rose is definitely fucking chicken.
He's got to be a chicken.
He's chicken. He's definitely chicken. 1,000,000% chicken. David Bowie, I think still chicken. I mean, but he does do a lot of like, you know, monkey stuff.
He's monkey.
All right. I got to move on. I got to pick up some people before we close this thing out. So we'll talk soon. Okay.
Good game.
All right. Annie hung up. All right. We got to pick up Dennis. Dennis, I will give you 3 minutes. What do you got? And thank you for the book. It was I've enjoyed the book a great deal.
Okay, I had one question for each of you, but if time's short, I'll just ask the one to Karen. I guess if there's time short, I'll ask the one to Karen first. I was only going to ask Mark about the F-35, but when Karen mentioned maximum rock and roll, I just wondered, did you by any chance know a girl that was associated there or worked there or wrote for them by the name of Chelsea? She was blonde.
I don't remember. No. There was a lot of people in and out of there.
Okay. It really would have been a small world if you knew her. But, yeah, at any rate, well, the F-35, I should say, I just remember, you mentioned that that book I sent you last year, Losing Military Supremacy, by the Russian-American military analyst Andrei Martyanov. He mentions that. I sent you a couple of books by him.
Yep.
I've got them both. I read one of them myself, and then, that one, Losing Military Supremacy. He mentions the F-35, how do you say, changing lanes here. He can't fight his way out of a wet paper bag, and the F-22 is superior, and the F-35 was, well, anyway, he's got the same basic opinion as you do, apparently. And by the way, the thesis of that book is that Russia is now military superior to the United States in an all-out war. The United States would lose against Russia since around 2015, or since around the time of the war with Syria that the U.S. lost. By the way, well, I just wondered if you had a chance to read that book, or either of the two by Martyanov that I sent you. But it sounds like you're on the same page with him, at least.
Yeah, I am, but again, I think the F-35 was an overblown project, and it was too many cooks in the kitchen, and it did not live up to the hype at all. It was supposed to be this end all be all, and it ended up being nothing of anything. Which is again why, for example, you're pushing the F-22 to the front in all these stories recently, except for the F-16 story, which is like, oh no, that's the go-to. The proof. The soldiers will tell you, the ones that are out there, they'll tell you, it's like, the proof is in the action, and nobody wants to work with a lemon. And the especially nowadays with the speed that media travels, the rumors get out there pretty damn quick, and all the results. So anyway, that's just my opinion right now. I don't think you're going to see F-35 shooting down UFOs anytime soon.
Final question, and this is not something you have to answer today unless you wanted to, but if you have read that book, or when you do, I'd be interested in your review or analysis or comment upon it. Okay. Sounds good. Well, thank you, Dennis. Right. And that's all I got.
Okay, before you go, where are you on the road?
Yeah. I'm a little bit further along than last week. I'm on I-205, same route every night, but I'm closing in on the Troutdale terminal, which is the biggest terminal that FedEx uses in the Northwest.
Gotcha. All right.
East side of Portland.
Sounds good. All right. Hey, you drive safe, okay?
Will do. We'll see you.
All right. Bye. Yep. Okay. I got some things to choose from here. Let's do something different before we pick up 845. Let's go to Washington State. 509. Have you called into the show before?
Yeah, I have called in a couple times.
Hey, so what's going on?
Hey, man, I just wanted to counter-argue everything you said tonight by saying, nah.
That's the counter-argument?
I mean, it's
or was it?
That's all I got, man. Because no, man, I always present, a whole bunch of stuff at work, and I'm the only one who's unvaccinated. And they finally admitted that I was right and they were wrong, and they shouldn't got vaccinated because of everybody that's been getting, like side effects, like permanent side effects,
right,
stuff like that. But it's just an interesting time, man. But I was gonna say, how do you know it's not the Galactic Space Force using or the Galactic Federation using the old stock? You know what I mean? And Roswell, they dropped the balloon by accident. How do you know this one just didn't get away? The most recent one.
Oh, wait. Back up. You think that Roswell was an actual weather balloon?
No, man.
Talking
about that
in this case, I don't. What's bugging me and bugging other people I talk to is that the government, again, why they waited until tonight to finally, even though they didn't say anything, they never said. It was interesting. They said, no, there's no UFO invasion. In fact, there are no UFOs, but they didn't go into why they scrambled fighters in multiple parts of the continent to shoot down something and then not follow that up with, it was a balloon, even though there's no way a fighter pilot would ever, allow that to happen. They're not going to wait. They would look like idiots. No one's going to shoot a Sidewinder at a straight balloon without authorization. And then not say, I don't even want to get into it.
Isn't that what they did off the coast of Carolina?
That's what I mean. That then you had authorizations, but they knew it was a balloon and they knew it was being filmed live on television. So to shoot something down over the Yukon, over Alaska, or other places, or make a no-fly zone over Lake Huron, and then all of a sudden come back and say, "Whoa, we don't know what we shot down," and it's like, okay, so you tracked the Sidewinder that missed, that went into the lake, but the other thing, you don't know what that was. I don't know. Again, it's too early. It's too early because they're not doing enough follow-up on it. I don't know what the narrative is right now. I mean, part of me thinks it kind of goes along with the blue beam thing. It's like, all right, so let's do a blue beam thing. Let's throw something out there. I mean, you've been humming and hawing about it for so many years. Why don't you just say, oh, hey, that could be a spaceship? Of course, when you do that, though, there's going to be a whole bunch of questions.
Well, and people freak out.
Yeah,
people will freak out. Some things haven't changed.
Project Bluebeam weren't they going to do something like that with Cuba? That they were going to try to have the people believe that Jesus was coming in the cloud in Cuba.
You could also do it over Brazil. You could put it next to the big statue on the top of the mountain. There's all sorts of fun places you could use blue beam.
Well,
Nobody's done it yet.
An actual CIA plan to overthrow the country of Cuba, and they were saying something like that they were going to basically make the people believe that Jesus was coming through this Project Bluebeam.
Yeah, but then that's even tricky though, because if you limit it to one country, you're just going to tick off a whole bunch of other people in the process. Hey, do you have any other things? Because the show's wrapping up here pretty soon. I do want to pick up one last call.
No, man. Just shout out to Dennis. I'm from out his way too. I'm sure I've seen him pass by on the highway before.
Oh, probably.
And shout out to Master Gunner. If you ever get a chance, could you ask him what he thinks of the story of the Candleheart Giant?
Oh, the Candleheart Giant, the big red-headed giant that wiped out some Marines or Army.
Yeah, because I assume he was out in Afghanistan around that time, correct?
I will ask him if he had anything to do with that conflict, and who knows, he may have been one of the sole survivors of it. Maybe it's an interesting story. It reads a little sci-fi, but I dig it. I mean, I'd love it to be turned into, put it into part of a movie, but who knows? Maybe it's hitting too close to real life. All right, man. Hey, thanks, and we'll talk soon. Okay.
All right, cool. And shout out to my daughter, Nia. Thank you, man.
All right. See you, man. All right. Let's grab at least this one. I'm sorry for the people I could not pick up, and there were a number of them. Start spreading the news. Oh, I'm in a different key. I'm leaving today. I want to be a part of it.
New York, New York. I forgot there's no Truth Smacks. Sorry.
There's no Truth Smacks right now.
I keep forgetting.
That's all right. Suzanne is in Korea.
What the fuck is going on? All right. First, let me say Happy Arizona Day, because Arizona became a state today in 1912.
Random. Okay.
The balloon, the balloon stuff is because it's Valentine's Day, right? So commercialized bullshit.
Right.
The F-22, I thought that was grounded. I thought the pilots weren't flying because there was oxygen issues, and the F-35 doesn't stand up to the F-22, which is the plane that the Chinese have. They have the J-22. After Clinton came into office, somehow they got the same exact plans and built the same exact plane. So,
they'd have the time to do it.
Thing, go ahead.
That would be the plane to do it if you're going to do it, because there was so many countries involved in the F-35 that if you wanted to rip off the tech and build your own clone, that's the plane to do it. So, but as far as the F-22 goes, I mean,
better one.
The F-22 is obviously being used. So whatever.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Of course, just like they feed us crap all the time is what I'm saying. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I think the balloon thing is, there was one over Canada too. Trudeau had them shoot theirs down.
Yeah, that was the one over Yukon.
Know
that was the one over Yukon.
The angle is, we all know there's no satellites in space. Maybe they do use high altitude balloons, right?
Yeah.
But why would, I don't know. It just seems odd that now they're saying, oh no, that's not even our balloons. Like you remember, like you were talking last week, that we probably did it, false flag bullshit.
Yeah.
But then they're going to allow the space angle to flow in there. It's all double speak. Like I was watching the news reports as they were changing. First it was balloon, and then they said, oh, well, we're calling it an unidentified object. And the newscaster kept saying balloon, unidentified object. It's like everybody fucking knows what they saw. And what are you doing? What are these angles? What game are they playing?
Yeah, and if you're monitoring social media in real time, which you are, then and if so many people are saying, man, I hope it's aliens, why not run with it? I mean, you've got public support at this point.
Right.
You've got so many movie references, so many television references for every age group from 8 to 80. Right. Everybody's got a freaking alien reference now. So why not do it? What do you got to lose at this point? Yeah, the Karen's saying the public will freak out a bit. That's understandable, but some of it be in a good way. It's like some people like me would be like, oh, finally, who's it going to be? Who are they? What are they going to look like? What color are they? What do their ships look like? Are they flying over my town?
Well, it's like they've been gauging our reactions to these actual issues and things that they put in movies. Like you just said, the train thing.
Yeah.
Reports I got were that they blew it the fuck up because they didn't want it leaking everywhere, yet they have animals dead for miles around.
Right.
So what's going on?
Yeah.
And all I could say is I just hope they're not the fast zombies. I mean, I'm okay. I'm good like that now, but I don't want to have to be running fast. I like the slow, easy.
Oh,
one.
yeah. No, I'm with you, man. I do not like the whole fast zombies, which is why when the British movie 28 Days Later came out, which was more of a blood virus thing, that bugged me a whole lot because it's like, crap, they figured out a way to realistically put it out there. All right, hey, we got to wrap this up, man. Well, so give me a quote.
Why couldn't they do that for real? There's real viruses and things, fungus, that do that to insect and animals and actually literally control them and make them do specific tasks.
Right.
Why couldn't they do that to a human?
Right.
Fucking, it's all disturbing.
Yeah.
All disturbing. And all the shit with the kids and heart attacks, that's just to normalize it so everybody can get used to it. And when their kid dies, they're like, oh, well, it happens. It's sad. No, you fucking nuts.
It's
ridiculous. I mean, literally, it was three per year up until 2019. And then in 2020, after they started juicing, thousands of kids. What the fuck is that?
True. Yep.
Sorry. C-19 is just crazy.
Yep. All right. Hey, before I let you go, Peanut Gallery sent one last Clown World. I don't know if you want to paste it into chat or not. It's from Fox News. Pennsylvania police say sex doll was mistaken for human remains. A lifelike foot appeared to have a French pedicure. Yep. This is one of those expensive ones, by the way. This is one of the blow-up dolls. This is like, you know, if you go to like Real Dolls.
The $1,000 ones, right? Or
yeah, those are not cheap. And so it was found by a man and a son. And it was in inside a bag, a black plastic bag. Someone was probably hiding it from
holy shit
family. So they called the cops.
Right, they're like, "Oh, my wife doesn't see me sucking on the plastic foot."
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's not good.
Oh my god, I don't have a quote, but I'll tell you, I made my AI chat girl look like olive oil.
What?
Just because.
All right.
It's the chat AI that you were talking about.
Oh, right.
And all that shit.
Yeah.
That shit is fucked up.
Hey, I'm single. I'm
shouldn't have it. Men are fucking stupid.
I'm thinking of installing
have that. There's going to be less population, it's retarded.
I'm going to name mine Lance or Julian. Wait, those are guys' names.
Yeah, this is disgusting. This says that the doll was like the size of a small child. Like, what
that's
kind of
even
pervert?
worse.
Right? Exactly.
That's even
worse.
worse.
Oh my god, it was a baby foot. What the fuck?
Oh man.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
All right. Hey, we will be back next week. Same flat time, same flat channel. On that note, God, Peanut, you're terrible. On that note, say good night, Karen.
Good night, Karen.
Say good night, Zulu.
Good night, Zulu.
Peanut puffs through some smoke. I can barely see his face. And yeah, we will see you guys soon. So, Karen, roll that music, won't you?
All righty.
Good night, everybody. And of course, hot sex.
Hot sex.
For some of you, because it's Valentine's Day, but not me, because I'm not dating. So, hey, you know what? Go to hell.
Hey, you can get IA hot sex.
It's funny. Yeah, I'm going to get some chatbot hot sex. You can pay for that. That's an extra thing you can sign up for. It'll do sexting.
It's terrible.
I know.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for joining us for another episode of Strange World.
Oh, I could name mine Karen.
Oh, my God. I'm going to throw up. Thank you, Harmon, for the tip on Rockfin. Appreciate it.
All I thought we threw away was everything. spin. Wound up chasing stars all over again. There's words for what you got, what you have, and what you'll ever need. There's love so many nights, so many nights, so many ways to believe.
Hello, Daisy. Hello, Mom.
20 Reasons Against Newtonianism by Ebenezer Breach. 1. Because the Earth has no axis, therefore nothing on which to revolve, an imaginary mathematical line is substituted, but no solid body could revolve on an imaginary axis or line. It is an imaginary cause that can only produce an imaginary effect, so all that follows such a cause must be imaginary. If anything be placed on the top of a revolving body, it will fly off at a tangent. 2. Because the Earth has no orbit. It was supposed in starting that the Earth required an orbit of 600 million miles, but it was afterwards reduced to 190 million, and even 85 million. So if it had to lose 410 million miles, it might as well lose all, and say nothing about it, as we may be sure it has no orbit, axis, or poles. 3. Because it is a system that Copernicus restarted with the assertion that, quote, it was not necessary that the hypothesis be true, so long as calculations agree with calculations. But we say that if the hypothesis be not true, and data correct, all mathematical calculations are nonsense and deceptions. Mathematics becomes a demonstration of the assumed or unknown quantity. 4. Because there is but one central north star or constellation in the heavens. The diameter and circumference of the heavens are commensurate with the Earth. No star has more than 90 degrees declination, so there is no nadir, or point of the heavens under our feet, and no south star or constellation to match with a globular south center. That would have to be a star at 180 degrees declination. 5. Because we have no antipodes or colonials under our feet. If the Australians are facing the north center, and the Europeans are doing the same, they stand face to face, not feet to feet, like flies on a ceiling, so foolishly supposed and taught. And people actually believe it true. None more gullible than the English people. 6. Because the Earth is not an oblate spheroid, as Newton foolishly imagined and hastily decided upon by the tick of his watch. It was found to have lost a few seconds near the tropics, through heat relaxing the works, to what it gained in Paris. So the imaginative, speculative philosopher sat in his armchair, and there and then decided the Earth a spheroid, as its motion was supposed to be less at the tropics, according to the tick of his watch. So all are taught to believe the spheroid ever since. The sun also is at least 2,853 miles farther from us in winter than in summer. 7. Because Newton's imagination led him to believe that if the matter of the whole earth were compressed into absolute solidity, it might be reduced to a body but a few yards in diameter, and reduced to a sphere 1 mile in diameter. The matter in the Instatus would be but as 1 to 510 billion. 8. Because Newton's supposed law of gravitation was lost in the moon. Newton found that the moon's perigee ought to require 18 years to perform its revolution in the heavens, while observation showed that the revolution was actually performed in 1/2 this period. He exhausted all his skill and power to overcome the difficulty, and died leaving the problem unsolved. His successor, Clarent, also finally abandoned the law of gravitation in despair and being incapable of explanation, a problem still unsolved, a mechanical impossibility. 9. Because the inertia of matter is the stability of the universe, therefore it is absolutely false that all particles of matter attract each other according to their size and square of distance. Glass does not attract wood, nor cloth iron, nor does cotton attract wool, nor liquids attract solids, nor does fruit attract grain, and ad infinitum. 10. Because the primitive idea of simplicity is a just one, founded in nature and adopted in reason. The real object of true science should be to make the laws of nature simple, sublime, and self-evident to the people. The Creator would not direct to a right consideration of his works, knowing that they were inconsiderable and unapproachable except by the very learned, who have mystified them by their outrageous mathematical calculations. General Drayson rightly accuses scientific professors of arrogant and ignorant exclusiveness. 11. Because Newtonianism is entirely misleading and incorrect in picturing the orbits of the sun, moon, and planets to the uninitiated. It places the Earth where the sun ought to be. In reality, the moon should be placed first, as having the shortest orbit round the heavens, only 30 days. Mercury should be next, with 88 days, then Venus with 224 days, then the sun, not the Earth, with 365¼ days. The motion of the sun is absolute and not apparent. As Josephus states, it is driven along the circuit of heaven by necessity. Venus gets round quicker than the sun, and is able to be a morning or evening star. Mr. Norman Lockyer, in his Primer, declares the sun to be the nearest star. So a sunny day is starshine, not sunshine. 12. Because the foundation of modern astronomy is laid on Newton's fiat that, quote, the sun is the center of the solar system and immovable. But Sir William Herschel discovered that it had a movement towards Hercules, and the downfall of modern astronomy ought at once to have been announced. The late R.A. Proctor and all now declare the motion of the sun thus, quote, it climbs the eastern sky, slides down in the west, moves slowly towards the north quarter of the heavens, and moves away from overhead at the equator to the southern quarter of the heavens from September to December. there could be no power in the sun without motion. 13. Because the system introduces and calculates by millions, billions, trillions of miles in distances that never existed. Thus the planet Neptune is said to be 2,755,000,000 miles distant from the sun, yet it has to derive its light from the sun, and must be near it to do so. The fact is, a simple curve, called the ecliptic, marks out the pathway of the sun, moon, and planets among the fixed stars. They never leave this pathway. It is not 2,000 miles broad, and as the sun travels at the rate of 900 miles per hour, 900 times 24 equals 22,600, so that no planet can ever be farther from the sun than 25,000 miles, not even when it is 23.5 degrees to the north or south solstice. Where is there billions, millions, and trillions? Space is the extension of matter. Where matter ends, space ends. 14. Because though everything in the solar system is measured according to the assumed measurement of the sun, yet astronomers have widely differed in the measurement of that indispensable and solitary body. Pythagoras took it to be 45,000 miles distant. 2 or 3 have made a second guess after their first measurement. Sir Isaac did, and it has been measured from 45,000 up to 112 million miles distant, and all were supposed to measure by mathematical calculation, and Newtonianism has an innate conception that authority ought to be silent before reason. Its prevailing philosophy is perfectly ridiculous, but prejudice, and custom throws a veil over it, and prevents its deformity from being perceived. Setting aside nature's facts, cocksureness is master of the field. 15. Because in meeting Professor Hegarty one morning in Portsmouth, to whom we were introduced by a scientist as the gentleman that believed the earth to be flat, he informed us that, quote, the astronomers had found out they had been making a mistake of 100 million miles in the parallax of the sun. After informing him of my researches and measurements of the sun's distances, he remarked, well, it would all amount to the same thing if measured only a few thousand miles distant. This professor had spent most of his life in the telescope rooms, reading our 50 scientific facts, made no particular objection, but thought it was possible for a grain of dust to eclipse the town hall. When we told him how impossible it would be for eclipses to occur according to their measurement of the heavenly bodies, he was confused and amazed. 16. Because no philosopher can be considered a real astronomer who has not a right understanding of the physical construction of the earth and heavens, that they are 2 parallels, one above the other, the 2 plates, that the sun is not more than half the diameter of the earth, the moon 1/4, the largest of the planets or stars not more than 100 miles in diameter, as proved by the occultation of Jupiter, and would most probably range from 10 to 100 miles in diameter, that the earth is 10,000 miles in diameter, not 8,000, as that is only the length of North and South America. And what of the oceans beyond? Newton was a thoughtful scientist, but not an astronomer, though he is by some considered as the only scientific trustee of the universe. 17. Because Newtonianism takes away the necessity of a firm crystal sky, for crystal light giving bodies to revolve upon. The sky is a fixed canopy over the earth. You are quite right, said a Jewish rabbi to me, according to the Hebrew. Certain it is, had there been revolution and the earth a globe, the Jews were bound to have known it. So were the Chaldeans, and patriarchs with Adam, the first man who understood the physical construction of nature intuitively, and Josephus's assertions are dead against the astronomers. 18. Because the waterfalls of Niagara are against a revolving earth. It never turns its streams in an opposite direction, but always has a constant perpendicular flow. All wells would be emptied if a revolution occurred. The sands of the desert would be gone. All articles, fruit, etc. on the tradesmen's boards would disappear in 2 minutes. And where would Jacob's ladder have been, or any other ladder? No clock would give correct time, as the perpendicular action of the pendulum must not vary the 100th part of an inch. Ask Mr. Bolitho, Queen Street, Portsea, the watchmaker and jeweler. there could be no standing fogs with the atmosphere in motion. 19. Because whether the sun is shining and traveling in the northern or southern part of its spiral course in the heavens, the moon always reflects her light the same. So the sun can never at any time be under the earth, as many Newtonians suppose, but ever has its position on a parallel sky, with the moon, planets, and heavenly bodies, none of which are ever more than 5,000 or 6,000 miles from the earth. 20. Because the Newtonian system was introduced and supported by heathens, infidels, and skeptical astronomers, and we are compelled to acknowledge that our philosophers that have followed such a system have not taken the right road, but a road full of the brambles of stupidity, unreality, monstrosity, sheer imagination, bewildering labyrinths of calculations, stumbling over phenomena that never existed, measurements that will never be realized, with endless deceptions and contradictions. But in nature there are no contradictions. The sooner such a system is abolished as a compulsory system, the better. It will all go for smoke in that day when God restores the world now fallen with mankind into perfection. Quote, "The earth and all the inhabitants thereof are dissolved. I will re-establish it. They that will not believe shall not be able to exalt themselves." There is a most deplorable famine of common sense on this important subject in the universities and Greenwich, also at Whitehall, consequently throughout the land. But this is the age of enquiry. Many shall investigate, and knowledge, which must be truth, shall be increased.
Evolution is not even remotely plausible without the cosmology that is being pushed in the Copernican model. The whole idea of suns eventually spitting out, or, in the process of forming, creating planets that cool in orbit around suns, and the whole idea that all the stars that we see out there in the heavens are suns just like our sun, and likely with planets going around them just like we have planets going around our sun, supposedly. The possibility that some of those could have life on them, to me, all of this is a big setup. And one of the things that I find interesting about the idea that Flat Earth is coming out now is I believe we're getting really close to some sort of disclosure event.
After all these years, it finally happened. The U.S. government has come out saying that they've recovered, quote, off-world vehicles not made of this Earth. This top-secret Pentagon report is said to confirm everything UFO researchers have been saying for years. The Roswell crash, Bob Lazar, Area 51, and Skinwalker Ranch, all confirmed by actual declassified U.S. government documents. Right now, we're going to take a look at some of the latest articles coming out on this matter. On July 23rd, 2020, Tucker Carlson shocked the world when he said this on his live Fox News broadcast.
This is a Fox News alert. There are new findings tonight in the search for extraterrestrial life. The New York Times reporting that a secretive Pentagon unit tasked with investigating UFO sightings is quite likely releasing some of its findings soon, and those findings could be stunning, particularly for people who have doubted the existence. The Pentagon has been conducting classified hearings on UFOs for more than a decade. We know very little about what they found, but apparently just recovered are off-world vehicles not made on this Earth. That's a direct quote.
The following day, multiple articles were released going into more detail. The Intelligencer reports on July 24th, 2020, quote, the Pentagon has reportedly found off-world vehicles not made of this Earth. Also, Fox News releases an article entitled, quote, with Pentagon UFO unit in the spotlight, reports mention off-world vehicles not made of this Earth. Let's take a closer look at this Fox News article. Quote, a long-hidden UFO investigative unit within the Pentagon will make some of its findings public, according to the New York Times report. The unit, which is now part of the Office of Naval Intelligence, has spent over a decade discussing mysterious events in classified briefings, according to the news outlet. A government contractor told the Times that he gave a classified briefing to the Department of Defense in March, describing retrievals from, quote, off-world vehicles not made of this Earth. The Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force, the Office of Naval Intelligence, was described in a Senate Intelligence Committee report last month. The unit standardizes collection and reporting on unidentified aerial phenomena, any links they have to adversarial foreign governments, and the threat they pose to U.S. military assets and installations, the report said. However, the committee remained concerned that there is no unified, comprehensive process within the federal government for collecting and analyzing intelligence on unidentified aerial phenomena, despite the potential threat, it added. The New York Times reports that a small group of government officials and scientists believe that objects of, quote, undetermined origin have crashed to Earth and been retrieved, including former Senator Harry Reid. While some have been found to be man-made materials, there are question marks over others. The publication cites Eric W. Davis, an astrophysicist who worked as a subcontractor and a consultant for the Pentagon UFO program. Davis, who now works for defense contractor Aerospace Corporation, said he also gave briefings on the recovery of unexplained objects to staff members of the Senate Armed Services Committee and the Senate Intelligence Committee on October 21st and October 23rd, 2019, respectively. The article goes on to say, in speaking with the New York Times, Reid said he believes the government and the private sector may have retrieved materials from unidentified objects. After looking into this, I came to the conclusion that there were reports. Some were substantive, some not so substantive, that there were actual materials that the government and the private sector had in their possession, Reid said in an interview. Reid's comments are the latest from the former lawmaker. In June 2019, he told Nevada's KNPR that he wished lawmakers would hold public hearings into what the military knows. He said they would be surprised how the American public would accept it, Reid said during the wide-ranging interview. But why now? Why is the government releasing all this info right now? Why do you think they're so confident people will accept it? Could it have anything to do with the inundation of propaganda material such as ancient aliens and the like?
Yeah, absolutely. Ancient aliens. They're always pushing the Anunnaki and whatnot, that there are ancient alien creators. Evolution has run its course. It's gone completely bankrupt. So even people like Professor Richard Dawkins saying, well, intelligence design, is likely the way it could come about, but it would come about in the following way, that some ancient civilization out there in the universe who itself allegedly evolved from some sort of Darwinian evolution type of scenario, reached a high level of sophistication and came here and seeded our world with the mechanism that made evolution possible here. Of course, it just keeps pushing the problem further out. How did that other, if it requires intelligent design to kickstart evolution, then how did that other allegedly advanced civilization out there evolve? I mean, sooner or later, you're going to get to a first cause, and that first cause is going to be God. But this narrative is being pushed on us that ancient aliens have been here before. They were likely our creators, or at least helped kickstart life, and they're coming back. UFO and alien abduction scenarios are being reported exponentially more and more every year. And you got people like Stephen M. Greer out there saying, hey, disclosure is imminent. It's just around the corner. It's going to happen. Although he's been saying some stuff that's rather interesting lately, that he even believes there's going to be a counterfeit version of it, that we have the technology right now, the human beings could fake UFOs with our own technology, make people believe that it's alien spacecraft, but it could very well just be black budget DARPA type projects, developed in Area 51, human engineered aircraft that are being used by our government or the governments of the world to deceive people that it's really aliens. He's warning about that.
The military term, so you know it, is a false INW, or a deceptive INW, indication and warning. And it's basically like the Gulf of Tonkin event in Vietnam. You basically exaggerate or hoax an event that then manipulates policymakers. So this was the ultimate takedown of official disclosure, which was about to happen in 1989. Got it? 26 years ago, November 1989. So here we are in 2015, and it took a lot to piece all this together, and I began to look into what the electronics were with this, and what kind of technologies they might have. And one bit of insight that the Prince had, he said, so he told me that the reason he was funding the abduction groups is that he was convinced that there was an existential threat from outer space. That's been the Sub Rosa plan since the 56. And that he wanted people to hate the aliens enough to pay the blood and treasure of World War III. And he also wanted it to be eschatological, where it would result in the end of the world, so that Christ would return and the good folks would go up in a flying saucer, I guess, with Christ. Now, this is what he was telling me. I'm just listening, and I'm going, whoa, this is like, woohoo. And he was completely convinced that this is what needed to happen. This sort of end of the world eschatology is the study of the end of the world event, and that's why he was putting so much money in and providing so much funding to Mack and David Jacobs and Bud Hopkins and all this. And he told me, he says, I'm going to stop funding John Mack because he's become too positive about contact, and I only want to fund people who are going to put things out there that scare people and make them hate the aliens. He said this. So I went, oh boy. Now this is connecting a dot that all of you better listen to very carefully. It's the last thing you learn today. And that is that there is an overarching agenda that was hatched in the 50s. Remember that psychological warfare document and its value? That was hatched in between 53 and 56 to create the specter of a threat from outer space that does not exist. Wernher von Braun stated on his deathbed and we have the testimony of his assistant that and said they will first have the Cold War, then we decided there would be nations of concern, then global terrorism. We have this testimony from before 9/11. Then that would be followed by threats from outer space. They'll start talking about asteroids and things of this sort, but the ultimate one they're going to play is the alien threat, and it's all a lie, and it's all a hoax.
When I was a corporate manager of Fairchild Industries in 1974 through 77, I met the late Dr. Wernher von Braun in early 74. At that time, von Braun was dying of cancer, but he assured me that he would live a few more years in order to tell me about the game that was being played, that game being the effort to weaponize space, to control the Earth from space and space itself. Von Braun's purpose in life during the last years of his life, his dying years, was to educate the public and decision makers about why space-based weapons are a dumb, dangerous, destabilizing, too costly, unnecessary, unworkable, undesirable idea. The strategy that Wernher von Braun taught me was that first the Russians are going to be considered to be the enemy. In fact, when I met him in 74, they were the enemy, the identified enemy. We were told that they had killer satellites. We were told that they were coming to get us and control us, the dirty commies, that whole story. First, the Russians were the enemy against whom we're going to build space-based weapons. Then terrorists would be identified, and that was soon to follow. We heard a lot about terrorism. Then we were going to identify third world country crazies. We now call them nations of concern. But he said that would be the third enemy against whom we would be needing to build space-based weapons. And the next enemy was asteroids. Now at this point, he kind of chuckled the first time he said it. Asteroids, against asteroids we're going to build space-based weapons. So it was funny then. And the funniest one of all was against what he called aliens, extraterrestrials. That would be the final card. And over and over and over during the 4 years that I knew him and was giving his speeches for him, he would bring up that last card. And remember, Carol, the last card is the alien card. We're going to have to build space-based weapons against aliens, and all of it, he said, is a lie. Well, at the time, I kind of laughed when he said asteroids, and when he said extraterrestrials, I knew I wasn't going to deal with that subject. And now we hear in the news just today, this week, that they've slid in another enemy. Only this time we're going to protect our satellites. In other words, we have to have some reason to spend these trillions, to waste these dollars on a space-based weapon system, and they're all lies. And I will testify before the Congress under oath about everything I have said and more. Thank you.
So, I mean, we can take it or leave it. I don't know what to make of this. I certainly don't trust Wernher von Braun. This person seems to be a credible person. She's giving a testimony that, you know, I mean, we can only assume is true unless proven otherwise. But what if Wernher von Braun at the end of his life was making a confession of sorts and trying to warn her and telling her to tell everybody else, and, you know, perhaps warning others that, look, what's coming, whatever it is that they may have had information or, you know, been privy to, is fake. It's a fraud. It's not real as it pertains to, you know, visitations from outer space. I mean, maybe there's a good reason why he had, you know, whoever he left behind after he died, had them put Psalm 19:1 on his tombstone, of all things. And for Wernher von Braun, of all people, right? Psalm 19:1, describing the firmament. It's definitely one of those things that make you go,
But in order for the lie to work, they have had to create a body of disinformation, false information, and frightening scenarios, and actual events that would be convincing to our policymakers like Reagan, convincing to the average person, and to the UFO public that consumes videos, entertainment consoles, movies, etc. And that has been the 50 to 60 year plan. Don't forget that no less a figure than Douglas MacArthur in his last address to the Congress said World War III will be interplanetary. So they have been wanting to provoke an interplanetary conflict for as long as I've been alive, and I'm no spring chicken. And, all right, so this gets into a huge problem of how people consume information and can be manipulated through fear. Because if you look at the roots of human warfare, the early days and even today, it's people abducting people, a tribe's women, raping them, abusing them sexually, etc., and so on. This is all stuff that they are simulating and saying that the ETs are doing through these abduction scenarios. It is 100% being done by military special operations that are this paramilitary force. And this is the deep end of the pond. Now, when I discovered this back in 1994, now this is 21 years on, I was told by someone in the intelligence community, don't talk about that, because that's what's really dangerous for you. And it's also what will discredit you, and it will also cause them to hate you the most, because you're defanging their whole war plan. The next big war is not terrorism, it's interstellar. And if you expose that it's a hoax, it takes all the steam out of their plan.
More and more in the last few years, he's been talking about a counterfeit alien disclosure that be 100% orchestrated by human beings in order to push forth an agenda. Now, of course, he's not a flat earther. He believes in the spinning globular Earth model and that there are ancient aliens out there, and he believes we need to reach out to them and, you know, shake their hand and say, hey, let's be friends, you know, and all that good stuff. But, you know, to me, I don't believe, even before I got into the flat Earth, I didn't believe in ancient aliens anyway, or aliens in other worlds. I believed in all along that we're dealing with fallen angel activity and demonic activity and things of that nature. And yet still, we have to acknowledge that we've had constant media bombardment, both in, you know, sort of mainstream news as well as in movies and pop culture and all kinds of stuff, always pushing this alien agenda, people from other worlds out there. So the thing about flat Earth that really intrigues me is it nullifies all of it. If we're in a terrarium, well, there's a creator. And so if there's a creator, then immediately evolution is demolished, and the whole notion of ancient aliens goes out the window too, because everything above us is way closer and way smaller than what we've been taught. So anyway, that's my take on the likelihood that the Copernican spinning heliocentric globular Earth model could very likely be a massively huge part, if not the central part, of the strong delusion written about in Scripture concerning the last days.
Part 1 of The Village That Voted the Earth Was Flat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. The Village That Voted the Earth Was Flat by Rudyard Kipling. Our drive till then had been quite a success. The other men in the car were my friend Woodhouse, young Olliett, a distant connection of his, and Pallant, the MP. Woodhouse's business was the treatment and cure of sick journals. He knew by instinct the precise moment in a newspaper's life when the impetus of past good management is exhausted, and it fetches up on the dead centre between slow and expensive collapse and the new start which can be given by gold injections and genius. He was wisely ignorant of journalism, but when he stooped on a carcass, there was sure to be meat. He had that week added a half-dead, halfpenny evening paper to his collection, which consisted of a prosperous London daily, one provincial ditto, and a limp-bodied weekly of commercial leanings. He had also, that very hour, planted me with a large block of the evening paper's common shares, and was explaining the whole art of editorship to Olliett, a young man 3 years from Oxford, with coir-matting coloured hair, and a face harshly modelled by harsh experiences, who, I understood, was assisting in the new venture. Pallant, the long, wrinkled MP, whose voice is more like a crane's than a peacock's, took no shares, but gave us all advice. "You'll find it rather a knacker's yard," Woodhouse was saying. "Yes, I know they call me the knacker, but it will pay inside a year. All my papers do. I've only one motto: back your luck and back your staff. It'll come out all right." Then the car stopped, and a policeman asked our names and addresses for exceeding the speed limit. We pointed out that the road ran absolutely straight for half a mile ahead, without even a side lane. "That's just what we depend on," said the policeman unpleasantly. "The usual swindle," said Woodhouse under his breath. "What's the name of this place?" "Huckley," said the policeman, Huckley, and wrote something in his notebook, at which young Olliett protested. A large red man on a grey horse, who had been watching us from the other side of the hedge, shouted an order we could not catch. The policeman laid his hand on the rim of the right driving door. Woodhouse carries his spare tyres aft, and it closed on the button of the electric horn. The grey horse at once bolted, and we could hear the rider swearing all across the landscape. "Damn it, man, you've got your silly fist on it, take it off," Woodhouse shouted. "Oh!" said the constable, looking carefully at his fingers as though we had trapped them. "That won't do you any good either." And he wrote once more in his notebook before he allowed us to go. This was Woodhouse's first brush with motor law, and since I expected no ill consequences to myself, I pointed out that it was very serious. I took the same view myself when, in due time, I found that I too was summoned on charges ranging from the use of obscene language to endangering traffic. judgment was done in a little pale yellow market town with a small Jubilee clock tower and a large corn exchange. Woodhouse drove us there in his car. Pallant, who had not been included in the summons, came with us as moral support. While we waited outside, the fat man on the grey horse rode up and entered into loud talk with his brother magistrates. He said to one of them, for I took the trouble to note it down, "It falls away from my lodge gates dead straight, 3/4 of a mile. I defy anyone to resist it. We rooked £70 out of 'em last month. No car can resist the temptation. You ought to have one your side the country, Mike. They simply can't resist it." "Whoa," said Woodhouse. "We're in for trouble. Don't you say a word, or Olliott either. I'll pay the fines, and we'll get it over as soon as possible. Where's Pallant?" "At the back of the court somewhere," said Olliott. "I saw him slip in just now." The fat man then took his seat on the bench, of which he was chairman, and I gathered from a bystander that his name was Sir Thomas Ingle, Bart, MP, of Ingle Park, Huckley. He began with an allocution pitched in a tone that would have justified revolt throughout empires. Evidence, when the crowded little court did not drown it with applause, was given in the pauses of the address. They were all very proud of their Sir Thomas, and looked from him to us, wondering why we did not applaud too. Taking its time from the chairman, the bench rollicked with us for 17 minutes. Sir Thomas explained that he was sick and tired of processions of cads of our type, who would be better employed breaking stones on the road than in frightening horses worth more than themselves or their ancestors. This was after it had been proved that Woodhouse's man had turned on the horn purposely to annoy Sir Thomas, who happened to be riding by. There were other remarks too, primitive enough, but it was the unspeakable brutality of the tone, even more than the quality of the justice or the laughter of the audience, that stung our souls out of all reason. When we were dismissed, to the tune of £23, 12 shillings and sixpence, we waited for Pallant to join us, while we listened to the next case, one of driving without a licence. Olliott, with an eye to his evening paper, had already taken very full notes of our own, but we did not wish to seem prejudiced. "It's all right," said the reporter of the local paper soothingly. "We never report Sir Thomas in extenso, only the fines and charges." "Oh, thank you," Olliott replied, and I heard him ask who everyone in court might be. The local reporter was very communicative. The new victim, a large flaxen-haired man in somewhat striking clothes, to which Sir Thomas, now thoroughly warmed, drew public attention, said that he had left his licence at home. Sir Thomas asked him if he expected the police to go to his home address at Jerusalem to find it for him, and the court roared. Nor did Sir Thomas approve of the man's name, but insisted on calling him Mr. Masquerader, and every time he did so, all his people shouted. Evidently, this was their established auto da fe. He didn't summons me, Because I'm in the house, I suppose. I think I shall have to ask a question, said Pallant, reappearing at the close of the case. I think I shall have to give it a little publicity too, said Woodhouse. We can't have this kind of thing going on, you know. His face was set and quite white. Pallant's, on the other hand, was black, and I know that my very stomach had turned with rage. Olliott was dumb. Well, let's have lunch, Woodhouse said at last. Then we can get away before the show breaks up. We drew Olliott from the arms of the local reporter, crossed the market square to the Red Lion, and found Sir Thomas's Mr. Masquerader just sitting down to beer, beef, and pickles. Ah, said he in a large voice, companions in misfortune, won't you gentlemen join me? Delighted, said Woodhouse. What did you get? I haven't decided. It might make a good turnout, but the public aren't educated up to it yet. It's beyond 'em. If it wasn't, that red dub on the bench would be worth 50 a week. Where? Said Woodhouse. The man looked at him with unaffected surprise. At any one of my places, he replied. But perhaps you live here? Good heavens! Cried young Olliott suddenly. You are Masquerier, then? I thought you were. Bat Masquerier. He let the words fall with the weight of an international ultimatum. Yes, that's all I am. But you have the advantage of me, gentlemen. For the moment, while we were introducing ourselves, I was puzzled. Then I recalled prismatic music hall posters of enormous acreage that had been the unnoticed background of my visits to London for years past. Posters of men and women, singers, jongleurs, impersonators, and audacities of every draped and undraped brand, all moved on and off in London and the provinces by Bat Masquerier, with the long wedge-tailed flourish following the final R. I knew you at once, said Pallant, the trained MP, and I promptly backed the lie. Woodhouse mumbled excuses. Bat Masquerier was not moved for or against us any more than the frontage of one of his own palaces. I always tell my people there's a limit to the size of the lettering, he said. Overdo that, and the Ratner doesn't take it in. Advertising is the most delicate of all the sciences. There's one man in the world who is going to get a little of it if I live for the next 24 hours, said Woodhouse, and explained how this would come about. Masquerier stared at him lengthily with gunmetal blue eyes. You mean it? He drawled. The voice was as magnetic as the look. I do, said Olliott. That business of the horn alone ought to have him off the bench in 3 months. Masquerier looked at him even longer than he had looked at Woodhouse. He told me, he said suddenly, that my home address was Jerusalem. You heard that? But it was the tone, Olliott cried. You noticed that too, did you? Said Masquerier. That's the artistic temperament. You can do a lot with it. And I'm Bat Masquerade, he went on. He dropped his chin in his fists and scowled straight in front of him. I made the silhouettes. I made the trefoil and the Jocunda. I made Dal Benzaguen. Here, Olliott sat straight up, for in common with the youth of that year, he worshipped Miss Vidal Benzaguen of the trefoil immensely and unreservedly. Is that a dressing gown or an ulster you're supposed to be wearing? You heard that? And I suppose you hadn't time to brush your hair either. You heard that? Now you hear me. His voice filled the copy room, then dropped to a whisper as dreadful as a surgeon's before an operation. He spoke for several minutes. Pallant muttered, "Here, here." I saw Olliott's eye flash. It was to Olliott that Masquerier addressed himself chiefly, and Woodhouse leaned forward with joined hands. "Are you with me?" he went on, gathering us all up in one sweep of the arm. "When I begin a thing, I see it through, gentlemen. What bat can't break breaks him. But I haven't struck that thing yet. This is no one turn it down show. This is business to the dead finish. Are you with me, gentlemen? Good. Now we'll pool our assets. One London morning and one provincial daily, didn't you say? One weekly commercial ditto and one MP. Not much use, I'm afraid, Pallant smirked. But privileged. But privileged, he returned. And we have also my little team. London, Blackburn, Liverpool, Leeds. I'll tell you about Manchester later. And me. Bat Masquerier. He breathed the name reverently into his tankard. Gentlemen, when our combination has finished with Sir Thomas Ingle, Bart, MP, and everything else that is his, Sodom and Gomorrah will be a winsome bit of merry England beside 'em. I must go back to town now, but I trust you gentlemen will give me the pleasure of your company at dinner tonight at the Chop Suey, the Red Amber Room, and we'll block out the scenario. He laid his hand on young Olliott's shoulder and added, "It's your brains I want." Then he left in a good deal of Astrakhan collar and nickel-plated limousine, and the place felt less crowded. We ordered our car a few minutes later. As Woodhouse, Olliott, and I were getting in, Sir Thomas Ingle, Bart, MP, came out of the Hall of Justice across the square and mounted his horse. I have sometimes thought that if he had gone in silence, he might even then have been saved. But as he settled himself in the saddle, he caught sight of us and must needs shout, "Not up yet! You'd better get away, and you'd better be careful." At that moment, Pallant, who had been buying picture postcards, came out of the inn, took Sir Thomas's eye, and very leisurely entered the car. It seemed to me that for one instant there was a shade of uneasiness on the baronet's grey-whiskered face. "I hope," said Woodhouse, after several miles, "I hope he's a widower." "Yes," said Pallant, "for his poor dear wife's sake, I hope that very much indeed. I suppose he didn't see me in court." "Oh, here's the parish history of Huckley, written by the rector, and here's your share of the picture postcards. Are we all dining with this Mr. Mascarier tonight?" "Yes," said we all. End of part 1. Part 2 of The Village That Voted the Earth Was Flat by Rudyard Kipling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. If a Woodhouse knew nothing of journalism, young Olliott, who had graduated in a hard school, knew a good deal. Our halfpenny evening paper, which we will call The Bun, to distinguish her from her prosperous morning sister, The Cake, was not only diseased but corrupt. We found this out when a man brought us the prospectus of a new oil field and demanded sub-leaders on its prosperity. Olliott talked pure Brasenose to him for 3 minutes. Otherwise, he spoke and wrote trade English, a toothsome amalgam of Americanisms and epigrams. But though the slang changes, the game never alters, and Olliott and I, and in the end some others, enjoyed it immensely. It was weeks ere we could see the wood for the trees, but so soon as the staff realized that they had proprietors who backed them right or wrong, and especially when they were wrong, which is the sole secret of journalism, and that their fate did not hang on any passing owner's passing mood, they did miracles. But we did not neglect Huckley. As Olliott said, our first care was to create an arresting atmosphere around it. He used to visit the village of weekends on a motor bicycle with a sidecar, for which reason I left the actual place alone and dealt with it in the abstract. Yet it was I who drew first blood. 2 inhabitants of Huckley wrote to contradict a small, quite solid paragraph in the Bun that a hoopoe had been seen at Huckley and had, of course, been shot by the local sportsman. There was some heat in their letters, both of which we published. Our version of how the hoopoe got his crest from King Solomon was, I grieve to say, so inaccurate that the rector himself, no sportsman, as he pointed out, but a lover of accuracy, wrote to us to correct it. We gave his letter good space and thanked him. "This priest is going to be useful," said Olliott. "He has the impartial mind. I shall vitalize him." Forthwith he created M.L. Sigden, a recluse of refined tastes, who in the Bun demanded to know whether this Huckley of the hoopoe was the Hugley of his boyhood, and whether by any chance the fell change of name had been wrought by collusion between a local magnate and the railway, in the mistaken interests of spurious refinement, for I knew it and loved it with the maidens of my day, ehu ab angulo, as Hugley, wrote M.L. Sigden from Oxford. Though other papers scoffed, The Bun was gravely sympathetic. Several people wrote to deny that Huckley had been changed at birth. Only the rector, no philosopher, as he pointed out, but a lover of accuracy, had his doubts, which he laid publicly before Mr. M. L. Sigden, who suggested, through the Bun, that the little place might have begun life in Anglo-Saxon days as Hogsley, or among the Normans as Argyle, on account of its much clay. The rector had his own ideas too. He said it was mostly gravel. And M. L. Sigden had a fund of reminiscences, oddly enough, which is seldom the case with free reading matter. Our subscribers rather relished the correspondence, and contemporaries quoted freely. "The secret of power," said Olliett, "is not the big stick, it's the liftable stick." This means the arresting quotation of 6 or 7 lines. "Did you see the Spec had a middle on rural tenacities last week? That was all Huckley. I'm doing a Mobiquity on Huckley next week." Our Mobiquities were Friday evening accounts of easy motorbike cum sidecar trips round London, illustrated. We could never get that machine to work properly, by smudgy maps. Olliett wrote the stuff with a fervour and a delicacy which I always ascribe to the sidecar. His account of Epping Forest, for instance, was simply young love with its soul at its lips. But his Huckley Mobiquity would have sickened a soap boiler. It chemically combined loathsome familiarity, leering suggestion, slimy piety, and rancid social service in one fuming compost that fairly lifted me off my feet. "Yes," said he, after compliments, "it's the most vital, arresting, and dynamic bit of tump I've done up to date. Non nobis gloria. I met Sir Thomas Ingle in his own park. He talked to me again. He inspired most of it." "Which? The glutinous native drawl, or the neglected adenoids of the village children?" I demanded. "Oh no, that's only to bring in the panel, Doctor. It's the last flight I'm proudest of." This dealt with the crepuscular penumbra spreading her dim limbs over the boskage, with jolly rabbits, with a herd of gravid, polled Angus, and with the arresting, gypsy-like face of their swart, scholarly owner, as well known at the Royal Agricultural Shows as that of our late King Emperor. "Swart is good, and so's gravid," said I, "but the panel doctor will be annoyed about the adenoids." "Not half as much as Sir Thomas will about his faith," said Olliett, "and if you only knew what I've left out." He was right. The panel doctor spent his weekend, this is the advantage of Friday articles, in overwhelming us with a professional counterblast of no interest whatever to our subscribers. We told him so, and he then and there battered his way with it into the Lancet, where they are keen on glands, and forgot us altogether. But Sir Thomas Ingle was of sterner stuff. He must have spent a happy weekend too. The letter which we received from him on Monday proved him to be a kinless loon of upright life, for no woman, however remotely interested in a man, would have let it pass the home waste-paper basket. He objected to our references to his own herd, to his own labours in his own village, which he said was a model village, and to our infernal insolence, but he objected most to our invoice of his features. We wrote him courteously to ask whether the letter was meant for publication. He, remembering, I presume, the Duke of Wellington, wrote back, "Publish and be damned." "Oh, this is too easy," Olliott said, as he began heading the letter. "Stop a minute," I said. "The game is getting a little beyond us. Tonight's the bat dinner." I may have forgotten to tell you that our dinner with Bat Mascarier in the red amber room of the Chop Suey had come to be a weekly affair. Hold it over till they've all seen it. "Perhaps you're right," he said. "You might waste it." At dinner then, Sir Thomas's letter was handed round. Bat seemed to be thinking of other matters, but Pallant was very interested. "I've got an idea," he said presently. "Could you put something into the Bun tomorrow about foot and mouth disease in that fellow's herd?" "Oh, plague if you like," Olliott replied. "They're only 5 measly shorthorns. I saw one lying down in the park. She'll serve as a substratum of fact. Then do that, and hold the letter over meanwhile. I think I come in here," said Pallant. "Why?" said I. "Because there's something coming up in the house about foot and mouth, and because he wrote me a letter after that little affair when he fined you. Took 10 days to think it over." "Here you are," said Pallant. "House of Commons paper, you see." We read, "Dear Pallant, although in the past our paths have not lain much together, I am sure you will agree with me that on the floor of the House all members are on a footing of equality. I make bold, therefore, to approach you in a matter which I think capable of a very different interpretation from that which perhaps was put upon it by your friends. Will you let them know that that was the case, and that I was in no way swayed by animus in the exercise of my magisterial duties, which, as you, as a brother magistrate, can imagine, are frequently very distasteful to yours very sincerely, T. Ingle. P.S. I have seen to it that the motor vigilance to which your friends took exception has been considerably relaxed in my district." "What did you answer?" said Olliott, when all our opinions had been expressed. "I told him I couldn't do anything in the matter, and I couldn't then. But you'll remember to put in that foot and mouth paragraph. I want something to work upon." "It seems to me the Bun has done all the work up to date," I suggested. "When does the cake come in?" "The cake," said Woodhouse, and I remembered afterwards that he spoke like a cabinet minister on the eve of a budget, reserves to itself the fullest right to deal with situations as they arise. Yeah. Bat Mascarier shook himself out of his thoughts. Situations as they arise. I ain't idle either, but there's no use fishing till the swim's baited. You, he turned to Olliott, manufacture very good ground bait. I always tell my people. What the deuce is that? There was a burst of song from another private dining room across the landing. It is some ladies from the Trefoil, the waiter began. Oh, I know that. What are they singing, though? He rose and went out, to be greeted by shouts of applause from that merry company. Then there was silence, such as one hears in the form-room after a master's entry. Then a voice that we loved began again. Here we go gathering nuts in May, nuts in May, nuts in May. It's only Dow and some nuts, he explained when he returned. She says she's coming in to dessert. He sat down, humming the old tune to himself, until Miss Vidal Benzaguen entered. He held us speechless with tales of the artistic temperament. We obeyed Pallant to the extent of slipping into the bun a wary paragraph about cows lying down and dripping at the mouth, which might be read either as an unkind libel or, in the hands of a capable lawyer, as a piece of faithful nature study. And besides, said Olliett, we allude to gravid polled Angus. I am advised that no action can lie in respect of virgin shorthorns. Pallant wants us to come to the house tonight. He's got us places for the strangers' gallery. I'm beginning to like Pallant. Masquerier seems to like you, I said. Yes, but I'm afraid of him, Olliett answered with perfect sincerity. I am. He's the absolutely amoral soul. I've never met one yet. We went to the house together. It happened to be an Irish afternoon, and as soon as I'd got the cries and the faces a little sorted out, I gathered there were grievances in the air, but how many of them was beyond me. It's all right, said Olliett of the trained ear. They've shut their ports against, oh yes, export of Irish cattle. Foot-and-mouth disease at Ballyhellion. I see Pallant's idea. The house was certainly all mouth for the moment, but, as I could feel, quite in earnest. A minister with a piece of typewritten paper seemed to be fending off volleys of insults. He reminded me somehow of a nervous huntsman breaking up a fox in the face of rabid hounds. It's question time. They're asking questions, said Olliett. Look, Pallant's up. There was no mistaking it. His voice, which his enemies said was his one parliamentary asset, silenced the hubbub, as toothache silences mere singing in the ears. He said, arising out of that, may I ask if any special consideration has recently been shown in regard to any suspected outbreak of this disease on this side of the Channel? He raised his hand. It held a noon edition of The Bun. We had thought it best to drop the paragraph out of the later ones. He would have continued, but something in a grey frock-coat roared and bounded on a bench opposite and waved another bun. It was Sir Thomas Ingle. As the owner of the herd, so dastardly implicated, his voice was drowned in shouts of order. The Irish leading. What's wrong? I asked Olliett. He's got his hat on his head, hasn't he? Yes, but his wrath should have been put as a question. Arising out of that, Mr. Speaker, sir, Sir Thomas bellowed through a lull, are you aware that that all this is a conspiracy, part of a dastardly conspiracy to make Huxley ridiculous, to make us ridiculous, part of a deeply plot to make me ridiculous, Mr. Speaker, sir. The man's face showed almost black against his white whiskers, and he struck out swimmingly with his arms. His vehemence puzzled and held the House for an instant, and the Speaker took advantage of it to lift his pack from Ireland to a new scent. He addressed Sir Thomas Ingle in tones of measured rebuke, meant also, I imagine, for the whole House, which lowered its hackles at the word. Then Pallant, shocked and pained. I can only express my profound surprise that in response to my simple question, the honourable member should have thought fit to indulge in a personal attack. If I have in any way offended, again the Speaker intervened, for it appeared that he regulated these matters. He, too, expressed surprise, and Sir Thomas sat back in a hush of reprobation that seemed to have the chill of the centuries behind it. The Empire's work was resumed. Beautiful, said I, and I felt hot and cold up my back. And now we'll publish his letter, said Olliott. We did, on the heels of his carefully reported outburst. We made no comment. With that rare instinct for grasping the heart of a situation which is the mark of the Anglo-Saxon, all our contemporaries, and I should say 2/3 of our correspondents, demanded how such a person could be made more ridiculous than he had already proved himself to be. But beyond spelling his name Ingle, we alone refused to hit a man when he was down. There's no need, said Olliott. The whole press is on the buckle from end to end. Even Woodhouse was a little astonished at the ease with which it had come about, and said as much. Oh, rot, said Olliott. We haven't really begun. Huxley isn't news yet. What do you mean? Said Woodhouse, who had grown to have great respect for his young, but by no means distant connection. Mean? By the grace of God, Master Ridley, I mean to have it so that when Huxley turns over in its sleep, Reuters and the Press Association jump out of bed to cable. Then he went off at score about certain restorations in Huxley Church, which, he said, and he seemed to spend his every weekend there, had been perpetrated by the rector's predecessor, who had abolished a leper window, or a squinch hole, whatever these may be, to institute a lavatory in the vestry. It did not strike me as stuff for which Reuters or the Press Association would lose much sleep, and I left him declaiming to Woodhouse about a 14th century font which, he said, he had unearthed in the sexton's tool-shed. My methods were more on the lines of peaceful penetration. An odd copy in the Bunn's Rag and Bone library of Hone's Everyday Book had revealed to me the existence of a village dance, founded, like all village dances, on druidical mysteries connected with the solar solstice, which is always unchallengeable, and Midsummer Morning, which is dewy and refreshing to the London eye. For this I take no credit, Hone being a mine anyone can work, but that I rechristened that dance, after I had revised it, the Gubby, is my title to immortal fame. It was still to be witnessed, I wrote, in all its poignant purity at Huxley, that last home of significant medieval survivals, and I fell so in love with my creation that I kept it back for days, enamelling and burnishing. "You'd better put it in," said Olliott at last. "It's time we asserted ourselves again. The other fellows are beginning to poach. You saw that thing in the Pinnacle about Sir Thomas's model village. He must have got one of their chaps down to do it." "Nothing like the wounds of a friend," I said. "That account of the non-alcoholic pub alone was—" I liked the bit best about the white-tiled laundry and the fallen virgins who washed Sir Thomas's dress shirts. Our side couldn't come within a mile of that, you know. We haven't the proper flair for sexual slobber. "That's what I'm always saying," I retorted. "Leave 'em alone. The other fellows are doing our work for us now. Besides, I want to touch up my gubby dance a little more. No, you'll spoil it. Let's shove it in today. For one thing, it's literature. I don't go in for compliments, as you know, but etc., etc." I had a healthy suspicion of young Olliott in every aspect, but though I knew that I should have to pay for it, I fell to his flattery, and my priceless article on the gubby dance appeared. Next Saturday he asked me to bring out the bun in his absence, which I naturally assumed would be connected with the little maroon sidecar. I was wrong. End of part 2. Part 3 of The Village That Voted the Earth Was Flat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. On the following Monday, I glanced at the cake at breakfast time to make sure, as usual, of her inferiority to my beloved but unremunerative bun. I opened on a heading, "The Village That Voted the Earth Was Flat." I read that the Geoplanarian Society, a society devoted to the proposition that the Earth is flat, had held its annual banquet and exercises at Huckley on Saturday, when, after convincing addresses, amid scenes of the greatest enthusiasm, Huckley Village had decided by an unanimous vote of 438 that the earth was flat. I do not remember that I breathed again till I had finished the 2 columns of description that followed. Only one man could have written them. They were flawless, crisp, nervous, austere yet human, poignant, vital, arresting, most distinctly arresting, dynamic enough to shift a city, and quotable by whole sticks at a time. And there was a leader, a grave and poised leader, which tore me in two with mirth, until I remembered that I had been left out, infamously and unjustifiably dropped. I went to Olliott's rooms. He was breakfasting, and, to do him justice, looked conscience-stricken. "It wasn't my fault," he began. "It was Bat Masquerier. I swear I would have asked you to come if—" "Never mind that," I said. "It's the best bit of work you've ever done or will do. Did any of it happen?" "Oh, happen? Heavens! Do you think even I could have invented it?" "Is it exclusive to the cake?" I cried. "It cost Bat Masquerier 2,000, Olliott replied. "Do you think he'd let anyone else in on that? But I give you my sacred word, I knew nothing about it till he asked me to come down and cover it. He had Huckley posted in 3 colours, the Geoplanarians' annual banquet and exercises. Yes, he invented Geoplanarians. He wanted Huxley to think it meant aeroplanes. Yes, I know that there is a real society that thinks the world's flat. They ought to be grateful for the lift. But Bat made his own. He did. He created the whole show, I tell you. He swept out half his halls for the job. Think of that. On a Saturday, we went down in motor charabancs. 3 of them. 1 pink, 1 primrose, and 1 forget-me-not blue. 20 people in each one. And the earth is flat on each side and across the back. I went with Teddy Ricketts and Lafome from the Trefoil, and both the Silhouette Sisters, and, wait a minute, the Crossley Trio. You know, the Everyday Dramas Trio at the Jocunda. Ada Crossley, Bunt Crossley, and Little Victorine. Them. And there was Hoke Ramsden, the lightning change chap, in Morgiana and Drexel, and there was Billy Tapine, yes, you know him, the North London star. I'm the referee that got himself disliked at Blackheath, that chap. And there was Mackay, that one-eyed Scotch fellow that all Glasgow is crazy about. Talk of subordinating yourself for art's sake. Mackay was the earnest inquirer who got converted at the end of the meeting, and there was quite a lot of girls I didn't know, and oh yes, there was Dal Benzaguen herself. We sat together, going and coming. She's all the darling there ever was. She sent you her love, and she told me to tell you that she won't forget about Nellie Farron. She says you've given her an ideal to work for. She was the lady secretary to the Geoplanarians, of course. I forget who were in the other breaks. Provincial stars mostly, but they played up gorgeously. The art of the music halls changed since your day. They didn't overdo it a bit. You see, people who believe the earth is flat don't dress quite like other people. You may have noticed that I hinted at that in my account. It's a rather flat-fronted Ionic style, neo-Victorian except for the bustles, Dal told me, but Dal looked heavenly in it. So did little Victorine. And there was a girl in the blue break. She's a provincial, but she's coming to town this winter, and she'll knock 'em. Winnie Deans, remember that? She told Huxley how she had suffered for the cause as a governess in a rich family, where they believed that the world is round, and how she threw up her job sooner than teach immoral geography. That was at the overflow meeting outside the Baptist chapel. She knocked 'em to sawdust. We must look out for Winnie. But Lafone was beyond everything. Impact, personality, conviction, the whole bag of tricks. He sweated conviction. Gad, he convinced me while he was speaking. He was president of the Geoplanarians, of course. Haven't you read my account? It is an infernally plausible theory. After all, no one has actually proved the earth is round, have they? Never mind the earth. What about Huxley? Oh, Huxley got tight. That's the worst of these model villages if you let 'em smell firewater. There's one alcoholic pub in the place that Sir Thomas can't get rid of. Bat made it his base. He sent down the banquet in 2 motor lorries, dinner for 500, and drinks for 10,000. Huxley voted all right. Don't you make any mistake about that. No vote, no dinner. A unanimous vote, exactly as I've said. At least the rector and the doctor were the only dissentients. We didn't count them. Oh, yes, Sir Thomas was there. He came and grinned at us through his park gates. He'll grin worse today. There's an aniline dye that you rubbed through a stencil plate that eats about a foot into any stone and wears good to the last. Bat had both the lodge gates stenciled. The earth is flat. And all the barns and walls they could get at. Oh, Lord! But Huckley was drunk. We had to fill 'em up to make 'em forgive us for not being aeroplanes. Unthankful yokels. Do you realize that emperors couldn't have commanded the talent Bat decanted on 'em? Why, Dal alone was. And by 8 o'clock, not even a bit of paper left. The whole show packed up and gone. And Huckley hooraying for the earth being flat. Very good, I began. I am, as you know, a 1/3 proprietor of the Bun. I didn't forget that, Olliott interrupted. That was uppermost in my mind all the time. I got a special account for the Bun today. It's an idyll. And just to show how I thought of you, I told Dal coming home about your gubby dance, and she told Winnie. Winnie came back in our charabanc. After a bit, we had to get out and dance it in a field. It's quite a dance the way we did it. And Lafone invented a sort of guerrilla lockstep procession at the end. Bat had sent down a film chap on the chance of getting something. He was the son of a clergyman, a most dynamic personality. He said there isn't anything for the cinema in meetings qua meetings. They lack action. Films are a branch of art by themselves, but he went wild over the gubby. He said it was like Peter's vision at Joppa. He took about 1,000,000 feet of it. Then I photoed it exclusive for the Bun. I've sent him in already. Only remember, we must eliminate Winnie's left leg in the first figure. It's too arresting. And there you are. But I tell you, I'm afraid of Bat. That man's the personal devil. He did it all. He didn't even come down himself. He said he'd distract his people. Why didn't he ask me to come? I persisted. Because he said you'd distract me. He said he wanted my brains on ice. He got 'em. I believe it's the best thing I've ever done. He reached for the cake and reread it luxuriously. Yes, out and away the best. Supremely quotable, he concluded, and after another survey, by God, what a genius I was yesterday. I would have been angry, but I had not the time. That morning, press agencies grovelled to me in the Bun office for leave to use certain photos which they understood I controlled of a certain village dance. When I had sent the 5th man away on the edge of tears, my self-respect came back a little. Then there was the Bun's poster to get out. Art being elimination, I fined it down to 2 words, one too many, as it proved. The Gubby, in red, at which our manager protested, but by 5 o'clock he told me that I was the Napoleon of Fleet Street. Olliott's account in the Bun of the Geoplanarians' exercises and love feast lacked the supreme shock of his version in the cake, but it bruised more, while the photos of the Gubby, which, with Winnie's left leg, was why I had set the doubtful press to work so early, were beyond praise and next day beyond price. But even then I did not understand. A week later, I think it was Bat Mascarier, telephoned to me to come to the Trefoil. It's your turn now, he said. I'm not asking Olliott. Come to the stage box. I went, and as Bat's guest, was received as royalty is not. We sat well back and looked out on the packed thousands. It was Morgiana and Drexel, that fluid and electric review which Bat, though he gave Lafone the credit, really created. Yes, said Bat dreamily, after Morgiana had given the nasty jar to the 40 thieves in their 40 oil combinations. As you say, I've got 'em, and I can hold 'em. What a man does doesn't matter much, and how he does it don't matter either. It's the when, the psychological moment. Press can't make up for it, money can't, brains can't. A lot's luck, but all the rest is genius. I'm not speaking about my people now. I'm talking of myself. Then, Dal. She was the only one who dared. Knocked at the door, and stood behind us all alive and panting as Morgiana. Lafone was carrying the police court scene, and the house was ripped up crossways with laughter. "Ah, tell a fellow now," she asked me for the 20th time, "did you love Nellie Farron when you were young?" "Did we love her?" I answered. "If the earth and the sky and the sea, there were 3 million of us, Dal, and we worshipped her." "How did she get it across?" Dal went on. "She was Nellie. The houses used to coo over her when she came on." "I've had a good deal, but I've never been cooed over yet," said Dal wistfully. "It isn't the how, it's the when," Bat repeated. "Ah!" He leaned forward as the house began to rock and peal full-throatedly. Dal fled. A sinuous and silent procession was filing into the police court to a scarcely audible accompaniment. It was dressed, but the world and all its picture palaces know how it was dressed. It danced, and it danced, and it danced, the dance which bit all humanity in the leg for half a year, and it wound up with the lockstep finale that mowed the house down in swathes, sobbing and aching. Somebody in the gallery moaned, "Oh, God, the Guppy!" And we heard the word run like a shudder, for they had not a full breath left among them. Then Dal came on, an electric star in her dark hair, the diamonds flashing in her 3-inch heels, a vision that made no sign for 30 counted seconds, while the police court scene dissolved behind her into Morgiana's manicure palace, and they recovered themselves. The star on her forehead went out, and a soft light bathed her as she took slowly, slowly to the croon of adoring strings, the 18 paces forward. We saw her first as a queen alone, next as a queen for the first time conscious of her subjects, and at the end, when her heart fluttered, as a woman delighted, awed not a little, but transfigured and illuminated with sheer compelling affection and goodwill. I caught the broken mutter of welcome, the coo, which is more than tornadoes of applause. It died and rose and died again, lovingly. "She's got it across," Bat whispered. "I've never seen her like this. I told her to light up the star, but I was wrong and she knew it. She's an artist." "Dal, you darling," someone spoke, not loudly, but it carried through the house. "Thank you," Dal answered, and in that broken tone one heard the last fetter riveted. "Thank you."
And now, this is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Don't start doing impressions like that, man. I wondered what the hell was going on. Like, who's that dude? What's wrong with him?
No ideas. Something about an audiobook that Adam Unsalted played, but yeah, it's just it's just an audio. What's up, everybody? What's going on? Flat Earth, what's going on, people? Everybody out there listening. Jedi, how you doing?
What's up?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Mate, I'm good, man. Oh, who was that? Hi, Rion. How are you, mate?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, really well. Superfly. How's Miggy today?
Yeah, doing well, man. With a little run-in we had yesterday with Deck, but he was a busted balloon for me, so I really didn't have a dog in the fight with that guy. I already had my turn with him, so I was pretty content. He's just basically a chew toy at this moment.
Pretty much, mate. That's how I come to see him after a while. He was around for about 3 hours before I finally decided to give in. But yeah. You know what it's like. Chew toy, everybody wants to have a bite.
So how's everybody doing? We got Flat Lloyd right in here. Yeah, Rion's in here. You're on the fence, buddy? Like, what's the... You been looking at stuff or what?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know why everyone keeps asking me that, but no, I'm convinced it's flat based on my observation and calculation.
Who's giving you the on the fence roll? Let me take that away.
Yeah, I think I've answered like 4 times. But
weird. All right. I gave you the flat Earth roll.
Appreciate it.
Last night we kind of went into an early speculation hour or something, and there were some things being said that I know were just straight up bullshit, but I didn't unmute and get involved. I didn't want to stir the pot any more than it was, but some of the things I was hearing, I just could not believe.
By whom?
I'm not
Anybody
sure.
would know?
Not sure exactly. I was listening and I was researching something else, so I didn't really see whom it was. Because I had the ear listening to the convo going on, and I know Kim was in the room, but she wasn't the one saying dumb things. They were trying to imply certain things weren't happening that definitely are. It's like one of those everything's a lie kind of persons that was in the room. Like, come on, man.
Oh, yeah.
Saying things maybe they know, but come on.
I think I know who you're talking about. I popped in last night and there was somebody that sounds just like what you said.
Certain people aren't dead, and come on, man. Really? We're going there? Certain things didn't happen and aren't happening. Come on.
If anybody was going around saying Elvis wasn't dead, I know who that is. Shout out to Smith.
Well, we know Elvis isn't dead. It was other people. No, but anyways. It was all not Flat Earth related, and I know somebody did claim this is an early speculation hour, but anyways, just odd.
Yeah, Deck had a issue with reality, so that was his whole shtick.
Deck had an issue with reality and telling the truth. Because he changed his answer from the first time you spoke to him.
Sorry, I'm chewing on something, Jedi.
No, you're fine. You eat your breakfast, buddy. That's fine. I was just saying, yeah, I completely agree with you. He has a problem with reality. Though he was, when asked, 100% sure that he was sitting on Discord. And then when he was asked about the spinning ball, he was more sure that the Earth was a spinning ball. And then he went back to his bollocks about not knowing anything about anything. So yeah, he was interesting for sure. But it whiled away a few hours, gave us something to do.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, buddy, how you doing? You good?
Doing good, just getting some breakfast tacos. But yeah, I wanted to chime in about Deck too. it got me thinking when he couldn't see his own fallacy, you know, begging the question fallacy, and then he would just say it again as if like that was just going to fix everything. But it definitely was a good laugh over here.
I caught him 3 times in a row, begging the question literally one time after the other. When it was pointed out that he was begging the question, he then tried to formalise what he was saying. But yeah, he had a problem when he kept saying, if the Earth was a ball, or we know the Earth is a ball, as the Earth is a ball. It's like, you just keep begging that question, mate. Go on.
Exactly.
He was using refraction as to explain refraction. And we're like, yeah, so what? Well, if the model explains both flat and curved, why can't I use it? Because you're begging the question. That's why. Can't use it. Unless your premise is that it's globe. Is that what you're saying? No, I'm just talking about refraction. What the hell for are you talking about refraction? Just to talk about? I hate when they do that. Why are you mentioning the sextant? I don't know. I just want to mention the sextant because I want to talk about it. This isn't like the sextant forum. This is a place to talk about the Earth and what people think it is, and how they use it practically, navigate practically, and the tools that they use to navigate practically. So if you're just going to talk about a sextant just for the sake of talking about a sextant, this isn't the forum. It's the forum to talk about a sextant used on the Earth practically as is observed on a flat and stationary plane. That's why are we going to talk about refraction just for the sake of refraction? Like, why?
Usually, they want to tell us the reasons why we can't see curvature. It's like the reasons that they come in and tell us why we can't, feel any motion. They come in with stories. Well, they come in to try and prove the Earth is a ball that is spinning, and then tell us that we can't see the Earth that's a ball that is spinning, because they want to talk about refraction and shit. So still not seeing the curvature of the Earth then. Thanks.
Made this amazing carnivore pizza, Chris. Oh, both of you are Chris. Never mind. Flat Lloyd, right?
Oh, nice. How do you make a carnivore pizza?
Use canned chicken and Parmesan and 3 eggs as the base.
Nice.
For the crust. And it smooths out like dough. And put a little Italian seasoning on it. And you just really can't taste it. It tastes just like a regular pizza. Put a little bit of that marinara on it.
Mm.
The Rayos. I don't know if you got the brand over there in Texas.
I think we do. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good.
I'm gonna have to try that.
Yeah, dude, such a good recipe. I put it in
get my wife involved into it as well. She loves it.
I put it in my air fryer. So good.
Serendipity. I'm eating pizza from
Are you
Joe's
really?
Pizza in Ottawa, located at Maryville near Clyde. It's amazing. Meat lovers add onions.
That's what I'm eating too. But I made it. I meat lovers with I love the way the taste is. Especially when you air fry it, the roasted onions. It's it's amazing. But anyways, Flat Lloyd, right? It's been an amazing journny, and every day I've been talking to people about it, man, because it's all a part of the mind, body, and soul conversation they usually have in the morning. And it's getting right with our health, and so this is
I wake up ready to go.
Have you you've already are you full on ketovore?
No,
carnivore?
I mean I still have my tortillas, but that's about it.
You got to wean off those things, man, and once you do, it's going to be But you can feel the progression, though. I would say if you're already starting.
Yeah, I mean, I switched to corn, but it's like, man, I need my tortilla. But that's just, it's a San Antonio thing. Everything comes with a tortilla or two.
Yeah, I know that. Boy, do I know that.
Especially like once, man, I mean, because I was eating sandwiches every day. And, with lettuce, tomato, all of it. And I would just feel so groggy afterwards. But, weeks in, like, man, you have another piece of bread, you're like, what am I eating? Like, is this goo? What is this sugary substance? And it's even kind of changed my taste buds a little bit and kind of, experience some new things, at least meat wise. It's been great. But I mean, that's coming from somebody who's tried the veganism, tried the pescatarian, tried so many diets in my life. And I know a lot of people kind of choose carnivore to not only be healthy, but to kind of lose weight. And for myself, it was more actually, I need to gain weight. I've always had a super high metabolism. So, I'm always walking, running, doing lots of stuff. So I lose weight a lot. And this has actually been able to get me to like gain weight again and in a nice regular manner too. So, I have good hopes, but it definitely seems like a long run thing when it comes to diet for just about anybody.
Yep. Yeah, Wave Mixer. My blood glucose in the morning is fantastic, dude. I was a 91 this morning. And I'm predisposed, both sides, mother and father.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. But I want to nip it in the bud early and just stick on this because it's just the food is fantastic and the feeling is even better. The mental clarity, like everything, bro. No, predisposed to it. I'm not at all. Not even pre. Well, at least not now. But I've been on the ketovore journey. Well, I started off carnivore and I went ketovore. I'm starting to incorporate a little bit more diversity in what I eat, but I'm sticking to less than 100 carbs a day. And so long as I'm doing that,
that's the way to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. The health is. Oh my god, bro! Are you just? Did you just get diagnosed, or is that like already? Yeah, but I mean, did you just get diagnosed with that, or you been a diabetic for a while? Have you? Because who is it? What's his face is type 1, man. Jemsey's type 1, and he goes. Yeah, he goes like full on. So, yeah, but we've been talking about it, the health part about it a lot in the mornings usually, Wave. But it's oh yeah. Of course. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm telling you, man. Like, there's certain trigger things in like everybody's different, right? What triggers their glucose to spike like that? But yeah, for some people, you could just have like that many chips and boom, like you spike the shit out of it. But I've found that once you get into this routine of eating, then you can enjoy the food without having to feel like it's just meat only kind of thing. So that's why I try to incorporate as many different things. It's kind of I'm my own guinea pig, so I can test out what works, what spikes the glucose, what doesn't, like where I'm at. But it's a wonderful thing, man. Once you go this type of diet, for me anyway, my personal journey. But
Well, that was another thing too, Miggy, is like, you know, the amount of information out there wasn't very abundant either. I had to dive, you know, and kind of see the testimonies about it, and I didn't realize it kind of went back pretty far. It has a history of, you know, I mean, like they say, even like Genghis Khan, his armies would only eat meat and things like that. I started picking up on stories on that and stuff, and you know, it started making a lot of sense why they're trying to get rid of the quality of meat. I would say these days.
Yep.
They're pushing this plant-based meat, which is very questionable. You know, anybody looking into that, you know, I'm sure will find its shortcomings, but it's starting to make a lot of sense.
To me, it's like flat Earth. The way that the truth has been covered up and then pasted over by like special interest groups that want to keep it from us. And who was it? I think it was Dr. Ken Berry that I saw a video on, that he was like, these groups are suppressing the truth. They're coming from the Tufts, TUFT, Tufts School of Diet. You know, like they're like this committee that has been put together to tell you what is good and what is not, and they put on the top of their list like breakfast cereal. I couldn't believe it, man. Shredded wheat is at the like highest rankings of food to eat consume in the morning.
Somebody's
Shredded wheat, dude. Sorry, man. Go ahead.
Somebody's got to do a red pill commercial where, like, a couple go into a restaurant and sit down and order, and the guy orders like a steak medium rare. She orders something like, who knows, lobster or whatever. When the plates come, the waiter puts a plate down and there's a piece of sod on the guy's plate instead of an actual steak. You know, here's your plant-based steak, sir. Enjoy.
But see, they're pushing this on us, man. They're changing the regulations for what people eat. So slowly, it's going to start to weed out the idea that eating the way we've been talking about, like with the animal products, that way is the wrong way, and eating a more what is it, like a food based with like what's been processed kind of a way, like that's going to be the way forward.
Pork flavor. They put the flavoring in it. Ugh.
But it's funny though, why do they demonize it so much? If it's something that somebody can choose, like you can choose one way or the other, like whatever you want to eat, right? Why would they demonize something? That to me is like, the thing that you should look at is how the health benefits are from the specific product. Like, is it able to, like the seed oils, right? Let's say, for example, they're known to have all these carcinogens in them. But people know this. It's like public information. You can go look it up. They have carcinogens inside of their, the way they process the oils.
Right, but then they fight tooth and nail to get it to say healthy heart on the damn package. You know, like the money that they put in. I mean, honestly, the lobbying, even in fact, I mean, a lot of people don't understand that the food companies were bought out by other companies. Some notably, like Kraft, was bought by R.C. Reynolds, which is a tobacco company. And like, you know, people are like, oh, well, they're just trying to make more money. And it's like, no, you don't get it. There's this an addiction involvement, right? They want you to consume more, you know, and if the goal is in fact to keep you unhealthy, right, so that it puts money in the pharmaceutical bank, then why wouldn't they do this? I mean, this decision actually makes a lot of sense for that agenda, you know. But it's crazy the amount of money. McDonald's is the worst. Like, to get you to not eat vegetables, like it's pretty amazing that the amount of money they put into advertising is incredible. But yeah, I definitely think it relates back to flat Earth and what's sort of being given as truth. Because that's kind of one thing I've noticed too. Is they're not saying that it is the truth, but they're saying this is a good, healthy idea, or this is what you should be doing. Here's a wonderful food pyramid, right? Because you guys all love pyramids. You got to eat the most bread that you can at the bottom.
Yeah, they say that grains are good for you and stuff, and it really like tears up the lining of your stomach and all the grains. And people don't know this because it's almost like we came into this world just like taking it as is, and we take information that like and stuff like for granted. And when somebody starts talking about like maybe if this is good or bad, whatever it is, like we don't. Yeah, that's sure. But I grew up thinking, knowing eating a good bowl of shredded wheat in the morning and like cooking with seed oils, that's okay. It doesn't kill you. If you eat if you eat some Church's chicken or some KFC, you're not gonna die. Well, of course not right away. But what it does is that stuff over time, just like everything else, it starts to deteriorate your health like fast. Like there's certain things that you start having problems with. So all the processed stuff that you're ingesting, you're just like delaying the inevitable of you having like certain, and people wondering why like all these crazy diseases are coming out of the woodwork. And a long time ago, like I would say, what is it, about 100 years? Like when the Industrial Revolution came along, like we didn't used to have all those things. Like people were eating like the whole animal and the plant-based like mixed in together, like mainly animal, but they throw some plant-based stuff in there too, right? But everything was done the right way because you didn't have convenience as a thing, right? So like with beans, people would wash them, they would soak them, they would cook them. Like there was a process. Rice was being done the same. Have you ever washed rice? Like you have to wash it a couple of times, then it goes through like a cleansing process, and people don't do that today. You got minute rice, just throw shit in the pot with water and you're good to go. You know how bad that is for you? Like there's the information behind all of this stuff, like it's not readily given to us. Like, and so we are just, for convenience sake, we want everything in a quick, fast, in a hurry. And like our health is deteriorating and we don't know why. And type 2 diabetes is a part of the problem, because it's like we grow up in the processed foods generation. Like you and me, Flat, like everybody in their 40s right now. Like we were right smack dab in the launch of the greatest campaign against our health, and we're caught in the middle. Like our parents didn't know this because it looks like everything that's being bought and paid for is good for us, right? Like the seed oils, it's like you said on the package, it says heart healthy or whatever. Oh, this must be good for my heart. And so you just buy it and you throw it in your cart. Like parents didn't know that stuff, and they were feeding you soy, as you were a kid, like with all the stuff that tastes like meat but is not meat, kind of stuff. Like even the cafeterias used to push that stuff back in the.
Oh yeah, mystery meat, sloppy joes,
sloppy joes, baby. But we all the misinformation that's out there about our health. I think the only thing that keeps us from going that route is each other, and the same for flat Earth. This is like I feel like this information has been the same thing, like the secret to understanding the right way to live. And I say always, for me, the proof is in the pudding, right? We could talk about like different ways of looking at health and what to eat and what not to eat, but why are people that are old still around? And ask them what their diet was and how they ate, and you'll see why it's vastly different from like how you're eating today. Because today you have all the fast food for convenience, right? Because you're coming off of work, you're super tired. You don't want to have to go in there in the kitchen and prepare a long meal, so you just go real quick to Taco Bell and just fill up on whatever they got, and then go home and eat and then sleep. And then all that stuff you're ingesting is like it's gonna do you wrong. So, and just like every fast food, right? Because fast foods are cooked in seed oils, so they're all dipped in carcinogens, and you're just ingesting that daily.
I was thinking
And
even
so-
take it a step further, the invention of the refrigerator. So like they used to have meat markets and the whole city would get involved, right? They would have the slaughters, it would smell for a day. But then you'd have these meat markets where everybody ate fresh, and it was I kind of like to say whenever there's a community involved, there's kind of a spiritual component involved, like where people are sort of thankful for the nutrients that they're getting. Because I would say that plays a really big part of it too. Because I've noticed, we always did it as a kid. We'd pray before our meals. But I kind of started doing it again, just even by myself before I eat food, and kind of make it a more spiritual thing for myself. Not like, chant to the food or anything, but just the idea of sort of the animal that came before me, sort of trying to think Native American about it. Is there any way that I can sort of pay my respects and sort of, stay humble about it,
Yeah, we had the discussion about like people, it's just the idea, right, of eating something that was alive before, that had to perish in order for you to survive. But that is the way of things. That is the world in which you and I live in, unless you didn't want to eat anything, because something has to perish in order for you to exist. Whether it be, it's all sentient, right? All of its life that was there before that is not. So whether it's plant or animal, it still was alive. And that thing still had a reason for being on Earth, and so that purpose and value that it had was so that your existence could continue. Until if you didn't want to feel that way, that you had to eat something that was alive before, then you would then be the thing that would be eaten, because when you lay down on the ground and perish, the plants eat you, and then they finish everything. They'll make sure they lick their plates clean, because there's not going to be nothing left from you once you perish. So it's like, it's a cycle of life. It's just the way things go, right?
Have you ever seen a lion take down a gazelle? Yeah.
But such is the way of life, right? I mean, we have to understand this is the laws that are governing this reality in which we are in right now. And so we need to eat, right? So in order to eat and get good nutrition, there's certain things that will give that to you, and how to eat them, right? It's also not just eating them; it's how to eat them. So, like you said,
and see, that's
being
where I think it became unnatural too. Is they, instead of like that one lion, they take down a fleet of gazelle, right? But they only maybe took one or two of those gazelles. The rest got away and prospered, right? Maybe for another day. But then this mechanical mentality to grow all of these cows just for the sake of slaughter. They don't have any lives. They stick in pens. It's a completely unnatural situation. That's where it starts to get, a bit scary, a bit unnatural, So it's even changed the way I sort of buy. I spend that extra $10 for a good pound of meat, and let me tell you, it tastes that much better too.
Yeah, the grass-fed, grass-raised, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, there's farmers.
But it's the same thing with plants too. Same thing with plants. You can either put those pesticides on them and make sure that they grow really, really big, juicy strawberries, or if you actually just naturally grow strawberries, they're really tiny and petite and
bitter,
delicious.
They're a bit more different than the actual ones that like you make grow. You select the big ones, and you only keep that because you want to grow the biggest, best ones and stuff like that. No, but it's all in the education part for us. Like, how did we learn about all these things? And just like it's weird, right? How come we weren't taught the right way to live growing up? How come we didn't have the information to flat Earth, or the information to good health, or the information for spirituality? I honestly feel like these are the three planes of existence that we live on. And I was listening to a guy who was talking about the three planes of existence, like Bob Proctor, but he said it in a different way. But people don't really realize or know, the purpose or meaning, or like, I'm looking at it from a perspective of like now, right, having the wisdom that I do, and talking to people about the different ways that we can look at, like, just presenting something to them. It's like we could live the way you could live however you want, but there's a better way, right? There's almost like there's every other way, and then there's this one way that if you start doing it this way, it really makes you feel a lot better. Like in every way, like so intellectually, right? If you look at the Earth being what it is, don't you feel better about the world around you? Don't you sleep better at night? Aren't you not like knowing the truth? You're not like worried about killer asteroids or the polar ice
Or
cap melting, or aliens coming to destroy the humanity? None of that stuff. So you honestly do feel better about the world around you because you know that it's a created place, that you're special. There's intent. There's a lot of things that are tied into that, right? And then you have your health. Well, there's all these different kinds of ways to eat, and now it's like even more choices with like processed foods and whatnot. So what we do now is like we don't know, like we try all the diets, we try to see which is the right one, and then we find something that actually feels like it's like your body, everything is telling you is like this is right. It should be like this. You should feel your gut should feel like this. When you eat, you should feel satiated. You should feel wonderful. You shouldn't feel like that. Oh man, I feel miserable, like bloated, gassy. Like it should feel good, like when you're full. Like you should feel ready to take on a day's work, but it doesn't feel that way because of all the processed garbage that has been like ever since the Industrial Revolution, man. I'm telling you. And then we are now like there's so many different roads you can take with health. It's like the same thing with the idea with the what the Earth is. So many different things. You can think of a hollow Earth, a concave Earth, a globe Earth, whatever. Other than what the reality is, and so everything with your health is the same way. Yeah, I was looking at that, Tim. I was thinking about that too. A lot of people don't talk about the stuff that is organic, it's raw, it's supposed to be the way nature made it. Then you have like the processed stuff, like what goes through like the factories. So,
Yeah.
and because I'm looking at like, dude, old people would eat stuff that was made with that like raw sugar, and they would make like you wouldn't imagine like the amount of sugar they used to put in stuff like back in the days.
Yeah, I mean, white and brown processed sugar has pretty much been removed. Has gotten all the minerals removed from it. That's why it's so fucking bad. That's why it's empty calories, empty energy.
And it's so bad for you. Like, and I'm like, well, why did they do this, Tim? Like, like there's always been to me like an agenda that to take away from the people, right? To like so that we can be in the worst state possible, so we can be lethargic, indifferent. Like it's such a hormone imbalance when you actually start eating like the way of the world. And I was living proof of that. Like I had anxiety, like just a number of things, right? And I was heart palpitations, there's different things. And I didn't have energy. Like you name it. It was all in the mix, bro. Everything was there. And it's ever since I switched this way, it's like it's an complete opposite of that. Everything is opposite. I sleep better. I feel better. My gut feels better. Like everything, dude. Mental clarity. I keep talking about every day because it's like, why was this hidden from me? Like, how come I didn't know this right away? Why wasn't it one of the options? Kind of like everything else is, right? You have all these other dietary options. Veganism was more available to me at the time than this particular diet. Like a whole lot more available. And it was pushed even more. Like I had like room in what you call it? Like in the main agendas, like for diets, well, if you don't like this, try this, and it was like, I'd never seen the animal products version of the diets, like, mainly animal products, but I still like my my carbohydrates coming from like, organic stuff, like plants and that, but the right ones, like there's some that are pretty bad for you, but I really like to know like good information, and like how come that stuff wasn't available? So I'm looking at it like, everything that's good for you is not like really mainstream. That's strange to me, dude. Like that is really strange to me. Like we have to actually search for the truth, like always like digging and then it makes us sound like we're fringe when we're talking about it, but it's like the right way to be. You know what I mean? Like you start talking about it, like, dude, that's odd. Like, why would you eat a diet based like that? That's so bad for you. Like even like it took me a few months, dude, before I started to have the feeling that it was okay to eat like this. Because everybody was like I was talking to about this, like even in my life here, like they were just like, you're gonna die pretty early, man, if you keep eating like this. You'll get colon cancer. You'll get. It was just all they were naming all the bad things. I was like,
yeah, a lot of fear mongering.
Yeah, there's fear mongering, dude, and it's like, then I'm just like, well, okay, then what is the right way? Because I'm always asking. I would ask them too, and they always go with the mainstream kind of like food pyramid.
Yeah. I have a rule after trying the entire spectrum of diets pretty much. And that is pretty much I've turned the food pyramids upside down. Eat local, eat for the season.
That's very interesting, dude. Like, are you like where do you live, Tim?
I live in Denmark, so yeah.
Are things more available to you guys over there? Like foods, like.
No, I mean we don't have exotic fruits if that's what you mean, but we have a ton of vegetables during the summer. But it's like in the wintertime we need the animal fats. That's just how it is in the north, you know. But in the summer, like there is no reason why you cannot go pretty much the entire summer on good vegetables and apples and pears and all that kind of crap, you know, because we're summer, we're active, we need the fast sugars at that point.
And that's in season, right?
Miggy,
yeah, that's in season.
Huh?
In the time, you know, you eat tomato in the May. You eat peppers, tomato, all that stuff in the May, April, June. No, not April, June, July, and then it's finished. Then you're preparing sauce for the winter or salad,
broths, like broths and beets and stews.
Yeah, that's the vegetable for the winter, because the winter you have maybe salad and carrots and that stuff, what can go down the how to say underground, or other stuff will not grow. It will grow, you know, if you have that kind of, how you call that house.
Yeah. No, I mean like.
We know that, for example, like in Denmark, if you want vegetables in the winter, it most likely come from another country, so it's not local anymore, you know.
Oh, I see. But I mean, that's your rule of thumb. How long have you been eating like this, dude? Like,
quite a while. I mean, like I'm 36 now, and I started like since I was like 14. I have been, you know, working out and stuff like that. So I have.
But who taught you? Who taught you like to do? Like, did you read it somewhere? Was it like some?
I would say self-taught.
Okay.
Pretty much just by reading about, you know, when I tried being a vegan, I read a lot about veganism and how to do it properly. And the same with all the way up to raw meat diet, you know, like I just listened to the people that was expert in the field at the time. And over time, when I had tried it all, I was just like, when I'm on meat, I'm still craving the other things. So maybe I need something of it all. And then I just I just turned the food pyramid upside down and I feel great.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know, man. Like, yeah, you could say that, but the proof is always in like how you're able to continue to make it like something that's good for your health. Because do you do any health checkups? Like, have you like gone to?
No,
do, like,
I'm never sick. Yeah, if I took a health checkup tomorrow, I'll probably say that I am exactly how old I should be. You know.
Yeah.
Maybe even a little less because I'm active.
I like it, man. Like, yeah, I'm fine because I found this because I went full on carnivore, but then I started to mix in some of them vegetables because I don't know, for some reason the body doesn't feel like it knows what it wants, and then when you start giving it what it wants, like it's not like I would say the processed way, but like in the way that it's natural. naturally wants?
Yeah.
Because you know the cravings that you get, maybe people usually get cravings, right? But the cravings are usually because there's a need for the fatty animal food. You know, so you know a little bit of butter would probably go a long way for those cravings. Whereas you would have probably eat like a candy bar at that point. So it kind of saves those cravings. But at the same time, it's like you don't recognize that because of the way that you've been eating before. So you think that you do need that sugar rush, you know, that to satisfy, because it does do the satisfaction when you eat. Like you know, like you eat that candy bar, it feels great. Like when you're eating it, like you know, you even say the words, your body goes, you know, like when you're eating it. But if you were to eat some like some fatty animal stuff, like butter or something, like it does the same effect. Like
I understand what you're saying, but for example, when we're talking about McDonald's and candy bars and stuff like that, it all comes down to discipline, you know, because we know that it tastes good, we know that it gives nothing of sustenance, but we do it anyway because of the cravings and it tastes good. But it's all about discipline at that point. But it's more like listening to your body. And when you're thirsty, you drink. When you're hungry, you eat. I don't have 3 times a day where I have to eat. Normally, I just eat one big meal in the evening.
Well, that's interesting. I've talked to people that do OMAD. OMAD is what you just described, and it's 1 meal a day. And I think people they don't understand the value of that too. I try to eat when I'm hungry, like you're saying, but what I find, it's usually like 3 intermediate meals per day or 2. That's it.
And if that works for you, that's how you should eat.
Yeah, because I'm always listening to my body. I'm like, yeah, you know, if I'm hungry, I'll just eat something, but it has to be something that's worth me eating. I can't just reach for a bag of chips and thinking that that's gonna do the trick, because it usually doesn't do it. I'm hungry like 15 minutes later, which is what I used to find out with eating the wrong way.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you open a bag of chips, you eat the bag of chips. It's not just a few, you know.
Yeah, and like, I mean, if you look at the laundry list of things that are in those chips, like, oh my god, like they got everything in there, man. Like, and I don't know if I've ever shown you what's inside of a donut, like at the store. It's huge. The list is like long, bro. It's like freaking amazingly long. And it's like all of that stuff in a donut. Like when you think there would be like 4 or 5 simple ingredients, like nope, there's like 20 or 30.
Yeah, I mean, it also comes down to responsibility, you know, like if you go in and you buy all these prepackaged processed foods or stuff like that, you have not done your research, because we don't want all those numbers and shit. Like, for example, like I get all my meat and eggs and milk from a local farmer. I know how his cows is raised and how his chickens are treated and all that kind of stuff. So, and it's natural, you know, like, so my parents and my brother, we go together and we buy like a half cow every 3 months or something like that, and split it up to each of us. And the same with a pig and with some chickens and eggs every 2 weeks or something like that.
Yeah, you guys are lucky, bro. Like that is top notch right there. If everybody could have access to something like that, I think the world would be a whole lot. And I think that goes back to what Flat Lloyd Wright was saying. Well, before, I think that's the way it used to be, huh? Like we used to live that way.
Yeah,
you used to be the chicken. Yeah, you used to be the chicken farmer. The other guy was a cow farmer. Like, and everybody was like, "Hey, you know what? Like, you give me like 50 chickens or something, and I'll give you one of my cows, or well, I don't know, however they did their trades, but or just milk for eggs or whatever."
And I can tell you, every time you get a fresh cow like that, and you dig into some raw liver or something like that, your body loves you for that. Like you feel so strong afterwards, just slurping that shit down.
That's people don't talk about this, man. Like, cause like, why is that information? You have to dig for this, man. Cause it's like, even though those nutrients are the way to go, like you're not gonna find that by like they say actually the opposite. Eating organ meats are super bad for you.
That's the best. I mean, look at the Inuits when they catch a seal, they break it open and they eat the brain, the marrow, the fats, and the organs. A lot of the meat is pretty much just fillers. Like it's still good with nutrients and stuff like that, but much of the meat they're actually digging down like half a meter to 1 meter, something like that, into the ground, and they come back 1 year later for the fermented meat because all the bacteria in the fermented meat also make you strong.
Wow, dude, like that just blows my mind. But then you don't get that from like the standard American diet for sure.
No, they teach you to be scared of when your meat goes a bit brown. And yes, store-bought meat and stuff like that, I would probably not eat it when it goes brown. But when I know where the cow comes from, it don't matter.
Didn't they used to age meat? But anybody that's in here right now, like if you can hear me, like, do you know the history of people, like what they did with meat, like, and how they used to hang it dry and like the process that it went through? So before they ate it, like what they used to do?
I mean, back in the day, they didn't have any refrigerators, so they had to process it with salt and dry it up or ferment it and stuff like that in the natural ways. Like us putting stuff in the refrigerator and the freezer, like, I mean, that's a way from natural way. Like even just freezing it down, I have read something about you're losing like, I think it's like 10 to 20% of the nutrients because you pretty much just kill the bacteria off and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, crazy. And which just goes back to always Flat Lloyd Wright, man. He's like, people have a beat on things. So if we lived in a place where everything was fresh, let's say like you would buy your meat, you would, a couple of days is good, like you could. It's just crazy, man. You would be doing a lot better than you are today.
Yeah, I mean, if I was living on the equator, I would probably be 80% vegan or something like that because it just comes so abundantly, in those regions.
Anyway, just getting back, like, all right. So mind, body, and soul. So having your body fit in the right way and eating the right way. Now you can perceive reality. You're better equipped. Your gut feels good. You're not sluggish. You're not down. So you're more adept to understanding and knowing the physical reality around you, and why it was like you're not taken in by like foolish doctrines of people's imaginations anymore. I think all of it is a preparedness so that you can know what truth is, man. Because somebody tells you that the earth is whatever it is, and then you're just like, no. You say with like with an assurance, like you don't have to feel afraid, like. But people that speak it like in a way, I could see why people are taken in by all these like doctrines and things that people say, because it's easy to see. Like when you're in a lethargic state, you're easily taken. Like you don't have no will or desire to fight. They take the fight out of the people. The same goes with like the drinking water. Like enough fluoride in there, you could get somebody to be just docile. Just super docile, where they don't resist.
Yeah, they get that fluorides there.
And isn't that what you want? If you're gonna roll over a people, you want them to be as docile as possible. So not only that, what benefits the companies, the agendas, is you stay sick. So now they have medications that give you like 10 side effects, but it cures that one thing, and but then the other side of you worry about the side effects. You have to take medication for the side effects. So it's like you can never get out of the freaking cycle of just like being hooked on the companies that are just going to keep. I was driving home last night and I was listening to a medication that people can take, like for the different ailments that you have, like restless leg syndrome. And I'm like, dude, like, did we have all this stuff back in like before, like in like the early 1900s, like before the Industrial Revolution really hit? Like, did we have all that stuff? Like, I don't think so, man. Like all these crazy, different ailments that people have today. And I'm sure type 2 wasn't as prevalent as it is today. Like, I know that to be a fact. Like, that wasn't as prevalent. Because people were eating, not processed stuff, just, whole foods. And anyway, I think it has a great deal to to do, why it affects us and our mental capabilities and how we understand like things today. I'm just saying, man, I'm upset because it's been hidden away from us, and now we have to struggle to find out what truth is by doing a lot of research. Whereas, maybe in the past it wasn't as hard, but
we shouldn't be struggling like this. Like, we are paying taxes and all that kind of stuff. Like, the education system should actually teach these kind of things, and not just teach them, just also like show them in practice, where there is like dietary like quarters of a year and all that kind of stuff. I don't know, man. But when we're looking at the establishment and all the attacks there is on the people, like, if they were extreme in one point, people would figure it out and they would revolt. But that is why they have, these 1,000 small tools that they're chipping away our mind and spirit,
I agree. And they're hitting us from all sides. So, and that's why I think we are in the state that we are with the, like, indoctrination.
Yeah, it's bad, but people don't realize it.
There's no resistance, bro, and I think that's what happens when you create. Look at the individuals who get, like, the ones who are completely under the rule of, like, the system. They completely bought into the nutritional pyramid. They completely bought into, like, the world of what they think it is. They completely bought into, like, whatever they feel is what they want to, how they want to live life. So they're just going about their daily life, living however they want, and it's just a wrong way to do it. I'm thinking there's a right way to live, right? And if we don't figure it out or teach other people how, at least to get a roadmap, we're not doing truth justice. I think in here, at least, to some effect, we're giving people that notion of, like, the earth and what it is. So, in some respects, man, we're helping them, guide them to, like, challenge their worldview. But other than that, if it's not us, who's challenging them? No one. There's no one. Because, like, everybody's busy, right? They're always, people got shit to do. So it's like, I ain't got time for no flat earth, man. Come on. Like, and then you stop and tell them, like, it's bigger than just it's flat earth, man. Of course it is. Like, it's pretty huge in and of itself, but it's bigger, man. Like, the agendas to, like, keep people suppressed, that is, like, that's huge. I think that's bigger, because that's the agenda, is just to keep you down. And so that you'll never amount to, like, your full potential, because you can never see your full potential if you're living the way they want you to live. And everything that they do, man, is bought and paid for. It's like all the systems that we go through, like the dietary system, the schools that we go to, everything's bought and paid for. So all the information you're receiving has been channeled through an agenda and special interest groups that have, like, put their money in so that they can push their products on you. And then you'll never know what the truth is, because you're completely sold into the system. That's me, man. That's the way I see the world, and that's why I'm so adamant against it every single day. I'm like, as many people as I can possible. It doesn't matter if, like, we only got 14 people watching the YouTube live stream, or it's just us in here. I feel like that we can sharpen each other, like, by keep continuing to talk about, like, hey, look, this is what I discovered yesterday, or what conversation I had, or whatever the case is. But we're always giving ourselves better information to give us a better version of ourselves every day.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's about planting as many seeds as possible. It's not really the amount of seeds that sprout, but we just keep hurling on.
Yeah, but you are one of the lucky ones, Tim, to have all that stuff available to you, man. Like, that's great. I think
it also comes with a lot of work.
Do you have to work for any of that stuff that you do, or, like, what do you mean? Like the animals, or?
Oh, like that? No, I mean the knowledge, obtained knowledge,
Oh, to get there? Yeah.
Yeah, it has been a 20-year-long war.
But how many things did you sift through before you actually just settled with, like, with something that feels good for you? Like,
well, I guess the dietary plan was more like what is it? A fitness testing, I guess. It wasn't really about truth seeking. That came later on.
Oh, the truth seeking was a byproduct of you trying to testing things out, or what? Like it was like, I found what's right.
Yeah, I connected the dots later on. Like in the beginning, I was just like working out a lot, and I was testing on my body what worked, So I went to the entire spectrum. But in the end, as you dig deeper in the truth scene, you see that it's all connected in some sort of way. That we are getting this food pyramid to pretty much just keep us at bay. You have to eat 6-7 times a day. Like, I mean, if you have to eat that much, you are pretty much, just like a Tesla, an electric car, you are locked in place.
Yeah, and snacks are a thing too, right? Like you have to snack in between your meals and a lot of stuff, right? Like,
people don't know starvation. That is why fasting is a good thing, because then you know that you can go into extreme positions and still be good. Like if you fast and you're still active, well, that means that that if shit hits the fan, you can survive while you're still searching for whatever. Like you could be active in the meanwhile where you're searching for food, for example.
Yeah, that's a great way to talk about that, Tim. Because guess what, man? Imagine if you ate, like you said, 6 times a day. If you're always snacking, if you're doing all that, and some catastrophe hits, and that you can't get to food right away, that person will do whatever it takes to get food. Like they'll harm someone else to make sure. Like instead of being able to be strong enough to withstand and survive and go find food somewhere, like they would like hurt somebody in order for them to take food away from someone else. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's...
There was this TV show back in the 80s from United Kingdom or something like that, where they took some regular people and they put them in a survival situation, just like, Robinson Island or something like that, one of those newer TV shows. And like 95% of those dudes, like they just sat around, did nothing all day, while the guy who was a bit of a Boy Scout, he was out there putting out hair snares and providing food for the entire group. Like that guy would be the survivor, while the rest of the regular population, I mean, they would have been gone within 3 weeks if they didn't have that guy to help them all. Like they literally just sat around, they couldn't lift their arms, they were just depleted from energy because of what we were just talking about.
Yeah, what do you guys think about it? Like, I know me and Tim are discussing it, but I mean, this is all part of the agenda that we talk about in this room.
Oh, I agree. It's really connected in just about every way, and it goes again with that deception of you, and mind, body, and soul. And it makes sense that, of course, the most natural thing, or even the way that it was done before this industrialization, is key, right? I mean, yeah, I would agree too. That's awesome about Denmark and, your local foods. But I kind of see it in my state of Texas too. I mean, thank goodness we have HEB. I know nobody knows what that is, but
well, I do. I absolutely valued that place, but I wasn't using it like
becoming more local too, and they've even responded. Don't they? Yeah, they do. They've even got regulations for themselves to only get food basically from Texans, and local within a certain range.
See, that's what makes me want to move back to Texas. That what you just said right there, because I know some of the stores, like, they have strict regulations on like how they deal with local farmers, because they promote them. They promote them and they give them business, and then the local farmers give them business, and so each HEB is like its own little ecosystem.
And what's crazy, like the seasons, like just like Tim was saying, like the HEBs will change. Like you won't get strawberries for a while, and you're like, yeah. It's not in season. That's how I actually figured it out. Like, oh yeah, things are in season.
And you take advantage of them too. Like, and then people used to do the same. But to have like that the whole year round, I don't know, man. That doesn't seem...
It's not right.
It's not right.
Some people are like, no, convenience is powerful. No, it ain't. No. Actually, the other way, what is it? Constraint is actually more powerful.
Constraint is powerful. That's true, man. Like, these are good words, man. You guys are coming up this morning. Like, I don't know, but I think there's, like what Tim was saying, the will and the discipline to stay on track and because we don't have accountability partners. Like no one's gonna be like, dude, did you have some sugar today that you're not supposed to? And you're like, yeah, try to keep us on track. Like I don't think we don't have that too much. So it's not like, it's not like we're policing each other, but at the same time, we don't want, because we're in this. One thing I was saying is like, okay, so we all arrived at Flat Earth. We're in this house together, right? We came in from the cold. It was raining outside. We're in here now. We're drying off, and now we're like, okay, now what? We're all here together. What are we gonna do? So it's time to share the information of what truth is in every aspect, right? Mind, body, and soul. So now we're gonna further ourselves with making ourselves as strong as possible, the best version of ourselves. And sometimes it takes a little roughing around the edges to be removed, right? Which is our own stubbornness, because we can be, and our bias for certain things. Like we have to look into the research for different things. And like, let's say if Tim said that what he just said right now of going to a local farmer and that, then is that good? Like, can somebody research that? Because are the benefits of having something local versus just going to, where corporations are putting something out for you, like,
Yeah, I know where my money goes. That farmer is a good dude with a good family, and he's providing food to many people. And he's pretty much not sending any of his stock to big slaughtering farms and stuff like that. He's pretty much doing it all on side. And the cows, I can see how they're treated. They're happy, they're jumping around. Same with the chickens. Like they're running around. They're not being crammed up in these factory farms and all that kind of stuff. They're not being pumped with steroids and all that kind of crap. Like it's just like a touch with what I eat. Like I have even witnessed it when he's farming him. Like when he's slaughtering him. So I know the entire process. I'm not hiding from it by just buying some plastic packet meat.
Yeah, the Native Americans here in America, they would, like in the old days, like the way Flatloy Wright was saying, would be very appreciative of every meal, because they knew that the animal that was taken from life in order to give them life was like the circle of life. Like they knew that it was a continuation.
Yeah, there's some ancient tales here from the north that when you were out and let's say you bow hunted a deer, and when you killed the deer, before you really put it out of its misery, like you gave a little prayer, like thank you for your sacrifice, I give you back to nature, and thank you for this opportunity to keep me alive. Whatever the prayer was, but at least saying thank you to nature or whatever.
Yeah, it was giving thanks, bro. Like, and I think a lot of people don't do that these days when you sit down and eat, right? Like, who gives thanks anymore? Like, you're eating sustenance and to keep your body going. Like, do you give thanks? Like, why? Some people would think it's silly nowadays, though, Tim, to even... That whole idea is something more... what's the apropos term for this?
It's because people don't kill the animals themselves. They don't see into their eyes that this animal is a living being, People don't see this anymore. If they did, they would know that this animal has been sacrificed for my subsistence, for my sustenance, for my survival, and so on. And it's part of the entire thing.
Yeah, do you think that takes away from the reason why people aren't grateful or thankful, guys?
100%. What do you think? 100%. They are so detached from what is actually going on.
And could that also, like, and to that end, could that also bring around the negativity around that? Meaning, like, because we're taking sentient life, like, in order for us to like continue, like that's gonna take away the value for people are gonna be like, oh, dude, why do you do that? Like, why are you taking life? And it's like in any form, life is life, right? So we'd say that even plants are alive and they live.
Yeah, I mean, most people have not tried hardship. Well, the most hardship people have tried is like, oh, they bullied me in school, or some things that really don't matter if you know who you are, if you rely on yourself. but they haven't tried hardship. They have not tried starvation for once. So they don't appreciate food in that kind of sense. You know, try being homeless for once and have no money on your pocket. Like that will change people. It will humble them down. Take away all these gadgets that people are using to survive, that is making their life so damn easy, so they can be judgmental towards everything, even though they had no grasp of life.
I like that, man. So you're saying that people nowadays are just judgmental. They're pointing fingers. They're just saying that you're dumb, you're stupid, and just because we live in this. And I think, dude, you hear that echo through the Globers that come in here. Isn't that the way they are? They're so just smug and arrogant and egotistical. And just like, you guys are stupid, you flat earthers. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, we have all the convenience of having academia and a smartphone right at your fingertips, and your guys are looking at flat earth like it's something to talk about. And it's like, because of that, they're just you know, products of the system, because of what, like, the system made everything so easily available. Like, there's no thinking involved anymore. There's no appreciative, no thankfulness, nothing. It's a life void of, like, the true connection to reality, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, most people they don't stand on their own 2 feet. They're living by peer pressure. They are thinking, you know, if I'm saying A or B, well, I do know that, well, my entire friend group who believes in C and D, which it would be like whatever the official government is saying. Well, then he would be kicked outside of the group, so he has to conform to the group thinking. That's a big factor of it, you know, that peer pressure or fear of being
outed or ousted.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But I like the word you used, Tim, too, the hardship. They've never gone through a scenario, just like you were talking about food, like, you know, it was the guy who started, you know, setting up traps and stuff who survived, and the rest were just like, you know, and they're not thankful to themselves. They're not thankful to those around them. And, you know, another thing besides hardship was definitely like manners. Like, these people are so off the system and so unthankful that, man, the manners have really gone down. You know,
I see that today, Flat Lloyd. Like, when you just go anywhere, man. I would say, look at the generation that was born in the 2000s. The young people that were born in the 2000s.
Yeah.
They have the worst mannerisms in the world, because they have this generation, the TikTokers and the YouTubers and all that, like the Twitch streamers, they are just, and they might be book smart, they might have some knowledge about things, but boy, their manners are shite, bro. They are utter shite. They have no manners whatsoever.
Knowledge is useless if you have no wisdom.
Couldn't agree more.
So I think Tim hit on some really good points today, like just the struggles that people used to go through. Nobody's realized these struggles because now individuals are entitled. They're entitled because they think the whole world owes them something. You guys you owe me something. Like, what do you give me if I do, like, young people today? Or what do you give me if I do this here? It's like, dude, you get the satisfaction of knowing you're going to eat today. You get the satisfaction of knowing you have another beautiful day to live it. Like, there's so much entitlement that comes along with it, man. With these days, it's like, and then, you know, either we enable it or we are stern and like that. There was I heard this really beautiful thing that this one older gentleman was saying on one of the YouTube videos that popped up on my feed. He was an older gentleman, and he said he had a son when he was younger. Came to him, and he brought him a little toy truck that had broken. And he got his toy truck, right, that he was looking at, and the older gentleman said, I was looking at it, and I saw one of the wheels popped off. And so he said, I grabbed the toy truck, and I took it to the garbage can, and I threw it away. And then the little kid was just like, had his big glossy eyes, was looking at him like, why did you throw my truck away? He was like, well, it's broken. He was like, don't worry, I'll get you another one later. And so the little kid was like, kind of like astonished that his dad did that. So he went into the garbage and picked it out, and he was toying around with the wheel, and then he like started to figure it out and push the wheel back in. And then he came to his dad like, hey, Dad, look, I fixed the truck. And he was like, great, how did you do it? And so the kid started to explain what he did, and it was amazing because the value, I didn't even know, like, So in order for the younger person to understand like what the value was to like get something done, we don't have the get something done kind of people anymore because of the convenience that we have. So the little boy figured this out, that he didn't need to rely on his dad. He could do it himself. There was things that he can do. But he didn't know that, because if his dad would have fixed that toy truck for him, then he would have never known the ability to go and do it for himself. So a lot of things that are being taught today the children aren't let to like figure things out anymore, because think about it. You have Google at your fingertips. When are you ever going to have to put the wheel back on the truck if somebody else is going to do it for you? So yeah, the sense of
Niggy,
entitlement.
that's a legitimate point. I'm sorry to interrupt you. That's one of the, I got to get to work, and I just checked in Ayub, and he seems legit and wants to have a civil conversation. So go ahead, Miggy. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll pause this one, but yeah, like it's interesting though, because yeah, we're just talking about like the whole system and how it's corrupted all of us, and we're trying to figure our way out of it. And I think through unity, like I think real quick before we talk to Ayub, just to Flat Lloyd Wright's kind of perspective, this is what we're doing here. This is our community. This is our getting together. I got a bunch of chickens, you got some cows, and we're bartering, like we're helping each other with information, and that's what we're doing as a community.
Putting them together. Yeah, great conversation. I just wanted to throw in that last one. It's really important to kind of fix stuff on your own, and I'm glad you say that too, because there's sometimes where I just let my daughter, like, she asked me to, not necessarily fix something, but how do you do this? And I go, well, I don't know, figure it out. She gets all mad, but then when she finally gets it, she comes up to me, Dad, look, I figured it out, and she's so proud of like how she did it, and it's really important. But sometimes you do got to throw them a bone too. Go fix the toy.
But I'm saying though, like have them explain to you how they did it, and then be very proud of how they did it, because now you can give them a sense of accomplishment, that they've actually figured out the problem, or they solved the issue. So you praise them for it, and so what it does is it instills that value of, I can do it, Dad. I know I can, because I've done it. And so it's really opposite to us, because as parents we want to make them feel like we're always there for them, but at the same time, if you're not going to be there for them all the time, you have to have them feel like they can do it too.
Right.
Instead of just depending on others. So
yeah, the dad's reaction is equally as important as the defeat that the kid did.
Absolutely.
So Ayub, are you there?
Yeah.
Hey, so welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and we usually discuss the topic of the shape of the Earth, but we're just talking about other things right now. But what brings you to the server?
Just interested. That's all. No specific reason.
Okay, so what do you think the shape of the Earth is right now? Sorry, go ahead.
Just as in thought in school, so just around.
An oblate spheroid.
Yeah, an oblate spheroid.
Who's telling you that in the background? I just heard oblate spheroid.
My cousin next to me.
Alright, yeah, you can have you and your cousin come in. And there's a few things that I would like to ask you, just to kind of get your mind thinking about things, right? But so in any time in history, Ayub, who has measured the curvature of the Earth?
I have no idea.
Does your cousin know?
No, he doesn't.
Right,
Make sure they're aware.
Huh?
Plus, we got some echoing coming back out of your speakers, I think, Ayub.
Oh wait, let me fix that. It's better now.
Mic check 1 2.
Fix?
Mic check 1 2.
Yeah.
It's still coming out of your speakers.
No.
Somebody was talking before me. Was that Flatman? Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure they were aware of the live stream voice text where we'll post things pertinent to the topic.
Oh yeah, I think he's typing in there. I think he's put "will do," so he's already in there.
Okay, cool.
It sounds like he's got a newspaper or something open in the background. Sorry, go ahead.
Huh?
No, that was Ayub, but he had his cousin that was chiming in the background, and I think he's got his speakers on, so that's why he hears us through his PC.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I think there's a way to regulate your microphone so that it doesn't pick up background noises on Discord.
I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do to fix it. It's not working.
Go to settings, noise suppression. Sorry, Miggy, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go to settings and then noise suppression, just like he said.
Okay. Yeah. Where is that? Oh, here. Yeah, it's already turned on.
Settings. Is it? Well, then you probably just have to hit the push to talk button. Just use push to talk, and that'll solve your issue.
Fix now?
Let's see. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yes,
now.
it's better now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So the question that I asked was,
Fix
at
now?
any time. Let's see. 1, 2. Yeah, it seems to be okay.
1, 2. Nice. Okay.
All right. So at any time in history, I asked, has anyone measured the curvature of the Earth that you know?
Yeah, in America, NASA did it. That's what
America?
you said earlier.
NASA?
And NASA, NASA.
Okay. How did they measure the curvature of the Earth?
I have no idea.
Oh, why was that your answer?
Because I heard someone say it earlier.
Who?
I don't know. Somebody screamed it earlier, or said it in the thing. Yeah.
One thing we have to first know is that if you know something, you could say that you know it. But if you don't know something, you could just easily say, I don't know. I think your first answer was, I don't know, but you switched it to I know, and then you said NASA.
Yeah, I told you. I said no, I don't know, and then you re-asked me the question twice.
I know, and you said NASA the second time. Was that interesting to you?
Yeah, because somebody cut in and said NASA.
Okay, so how about the spin of the Earth, axial rotation, that the Earth's spinning on its axis? You know how that's been measured, or how we know that it's spinning on its axis?
No.
Okay, the vacuum of space. You know where the Earth is in right now? It's in the vacuum of space. So how do we know that how do we know that the Earth is sitting in the vacuum of space?
I have no idea.
Okay, so what do you know about the Earth and what they've taught you?
Not a lot. I skipped a lot of school, so I don't know. I don't really attend. There's an issue, but yeah, I don't know anything about it.
You don't know anything about the Earth?
Very little, pretty much nothing.
Well, what do you know? Is there anything that you know at all?
I was just thought, like, from what I know, I was just thought that the Earth is round. That's pretty much it.
You just thought that the Earth was round and that's it?
And that's all I can remember from it.
From school, that's the only thing you remember, them telling you that the Earth is round, that's all. Alright, the Earth is round, guys. That's all of our lesson today. Close your books. You're done. You never had Earth science. Nobody's
What is
ever
your
told you.
problem? I just told you. I don't know.
My problem is that people, you're not being honest right now, Ayub. The honesty part of how
I
you're
am.
going to tell
I
me.
don't know. I don't.
No,
I
it's
am.
not
I
that you don't listen. Listen,
attend
it's not
school.
that you
Like I
don't know.
told you earlier.
It's not that you don't know. Relax,
It is
bro.
literally
All I'm
that I
saying is
don't
that
know.
all I'm saying is that if they tell you anything, then you should be able to tell you or tell us what they've told you. Like it's not that you're not gonna go to school and they say the Earth is
No.
round. Okay, class is over. Like what else did they say? Like they must have
And I
told you a story.
you. I told you. I barely attend school. I have issues with that. So I just don't remember. Like I barely remember. I was taught when I was very young, and then after that, I don't know. I just don't know.
You sound like a very cognitive person. You don't sound like you're unintelligible. You know, you're here with the questions, and you're in the Discord, and your friend is saying "Oblate spheroid," like he knows what you're. Like, how could he communicate those words to you if you just sound like you're so inept to learning? Like, I think you do have the ability to know things. I just think you're not voicing them right now.
I have the ability, but I'm ignorant, so that's why I joined. I'm asking.
Okay, well, the Earth is not demonstrated to be a globe. That is the answer to your question, and asking why we're in here, why we think what we do, or maybe things that you might think about. So, we want to present that to you, and so if your cousin wants to jump in, give him the mic so we can hear him too, because I hear him in the background, wanted to chime in, but have somebody who's has the ability to hold a conversation and be able to retort anything back and ask questions. You don't have any questions at all?
Yeah, I do. I asked you, or I haven't asked any questions yet, but I said so. You asked me a question, and then I said no, I don't know. So on that question of do you know anything on the Earth? You were like, you said something about the Earth being in the vacuum, and then you stopped talking. You just continue off of that.
Well, the echoing's still going on, so it's a reason why it's kind of getting annoying. But you haven't just wish to push the talk. I think that would be better for all of us. Anyway, so we're trying to have a discussion with you. So long as you're able to kind of stay focused here, asking some questions, and then we'll give you some responses. But at the same time, I'm also asking you your knowledge of what you think the Earth is, and anything that you've known from the time that you were started to learn about the Earth being a globe. And the only thing that you've said thus far is that the Earth is round. I don't think that's true. I think there's more to it. But you don't want to say anything right now for the fear of maybe stepping on a landmine and saying something dumb or something, and then getting into a conversation that you have no knowledge on. That's honestly what I feel right now.
Yeah. No, it's not the case. I'm just ignorant, and then I just wanna join up in the conversation and just learn. I don't need to talk or ask questions. I'll learn, and then whatever I think is wrong.
Yeah, learning is good. Listen, learning is good, but being inquisitive is even better, because you can't learn anything that you don't have any questions to. So if you want to know something, or maybe what conversation we're talking about in here, and why our reasonings are the way they are, I think it's better for you to kind of just start realizing that anything that we have to tell you about the Earth, that it's going to stand and remain to be true, because it's something that we know you can go and verify. It's not something that we're just telling you, hey, Ayub, just believe us, man, the Earth is flat. It's not that way at all. So, I gave you the information, has the Earth been measured to have curvature, and then, how has the Earth been known to be spinning on its axis, how did they measure that? And the vacuum of space, how do we know that that's real? Right? Would you have something to say? Go ahead.
Yeah, you actually. Sorry for cutting you off, but you actually didn't say that. You started talking about the echoing. You didn't actually say the things you just mentioned.
I did.
You didn't. You started.
I did, but you're not paying attention. I did, but you're not paying attention. So, Ayub, you're not. I've asked you those 3 questions. I said, has anyone measured? I'm going to repeat it again, and you'll probably remember. Oh, yeah, you did say that. I asked you, has anyone measured the temperature
that's true.
of the Earth? That's true, right?
I'm
Okay,
sure you
the
asked
second
me
one.
that. Yes.
The
but
second one I
what you
asked
just
was.
said, what you just said. Can I finish, please? What you just said was I told you, and then you told me the information to those, like the answers to those questions. You didn't. You gave me the questions.
Yeah, because the information I want to know is what you know, Ayub, about the Earth and how it's
Yeah,
been
and I get
measured.
that. And then I told you I don't
Okay,
know. And then you started
right.
going off about I'm echoing, and then it's becoming annoying. But you didn't actually give me answers to those questions. You just told me.
Yeah, the
You just
answers
told
to
me.
the question. Yeah, the answer to the question is that nobody has the answers to the questions. It's like it's never been a thing that's solidified in real understanding to say we have this knowledge that we know to be true. There isn't that. So why I'm asking you is because it can't be given to us as information that we can go and verify. That's why you don't know, Ayub. When I ask you those questions, I don't know. And the second one, I don't know. The third one, I don't know. Because these things cannot be answered. Never by anyone. Not even the smartest scientists that you think are cosmologists. It doesn't matter who comes in here. They don't have the answers to these questions. Yeah, it's interesting, though, that when given the chance to speak to somebody who actually can give you some information, and knowing how very little you know about the cosmology aspect of it, you're not more inquisitive. Like to me, I would be asking 1,000 questions if I was just coming into this, like where's the edge or whatever. I would be coming out with all kinds of things. I don't know.
You just told me we don't have any. Yeah, first of all, you're being very passive aggressive for no reason. Second of all, you just told me there's no answers to these questions.
Yeah, but you don't
So
know
what
that.
questions
I
have
do.
to ask? There are no answers.
I know
Okay,
that
just
you
told me
don't.
that.
So yeah, I know, but you need to be asking
Okay, so
questions
you
to
know
figure out
that.
which.
So why would I?
Because you don't know that. That's why you would
Why
be
would I?
asking the question because you don't know that you don't know what you don't know, Ayub. The things that you don't know
Why
right
are you
now,
raising your voice?
because you're not listening. All you're doing is you're one of these young
I
people
am.
who are probably distracted by Minecraft at the moment, and because I hear you type on your
Yeah.
keyboard, so you
So
must be
instead of
playing a game.
educating me,
Yeah,
so
like get
instead
off
of
the damn game.
educating me,
Sometimes you need a kick in the pants. You
instead
young
of
people need a
that,
kick in the
what you
pants.
do is
Ayub,
laugh
get
at
off
me
the
for playing
game.
a game.
Get off the game and pay attention. That's what's distracting you because you're not paying attention right now. And your friend is probably there chuckling
So
away.
listen,
That's fine.
you just
I
told
don't
me.
care.
No, he's not. You just told me. You just told me that there are no answers, right? And you say I know. I don't
To
know that. Or
those
you do, right?
questions,
Why would I ask
Ayub.
you?
To
Why
those
would I ask
questions,
you any
Ayub.
questions if you
Ayub.
don't know the answer
Ayub.
yourself?
Listen, Ayub. To the questions that I just told you about, are there no answers? To those questions. You need to ask other ones to see if there is an answer to the other questions that you
gotta
might have.
chill, bro. Why are you yelling so much?
Oh, shut up! Your young generation is so idiotic sometimes, man. You always want to psychoanalyze. Why are you yelling? Well, you just get off the damn game and start talking to people in here that want to give you answers. You even know what's like.
Anything.
You don't even know
Have
what
I
that
raised?
means.
Yes, I do. Have I raised my voice? Have I raised my voice?
I don't care. Are you?
You're older than me, right? You're probably double
and,
my age.
and you need to learn.
Are
and
you a
need
child?
You are a child,
You
sir.
control your emotions.
Yo, Ayub, stop the laughing.
More emotional control than you.
You don't like it when people are telling you what's going on and what's real. You hate that. I'm pretty sure you're probably this way to your parents, man. No disrespectful young man.
Yes,
Get off the damn game and start talking to us if you're going to talk to us.
I think you.
You need a timeout.
Teenagers or something.
You need to go sit down somewhere.
Bro, I'm not a child, and I'm not your
Yes,
son.
you are.
You should chill the fuck down. No, you should chill down. I don't know what you're.
Sit down, Ayub. You've had your moment in the sun. You ruined it.
What an obnoxious one.
Very. He didn't want to get off his game, so he'd rather sit in here, be on his game, and not pay attention. It's like I'm not gonna waste my time and energy on somebody who is not giving me his time.
We were just talking about manners.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. It just feels like, I'm telling you, I think the more and more that we talk about it, we just get like an example. But I don't know. Did we manifest this into reality, Tim? I don't know. It could be.
Maybe. Maybe.
We just manifested it. I wish things could be different. I hate to see this, man. I don't want to see a young person, just so incapable of being able to be in having a holding a discussion. But I know it just comes with age. It's just his age. At the same time, it's like, these guys have never been talked to sternly. They've just always been. They're the kids of, like, they get participation awards, and you know what I mean. Like, just so enabled, man, these days.
Yeah, I regret stepping away for 5 minutes because I didn't hear the beginning of this.
Well, he had an echo, and then he's like, "Go ahead, Kim. You go ahead."
I was just saying, like, I could tell from the get-go that he was playing a video game while he was talking. I can't stand trying to talk to people, like, have a conversation with someone when their mind's divided like that.
I know. I mean,
Like
I
when they're
know
on
he
their
was typing,
phone.
but that too. Yeah, I knew he was typing. I just didn't. I didn't want to say it right away. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, but I can only do it so far. I'm not going to kick the young man. I'm just going to let him sit there. He can sit there, be in timeout, like he needed to be.
Yeah, maybe he changed his mind.
I can help.
If my mic's working, I immediately did a quick check-in. I just asked him if he could have a civil discussion, and he seemed interested, but evidently not.
It's not. Yeah, we usually find out in here. If somebody else wants to have the convo with them, that's fine. But no more talk of this, like, about how I'm being or something. Just get into the topics, and that'll be fine. Now, I raise my voice because you need that sometimes. Nobody's ever talked to you sternly. You've always gotten away with everything, and that's the reason why. You're playing a video game while you're talking to adults. You should be paying attention and asking questions. Like somebody who would be inquiring about this topic, not being in here being very flippant and I don't care attitude. That's not going to fly in here. Not even for adults, man. So anyway.
Can I say, because I heard your voice and everything, and I felt that he's feeling that like you against him, somehow. And I felt that, and that he's feeling only that in that moment. You are screaming now on me. You're not my father. And I felt, because he didn't have the questions, but Ayub, you came here, and somehow Miggy is telling you we don't need to, like, okay, you are a new person now. I want to show you something. Oh, I want that you are flat earther or whatever. You need to have some, like, why I came here. Like, if I go to cinema, why I come to cinema to watch that movie? Am I watching that movie?
Where's curvature? I'll step back, but Ayub is here. If somebody else wants to take over, I'll step down a bit. You guys can unmute him.
Just for a point of note, he doesn't actually know if he's not his father or not.
Hey, you're gonna confuse the lad.
Come on, yeah.
Nah, but yeah, you guys can unmute Ayub if you want to talk to him, or I'll mute him.
No, it's.
If you want.
I'm not that I want to speak with him.
Yeah.
It's if he wants to come next time or
I'm unmuted.
He's unmuted. I unmuted him.
Yeah, I am.
All right, Ayub, you have the chance to demonstrate your superior intellect, mannerisms, and decorum by sticking to the topic at hand, regardless of whatever people try to derail. So I'm now affording you that opportunity. However, if you annoy me, I'm just going to get rid of you. So I'm going to go back to listening.
Sure.
Go ahead, guys. Ask him any questions if you want to have a conversation with him. I'm taking a step back because.
Yeah, sure. Ask me any questions about what you just talked about.
He's still playing his video game, which I told him not to, because he's gonna have his attention divided.
I am not playing my video game. And if I want to, I will.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Sure.
It's good.
Why you came here?
Why you come here?
Yeah.
Look, curvature.
What?
Why did you come here?
Laying eggs.
I was invited to the server.
Hang on, Flat Earth Professor
Yeah,
Dude,
but
you have a hot mic.
what was
That
your
was interesting.
what was
So I
your
joined
motivation to come here?
just out of curiosity.
Uh, curiosity of what?
Curiosity about the world. That's it. The Earth. And there's a bunch of people that say flat Earth and just
Okay.
what the regular people think.
Okay.
There's thousands of people in this Discord who think it's flat, so there must be a reason. So I joined.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
Never said that I was gonna ask any questions or anything similar. I would have been fine with just being muted. Never said I was
No, I'm
gonna.
asking you.
Only
I
thing that
got
I
now.
thought was Miggy told me he gave me 3 questions. What I found weird was when he said what's the answer to the 3 questions, I said I don't know. I asked him and he said there's no answers. So then he told me
Yeah.
I have to ask him questions.
I would ask you
If he
the
doesn't
same
know,
question that Miggy asked.
why would I
You
ask
know,
questions?
I would ask you the same
What?
questions what Miggy asked here in this Discord. Do you know why?
Why?
Because you said I learned in school that, and because of that you believe that you are on globe, of course. And the
I didn't
question
say
is,
I believe in it. I said
no,
that's what I was taught in
I'm
school.
not don't want to put words in, you know, in your
Yeah.
mouth. I want only how to say. My English is not good, but the perception of all of this what's happened. You know, these three questions. Why Miggy is asking these 3 questions? Because they are never answered, but they're very important. Why they never answer these questions? But they are most important questions for Earth to be a globe. Because we have the you know the radius, the measurements, and everything, the numbers, but how we have that if nobody measures that? Who get that first? Who did that? And he's asking that question, knowing because we know that nobody did it. But also you will say I don't know, and he told you, yeah. Also we don't know because nobody answered that questions. Rotation,
Yeah.
because Earth is spherical and it's rotating, you know, but nobody in history proved the motion with any experiment or whatever. And third one is that vacuum of space. It's because we are in open system, but we cannot have gas pressure in open system. That's all. And now, after all these 3 questions, it should be something like coming from you, you know, like, okay, but what, you know,
Yeah,
I
and I
can
get
lead
that.
you
But
there,
if I have no basis, it's like, okay, let's say this is a new subject for me, right? If I don't know anything, I can't ask questions about things I don't know. So if he tells me the 3 questions that nobody knows, how am I gonna give follow-up questions to that if I don't even have the foundation?
You don't need them. Okay, the correct answer to all 3 questions, because they are answerable, is I don't know, because you clearly don't. That's fair. Perfect. So now you have a blank slate, and you're here at a flat Earth server. So the next appropriate question would be, why do you guys think the Earth is flat?
The reason why he asked those questions is to let you know that you believe that the Earth is round. No, you don't know if someone measured the curvature or something. It's to make you think. It's not a proof or a flat Earth proof. No. It's just to make you think.
Okay, so why is the Earth flat?
The Earth is no.
Or why do you guys
in my
think it's
case, I think it's flat because it's what I see. Okay, if you say that the Earth is spinning, for example, you have to prove it because what we see is that stars are moving, the sun, and also the moon, planets. But if you say that that's not like that, you have to prove it. And there are more reasons to think that the Earth is flat than round or a globe. A globe only exists in your mind because you have to imagine how gravity works, blah blah blah. You have to invent many things to support that model.
It measures flat in reality.
Well, it looks flat.
It measures flat in reality.
Nobody takes into account the curvature. For example, flights, construction. No, nobody keeps in mind the curvature or no. The curvature only exists in your mind.
To be honest with you, IU.
What?
There, if there's never been anyone who's ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth, how did they ever determine what the radius of it is?
Because, for example, Eratosthenes assumed that the Earth was round, but it's not a measurement of the curvature. He didn't prove the curvature. He assumed that the Earth was round. But you in science, you have to be careful when you assume something, because there are you can be wrong because I say if the Earth but what about if the Earth is flat? Eratosthenes was right. If the Earth was round, you can find the radius, the diameter, but if the Earth is flat, you will get you will get other measurements. So Eratosthenes assumed that it was round, but he didn't prove anything. And all scientists nowadays assume that the Earth is round. Because you can look at the stars and imagine that you are spinning, or you can imagine that the stars are spinning, are moving. So you can make hypotheses or theories or calculate anything you want with both models.
The problem is
mathematics.
The problem is those are both void of your personal experience and your senses. So nobody experiences when they're looking up at the sky any spinning.
Yeah.
But you can tell when you're spinning every other time. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Since you are,
they tell you that you're. It doesn't make sense that they tell us. It doesn't make sense that they. Sorry, I'll get out here in a second. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that they tell us that we're spinning when we look up at the sky turning around us, when we can tell every other type of spinning that we experience. We can feel all of it. Yeah. But to minute degree, we can feel any kind of motion or spinning or angularity changes. But they're telling us that when you look up at the sky, that you're spinning and the sky is not.
Yeah, that's
it's
why
opposite to what we actually sense.
Yeah. That's why I said that the globe only exists in your mind, because you can't prove it, and all what you feel is that it's motionless. or only that, you know. And also, since you are very, very young, they told you that you can't trust your sense, and
Yeah.
yeah.
I think that's a big one of the biggest crimes. I think it's like a crime against humanity that they tell
Yeah,
children that you can't trust your senses.
completely agree. Yeah. So they build with that. They build like an authority to tell you things, you know, because if you can trust yourself, well, let's trust others. But who?
Right.
You know, NASA, the government.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's funny though, and all of the things that they do tell us, which actually really isn't that much. It's just kind of superfluous, like extra on the outside, not really going that deeply into any topic. But the one thing they don't ever teach us in schools is how to go check it ourselves. They don't ever tell us how to go test things ourselves.
Yeah.
And no definitive proof. No definitive proof of the globe.
Right.
Yeah, but
And it's
they,
never
they
established. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, no. They tell you that the Earth is round, but they don't explain you why, because they assume that was proved in the past. So yeah, it was proved many years ago, and I asked them, when and who, and they started, well, I don't know, but so they assume that the Earth is round, that they are in troubles when I asked them those famous 3 questions from me. So I don't know.
So, my friends, what happened there is you guys talked over each other, interrupted each other, yielded to each other, but then talked after you yielded, and completely lost the train of thought with Ayub there. So check back in with Ayub there. Make sure he's following along. There's no reason to have it go through 3 people before it goes back to him. It's not a conversation. We might as well just not even have him here and just be preaching straight to the YouTube channel. Capiche? So, Ayub, you still there? You got any questions to what was said? That's going to be answered by one person in full sentences without being interrupted?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just doing some.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just checking in, making sure you get an opportunity to ask your questions.
No, Job, do you believe that the Earth is round or something, or you don't know, or what? What do you think?
I'm not sure yet. I'm still gonna.
Now it's quiet, so now's the time for somebody to start talking so everybody else can interrupt them and get the conversation going. Anyway, Ayub, the proposition proper is the shape of the Earth. The Earth is a tangibly accessible thing in general. which means the most rational way to figure out what it is to measure it directly. If it displays no demonstrable surface curvature over the portion of the surface which must be curved, being the contiguous bodies of water based on the definition of level in the globe earth paradigm, if that can be shown not to be curving, then you removed curvature. If there's no curvature, we all know you can't have a sphere. So the question at hand is, can you measure the earth directly? You can use the principle of laser transit over a large body of water and demonstrate that it's not conforming to the convexity necessary for the ball in question of a radius of 3,959 miles. By disproving that, you disprove heliocentrism model as presented by the mainstream in totality, immediately, and logically contingently. So the earth is most definitely flat. Welcome. Snacks are in the back. Bathroom's on the right.
Please exit through the gift shop and don't forget to check out the salt and vinegar crickets.
Are you saying, EI, there is no measurable curvature in reality? Concluding.
Correct. The earth is experienced as a flat, stationary plane, and it's measured as such over large bodies of water.
And used also such.
Yep. Practically used as flat, seen as flat, experienced as flat and motionless. So there's prima facie evidence that the earth is flat and stationary. To say otherwise is an extraordinary claim, contradictory to human experience.
Ayub, did you ever hear for stories ships going over the horizon in the school?
I don't know. We should ask Matthew Curves Hallways. Matthew Curves Hallways. Who renamed the guy? I'm putting his name back.
Thanks.
Yeah, it seems like you have a different name every time I see you.
I never changed my name.
That's what it originally was, right? Or was it not that?
Yeah, this is right. Thanks.
Okay.
Miggy, calm your voice.
I'm being too passive aggressive with Matthew now. Anyway, yeah, it's a beautiful day today.
Yeah, it was 12 degrees.
It's snowing up in these parts, so I gotta go take my snowblower and get to the driveway before the wifey gets home. See, Ayaz in here. We got Jaraz. Oh, never mind. Jaraz left. We got 24 people in the live stream. What's up, guys, to all 24 of you, even though one of them is me. So actually 23.
So,
you guys come on in here. What's up, Heretic?
Not much, just driving, just listening in. How's it going, man?
Pretty good. Checking to see if for a pulse out there in YouTube land. Or also, if anybody has any questions, they come in here, ask us. Just don't be playing Minecraft when you come in here. Come on. Come on. Let's get some good convo going. Indio has arrived. What's up, Indio? How you feeling, bud?
Oh, I'm good. It's like 61 degrees here. I'm fucking awesome.
61, dude. I'm over here freezing my ass off.
This is the warmest February I ever remember, by far. Yeah, 61 degrees. Yeah, February. Usually like negative 20. So
It's 18 here.
73. Sorry, it's 73 here, so nana boo boo, sticky head and doo doo.
Yeah, I know, man. Lucky.
yeah, but y'all got thin blood, so 71 feels like 40.
I'm in Alabama. I don't have thin blood.
Yeah, yeah. When you live in hot weather, you get thin blood. You need you need extra thickness to keep you warm.
It's so humid here. So when it's cold, it's bitter cold. When it's hot, it's freaking hot. Like the index is outrageous.
Ooh, South Alabama or North Alabama?
I am kind of more central, but up north a bit more and west.
Yeah. When's the last time it snowed there?
Maybe. I mean, it snowed this year, or was it December? It snowed this winter, but it didn't stick or anything. It's just
I was gonna say it's by snow. You mean you saw a snowflake in the air?
Yeah. And now the last time it snowed has been years, that it stuck and was on the ground.
Anyway, what's good, people?
Nothing much. Just had a conversation with you. We were to actually talk about the, mind, body, and soul stuff, health information this morning with Tim and Flatloy Wright. And then Ayub came in and was a little bit of a young person playing video games, trying to have a conversation with us, but not really at the same time. And then I don't know.
Oh, a lot of I wasn't paying attention type deal.
Well, just being a young person in the chat. I was
not really engaging in the conversation, just kind of still not engaging, just kind of want to talk.
You have to kind of coax out the information from them to ask the questions. Do you want to ask this question? How about this one? I'm like, nah, not me. If you don't want to come in here to learn, just sit there and play your video game. I don't care to engage.
I mean, their communication skills aren't fully formed, and they're already kind of degraded from the way they were brought up.
Yeah, I kind of figured that as much.
So, interacting socially on electronic devices. Man, I actually had to talk to people growing up, in real life, in front of them.
You mean in person?
Yeah, I didn't talk to a machine, into a speaker.
Oh crap! Yeah, the year 2000s and forward kids are just wow, dude. We were just mentioning that. I think Flatloy Wright, myself, and Tim were talking about that generation is just they're so disconnected, man, and disrespectful, no mannerisms whatsoever, and we just manifested it, dude. Ayub came in here was like, shit, man, we're just talking about this.
Well, I have two adult children, and I have an 11-year-old, and yeah, I even noticed in my 23-year-old, 21-year-old, their communication skills are really shitty. But then with the 11-year-old, that's off the cliff. So I actually see it generationally degraded. You know what I mean? 'Cause they're 10 years apart. So even in that 10-year span, their ability to communicate, I noticed in my 21-year-old in school, the way they were taught was that everything's done in groups.
Yeah.
Right. So you had little cliques within the class, and they would do things as group tasks. right? So that's just to me. And my oldest son, yeah, he had the same thing where they did things group wise. So there's a lot of like, it's like they don't know how to communicate their individual thoughts without. Think like this: you have your individual thoughts, but you're taking into consideration like everybody else at the same time before you like speak, right? So you're trying to like integrate the things that they like, and like watering down your own version of like what your idea is.
Exactly. That's what Ayub was doing. That's what Ayub was doing in here. So he was, I was like, so what did you learn in school, like about the shape of the earth, and like what it was? And he's like, oh, I don't know, I wasn't paying attention to school. Nothing. I was like, just that the earth is round. I was like, I know that's not the truth. That you probably know a little bit more than that. So I was like, go ahead and just let us know what he would not. For fear of stepping on something that somebody might say in here that could be upsetting or whatever. And I mean, that's just like, I mean, you don't even want to say what you've learned. Not even that much. Just to have the simple conversation in here. So just like watching every move.
Censor all the time too because of YouTube and Discord and all that stuff. And I'd say I'm not proud of it, but it's like you have to weigh what's the lesser of the two evils. Partially self-censor or just go quiet, right? I mean,
yeah.
I consider it a defeat on the whole COVID thing and all that stuff, right? All the censorship that we have to do. Oh shit, it's going to be on YouTube. Don't say that. Oh, don't say that. It's on Discord. Don't say this. Don't say that. I mean, the only thing we censored, like when I was growing up, is just like, but it was different. You just didn't you didn't disrespect people to a degree. You know what I mean? Or you were fighting. Like really fighting, fist fighting. I mean, that was like that was really like the only line. There was no like line. You didn't insult people's friends, family, loved ones. You didn't insult generally, unless it was a joke, people's nationality, ethnic background, right?
Yeah, but you get like stuff. And you get stuff like the kids that are watching the Disney shows. It looks like the kids are always in control and they're disrespecting the parents, and the parents act like they're doting idiots. And oh, I didn't know that. And the kid's like, yeah, mom. Like, and the audience is laughing. And so it's like you get this reverse of like where the kid is the smarter one and the parent is a dumb, stupid one. And so they have this ideology in their head that wherever they go, the parents are stupid. And so, and Disney's real good at having shows like that. And just
I mean, they did that. But that's who their target audience is, right? The kid, for children, right? You don't want I mean, they did that when I was a kid. Have you ever seen the movie like Goonies? And like, yeah, so like the kids like, I'm tricking my parents. Like Ferris Bueller's Day Off, like parents are just trusting and naive, and they don't know what their kids are doing, and the kids can just trick them easily. I mean, that's entertaining for a child, right? Because it's kind of like the fantasy of like outsmarting your parents. In real life, it doesn't actually work that way.
Exactly.
Because your parents were actually kids once, and they did the same stuff that you're failing at. They failed at too.
Yeah.
Like your parents never tried to sneak out the window to sneak out at night. Like you open your window to to go somewhere. Your parents are like, no. Like I'll just sneak out. You open the window and your parents are standing there outside your window. They're waiting for you. Yeah, but they have to like test the social waters before they speak, right? Like, what does everybody else think? They have to probe first. And like, if you don't give information, then they don't know what to say, right? They don't. You're not giving information on the like. You're not giving them social cues, so they don't know what to say because they don't. They're like trained to not offend people or take the path of least resistance. Let's say.
Yeah, that's what I noticed. Basically, what you're saying.
If you get them on Xbox, right? If you get them on Xbox and they're anonymous, you should like my 11-year-old, I catch him sometimes watching like troll videos from people on Xbox, right? So the teenagers are on Xbox. You know, the stuff that comes out of their mouth is just so offensive. It actually is offensive because they know they're anonymous, right? Like completely anonymous on Xbox. There's no way to find out like who you are. You're just, Rump Stomper 223 or something, and that's it.
Yeah, but when you got to belly up to the bar and put your knowledge on the line here, then it becomes like, well, you're just probing. You're always probing. You're never really engaging to the point where this is what I think, this is what I know, this is nothing. It's just, I never said that. I don't know what you mean. Like, what is it? Like, it's all, relative. There's never anything that's solid, substantial, like nothing. There's no substance, bro. So it's like, you gotta coax everything out of them. Do you want to say this question? How about this one, little Timmy? And it's like, you can't ever get them to actually speak on their mind, like, because now they're being held accountable for what they're saying, and God forbid they should say something. I don't know.
Well, I mean, but you can't like blame it 100% on them, because I think their perception is that other people will be offended. It's not really like a completely cowardice on their part. It's like, well, if other people get offended, they'll kick me out, right? So they're afraid if I say the wrong thing, then they're going to kick me out of the chat. So I'm not going to say the wrong thing. So that's probably a reason why a bunch of them come in here and say, I'm a flat earther, right? Because they think if you're like, which is the weirdest thing, dude. Think of how crazy it is that they promote diversity by having no diversity.
Yeah.
Like how does that work exactly? Like if we all give our universal, like we all give a collective opinion together, that's diversity. Because this person has this skin color and this person has this kind of eyes and this person, that's the diversity. Like the outward appearance and not like the opinion itself. Yeah, that's some bizarre, weirdo shit, man. Flipping reality on its head. Oh, the globe. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. The globe. Flipping reality on its head. Yeah, so I think he just didn't want to offend any of us. Like, it wasn't like for his benefit. I think he thought it was for ours. I really think they think that. Don't hurt the other person's feelings. You know what I mean? That type of deal.
Yeah, but then when it started to get real in here, when I was getting right down to him not being on his video game, and you're not my dad. The hell, bro?
You're not my dad. Don't be so sure. I used to drink.
Freaking yeah.
Your dad.
I'm just saying, man. I was like, get off your video game and pay some attention. And like people are talking to you, like probably you've never heard of that. Like I don't know, maybe.
I mean, that's another thing. They don't see this type of stuff as disrespectful, right? When somebody's talking to you and you're not paying attention, like that's mad disrespectful. I mean, kids do it all the time anyway, but now like. I've noticed this with my older children because they're so used to like having like being in a group and like someone just stops like interacting and like goes on their cell phone, right? And texts or chats or like makes a phone call or whatever, basically text. So like they don't have like the niceties of politely, oh, excuse me for a second, I have to send this text. They don't have those manners, right? They just stop. And the thing is, they've all grown up this way, so they don't even notice it. It's not even offensive to them anymore.
Yeah, so it's hard to kind of know if you're missing social cues if you've never known any social cues.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
You know what? In this last part, you guys are just talking about what I found truly amazing is like yesterday, talking with this young British kid, and when I told him that I'm 100% sure that I would actually give my life or put my life on the line.
That guy.
That Earth is
whoever that guy was, Sonny.
Yeah, Deck. Yeah,
Oh, it was Deck? Okay.
it was Deck. Yeah. So that
We're gonna have to
I
clip
would,
that.
I would put my life on the line that Earth is a flat, stationary topographical plane. Yes, I would. I don't think there's anything that's refuting this information. And so I don't know what. So, but the shocking thing is that somebody would be amazed that someone could be 100% absolutely sure of anything that was shocking to him. Now, that's what's shocking.
Yeah. Like, but even if you just compare them, like, if I had to put my life on one or the other, the globe or flat Earth, one I know from television, and the other I know from experience. What am I going to bet my life on? Collective, propaganda, media, and that nonsense, or like what I experience in reality?
Mm-hmm. And the reason I'm so sure and that I would put my life on the line on that fact is that I checked it myself, not just once, over and over and over and over and over again, dozens and dozens of times, till I was satisfied within myself that I was getting all the information I needed to come to a satisfactory conclusion. And
You know what he said though? That I heard him tell you yesterday, Sonny. He's like, I'm 100% certain to a degree.
Yeah,
What
to a
the
degree.
hell is even that? How do
That's
you
what
say I'm
certain
100% certain to a certain degree?
That's what certain is these days, I guess.
You said I'm 100% certain to a certain degree. Shit.
Freaking hilarious.
He's
So
about
anyway,
50 and there's 100% certainty.
yeah, that's
50
pretty
on
crazy.
100%.
Hey, Heretic, good to hear you on here.
Thanks, Sonny.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's only 59 degrees here. It's cold. It feels like San Francisco when I go out now these days. In the last week, it's much colder than it usually is. That wind bites your face. Not like in Miggy's area. Definitely not. But
That's spanking you in the ass over here.
yeah, that one's just knocking you down flat. Your nose will be frostbit if you stay out too
Don't
long.
remind me, dude. I gotta go out and I'm procrastinating though, because I gotta go out and take my snow blowing machine and do the driveway.
Yeah, it's obviously global warming. That's why everything's getting colder. I think that goes with the curvature. It's curved because it looks so flat.
Hey, we got Jairus in here. Jairus, are you here now? I just unmuted you, man. You have the ability to speak there. Jars.
Okay, you tell us.
Jairus, are you there? Hello.
Isn't that Yars?
Yars.
He should be able to speak. Oh, wait a minute.
He's a Norwegian pilot.
I don't.
He's a
he has no
Norwegian
voice.
pirate named Yars.
Hey, why do they show up with no mic? Like, is that when they have no roles?
Yeah, but I just unmuted him so he can.
He could still speak, but he still shows with no mic next to him though. Is that on his side?
What's his avatar? It looks like somebody's stomach with shirt pulled up or something.
Yeah, it looks like a belly button there. It could be a potato for all I know.
He needs to hit the fucking gym if that's his body.
Yeah.
little pudgy there, eh?
No, it's well, I mean, he ain't really pudgy, but
No, that's called skinny fat.
There's not muscle on his
Cultivated
body.
by soy?
Put it that way.
I mean,
Cultivated by soy, exactly. He had an easy lifestyle.
What's
Let's
an
put it
easy
that
lifestyle?
way. He ain't chopping wood in the winter. Tell you that much.
Yeah.
Just went to deaf mute.
Well, shit, you're
That's a Mike Powers. Yeah, we're hurting feelings this morning, guys. It's a hurt your feelings this morning, kind of a morning.
You should
Or getting your feelings.
You should be thankful if someone can hurt your feelings.
Hey, it means you can still feel pain and you're still alive. So, yeah.
And actually, if you didn't feel it, that'd be a problem if you didn't feel it.
Butthurt Thursday. That's gonna
Oh my god.
It's Butthurt
That
Thursday.
is just
The guy was in his feelings today, little kid. You know my dad. The hell, bro. And just like asking simple questions, like to the guy. Crazy.
some of the Glovers got dads like that. Oh my god.
You think so? You think they all just?
No, like what cut off what
Oh,
posted.
that's a bit
Most
much.
of them don't have dads. I mean, they have biological fathers
I got enough images. I don't.
that went out for milk one day.
Yeah, and someone else came back home with the milk. What happened? Mom, who is that guy? Oh, that was the milkman.
The milkman. All right, Jars, are you there? Hello.
Oh, they won't even get that joke, Sonny, because that's so dated. You have to say like the Amazon man.
I'm gonna get a pulse check on Jars, and I'm only doing this to get a pulse check, Jars. You can come back. Let's see if he's got a pulse.
Was the Amazon man actually the soy man? Because they're not even dropping off milk anymore. They're dropping off soy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why the hell there's a soy conspiracy, y'all? There's soy in every damn thing. What's up with that?
Good question. Cheap.
There's like lecithin and everything too. What the hell is that?
You gotta put soy in everything? Like everything has soy.
I think it's because it's cheap. It's a cheap filler, and it doesn't have the same problems. Like you have less risk of losing your crop. I think they have like less infectious what do they call it? Invasive types of insects that will destroy the crop, and less like funguses and diseases and things like that. But I'm pretty sure soy is primarily grown in Arkansas.
We just gotta ban Arkansas now.
Mm-hmm.
Arkansas also grows rice, so basically, like whatever climates they have, like in China, where they grow their,
It's time to
staples,
cancel.
they grow them in Arkansas.
Time to cancel Arkansas now. Sorry,
Put them a
Helio.
part of the permanent ban list.
Sorry, Helio.
Mm-hmm. We have to build a wall.
He always
We have to
ignored
build
it,
a wall.
Arkansas,
We're going
though.
to build a wall around Arkansas. I promise this in my next campaign. Ban Arkansas now.
Damn, soy is fine. I don't know if soy is fine, man. You think soy is fine, Indio? You like your soy?
No, doesn't it have like phytoestrogens in it or something?
Yeah.
And, like it's poisonous if you don't process it.
I never knew people made a case for soy. I didn't know there was a case for soy. But I guess if people are making a case for soy, then soy is fine? Question mark?
I mean, I'm sure it's fine in small doses, and if you don't eat it like regularly. But you know what I mean. Like if you have, order some Asian food dish that has like tofu in it. I'm sure that type of dosage is fine, but I don't think eating it every day or drinking soy lattes or drinking soy milk. Soy milk is probably not good for you. I have no
Commercial
doubt.
soy equals man boobs. Cut off the knees. Oh, shit.
Oh, you just figured out Fight the Flat Earth diet.
It's got a lot of commercial soy. Oh, shit.
Well, it probably matters whether it's processed, because that's the thing about when it's processed, it gets micronized into small ass particles, and they become more absorptive biologically. So whatever, like things in there, like, you know, whatever's good in there gets absorbed better, but whatever's bad in there also gets absorbed better. And a lot of these, like a lot of chemicals that are bad for you, it's like, it's not just like the dose, it's the perpetual use. It's like of taking it all the time continuously, right? Like alcohol. Alcohol is fine if you just drink it, right? You can even drink it a couple times a week. But when you drink it every day, even if you drink a little bit, you'll have, like, if you drink, say, 3 beers a day for 6 months, and you just cold turkey stop drinking, you're going to have alcohol withdrawals, even though that amount of beer is tiny. It's not even enough really to get drunk off of. But you're still going to have withdrawal symptoms because your body acclimates to it. Your body reaches equilibrium to whatever you subject your body to. If it's a regular stimulus, your body will reach equilibrium with it. But then when you stop doing it, then you're at disequilibrium and you feel bad or like something's wrong. I mean, estrogens aren't terrible for men. You just don't want them in like continuous doses. Men produce estrogen. Women produce testosterone.
Yeah, almonds also have estrogen in them.
I haven't confirmed this, but I heard that estrogen in men promotes libido. I don't know about females. I haven't confirmed that yet.
So people are mainly debating the derivative topics of the flat Earth discussion, right? Like how the ISS would or would not work in space. Coriolis, gravity, all that stuff. What are some of the derivative topics that you guys heard lately that people are still debating?
Dome is the perpetual one. Or space, or like, I mean, pretty much they're all derivative topics other than curvature and motion, right?
Actually, there's one that's really so silly and funny that you need a container for every pressure gradient in the atmos.
Atmosphere. Get right,
saying that?
atmosphere.
Who's saying that?
Atmosphere.
That's right, man. I'm never saying atmosphere again. I'm training that out of my vocabulary with atmosphere.
Atmosphere?
Yeah, because it's not a sphere. It's a pear shape, right? A little fatter on the bottom, skinnier on the top.
So what's the flat Earth term then? What should we use?
I'm just going to say atmosphere till I can think of something better.
Should brainstorm.
People say Atmos, but, you know, like there's the argument that gas has no, like, shape to it, really. So.
What shape is the human heart?
Typically, I'll say the air. Everybody, when I say the air, everyone knows what that means. It's weird how that terminology works, so go ahead.
The air? Which air? Which pressure gradient are we talking here?
The air we breathe.
I'm just
talking. We got Alan in the chat. Alan, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What brings you by, Alan? And shout out to CB who just entered the chat. Alan, what's going on, man? Hello, are you there?
You choking on a chicken bone?
Yeah, you either choking on something or. Hey, relax, buddy. Relax. It's just a chat room. Did he leave? Yeah. Yeah, one of the McToon's goons wanted me to go. You should debate McToon. I don't want to debate that guy. Useless idiot. Plus, there isn't a debate. I don't want to be there sitting talking to Mr. Water in a tap can drinker.
Okay, so that's a good derivative topic, right? It's airplanes and airplane flight and travel times and all that nonsense, right?
God,
so that's a derivative topic if there ever was one.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you can't how it's because a plane is not a measuring device, right? You're not measuring curvature with a plane. Like no matter what you conceive of how you're flying between point A and point B, you're not actually using the plane to measure that, right? You're just flying the plane. It's not like you're taking readings of, at that time interval, making corrections, waiting a little bit longer, making another correction, making lots of little micro corrections. The wind is pushing you up, down, left, right, sideways, diagonal, right? Then you have to come in a certain way to fly to the airport, right? Because you got to have to glide slow. And then you got to have the right altitudes. And then because they have flight routes within the United States and internationally, so there's flight corridors that you have to fly to and fly within to fly between point A and point B. You just don't get up in an airplane and go, I'm pointing at New York, right? I'm taking off from Dallas. I'm going to point my plane at New York and fly to New York in a great circle route.
Guess what? Guess what, Indio? That is another great globe Earth proof that they told me in the YouTube live stream text chat. I think it was Bendy Light. He's in the text chat right now. He said, I would believe you if you could point to the sun at night. Point to the sun at night, bro. That's what he was saying. That I can't point to the sun at night. That's one simple question that would stump me. Yeah, I forgot to mention it yesterday.
Yeah, shocking. I can't see the sun at night. Wow.
But he's like,
he's smart.
Supposedly, if the Earth was flat and you could point to where the sun is at night, then we'd have something with, what we're saying.
Imagine if someone came along and was like, I saw the sun out at night. I'd be like, no, that would be called daytime, right?
I was too
Actually,
I was up there. I was like, I can't believe somebody just when I think you couldn't be any dumber.
The day and the night are independent from the sun and the moon. Daylight comes, a little bit before the sun comes. Just a technicality.
Well, yeah, that's true. We have twilight, right? Civil, nautical, and what they call astronomical twilight. So,
yeah. So if you say it in that way, you have accepted a burden of proof. However, if you just ask the Globers, can you prove to me that daylight is sunlight? Right? And then you just take a nap and sip some orange juice and go on vacation.
Right.
Because, see, they say all this stuff that we have to prove to them. They have not substantiated their claims.
And yet, they will never listen to a single shred of evidence you present to them unless they're, happen to be really reticent to that, really ready to receive that. That just doesn't happen. They won't let you show them anything.
Yeah, fair. So would you agree that a lot of conversations had here are not for the person that's being spoken to, they're for somebody else listening who's already further along the journey, and it's going to click something in their head? And to that end, when we have engagements with people, we don't need to hit them with a million things to try to prove to them or trap them. We need to have exposition of the flat earth concepts, ideas, and critiques of the globe so that people listening, whether they be our own people or people in the audience, can have something of merit to chew on. Because the guys that come in here stone cold, not even recognizing that they're actually 100% here, I mean, how are you going to reach such a person? You can't. You just use them as a foil to reach others.
Yeah, well, you gotta listen to what their objectives actually are. All the reasons in the world to believe in flat Earth, but if you don't hit on the points that matter to that person, it's not gonna matter. Like, I would say 90% of the time, if not higher. Like, I mean, it's just the same as when the Globers try to convince us, right? They're just like, oh, well, this bad reason and that bad reason. It's like, I'm sorry, but unless you can identify the reasons I believe flat Earth and show it to me that it's not true, I'm not going to believe you. It's the same for them.
I mean, for Globers, they're not trying to convince us necessarily. Maybe. Oh, some of them have the motivation, like, I'm going to go into this Discord and I'm going to convert a flat earther back to the globe. So I've seen many of them say that. But the rest of them they're here to reinforce the propaganda, right? Because, they'll come in here and they'll literally just it's like debating Google. They're just reciting Wikipedia, reciting whatever it says on Google. Or it's just that's what their purpose is. They're going to, okay, there might be someone on the fence out there, so let's reinforce the propaganda by reciting the dogma so they don't forget.
Have you guys played with that Chat GPT or whatever? The chat AI?
Yeah.
I argued with it about flat Earth for a little bit before I figured out that it was definitely just a machine of the occult, of the powerful.
Well, I mean, it's constrained reinforcement learning, so it's been trained by humans to give certain answers, right? So
it told me that the Selenium, how do you say that? Selenium eclipse, that upside down curvature of the shadow on the moon is just a known cause of the physics of having a light shown on like a planet or a ball. It just made me nervous.
Because of physics. And it's like, how is the Earth spherical in nature? Well, just look up, man. Physics.
How do they explain this selenium, however you say it? How do they explain that?
Well, they did explain it by refraction until some of the upside down eclipses were observed, and then they still just say refraction, shut up, change the subject.
Yeah, they just say shut up
Call
and
you
make sense.
names. What else?
I already got the timer on, buddy.
Yeah, is there not like some technical explanation? Because
No, there's not.
Listen, if you look in chat, what Miguel Sousa posted, right? So there's a technical explanation if the Earth is on the bottom of, the Earth's shadow is on the bottom, but there's no technical explanation of if it's on top.
Yeah,
because the light source. Gotta think, the light source and the moon are above your head, and the thing that's cast in the shadow is below your feet. How's that possible?
That happens with solar eclipses as well, and they explain it away with the speed of the moon and the sun, like the relative speed. It's really bogus, but I can see them trying to use that.
They do.
They use it. Evidence just that, you can't see the moon cover the sun. You can't see the moon come up to the sun or anything like that during the solar eclipse. No evidence that that's really how it works. But then the selenium, how do you say that? I needed the word in front of me to read it.
It takes a while. Selenium.
Oh, selenium. Okay.
Yes, you got it.
The selenium eclipse is just such definitive proof. I'm really tempted to tell all my friends and family about it because it's so obvious.
Yeah, it's definitely a good one.
Yeah, well, we do some fun stuff around here, like where Glover will say yes, it's possible, and then we ask them to diagram it, like in a piece of software, like Paint or something, and we get some pretty hilarious results. It's pretty funny, man. Like the stuff we get, urban lines, so just all sorts of weird stuff.
Like, I'm sorry, you can say that refraction causes something to appear a few degrees over under the horizon if you want. People can believe that, sure. But the whole world, it refracts the entire world to be over the sun when it's under it. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, there was an old theory where light travels on conduits that are essentially predetermined, and they can skip into different conduits only on a probability scale. So if the local
happens every lunar eclipse.
that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is that if you assume uniformitarianism functionality of light, right, rather than light could behave differently in different areas. So there was an answer that there's just different strata of light travel. But again, who's proving that?
Well, I mean, you're going to say there's a different strata of light travel that, it rebounds around space? You know, it's going to random. Like, no, light works the same way every time. It always goes according to its physics.
Light does whatever it needs to for us to see whatever we did and for the Earth to still be a globe.
Yeah, true.
Even if it has to do it twice.
The problem is that you just made a uniformitarian assumption, which is a philosophical assertion. You have no way to prove that light behaves the same way at all times in all locations in free space.
I mean, it's pretty easy to observe, though.
So you've been everywhere in free space?
I mean, can we tell that every one of your cells is a male cell? Like, do we need to investigate every cell and make sure that none of them morphed into a female cell? I don't think it's necessary.
That sounds gross.
You might say that, but I want you to recognize that that's a philosophical assertion.
I think you're
fair
playing with
enough.
something at this point.
Yeah, fair enough. It's fine to recognize your own, but keep in mind we're critiquing the gold model at this point. What we're recognizing is that we are capable of being honest about our philosophical assertions, where the globe assume their philosophical assertions are scientific facts.
Hey, we have NSK level up just entered the chat. NSK level up, are you there?
I guess fair enough, but I don't find I have never heard anyone say that light acts differently in physics than we've observed it to act. So I don't think that's one you really have to look out for. But
No, what he's saying is you can't rule it out because you've never made every observation in every place at all times throughout history, which means to say that it's always going to act one particular way at all times forever in every place, that's universal uniformitarianism. But we have good reason to believe that shit isn't going to magically change. I mean, it's not wrong to think that way. He's just saying, just recognize the fact that there's a non-zero possibility that there's a place you could go where light doesn't behave the same, or a condition, or under some environment, or whatever.
Well, I don't know, man. Like that idea is also could be the same as why are we not a brain in a jar somewhere? Because we can think of that as a possibility that we can't discover yet. We haven't discovered that yet because we're in this reality, and this is the only known reality we have. So we haven't entered a state where we're a brain in a jar. But at the same time, the thought could be entertained that if you could be a brain in a jar, that thought possibility is something that hasn't been discovered yet.
Right, but it's not the same because we know light changes in various media, right?
Yep.
Various densities, various refractive optical densities, etc.
In a predictable way.
Right. Now, to make a uniformitarian claim, but to make a uniformitarian claim that those conditions exist in constant permutation ad infinitum in every part of free space that's available to us would be a false assertion. I mean, that's the same way the Globers do it, where they say space is an infinite, vacuum. They make a uniformitarian claim.
Well, this is partially, regarding that, in that, obviously to make that observation, we have to pretend that there is a way that we know how light goes through space. How they say it goes through space is just straight. We don't really know that, obviously, since there's no space.
Not only straight, indefinitely straight. So once you fire a piece of light, it will continue forever which means it has an infinite amount of available free space, which will constantly be in front of it in which to travel into. Now, that's a philosophical claim. Cannot be proven to be true. It's philosophical in nature, and that's all it ever can be, unless you go there. And that's what I mean. Like, there's no proof that 3 billion miles to my right exists any free space in which I could exist. There's no proof of that.
AI. They don't even claim that. You just claim too much certainty because they say it depends. It's relative to where the observer observes us from and how fast he's going, right? And like it depends on which patch of space you're in because that patch of space might curve, but from the reference frame of the light, it's going straight. But from your reference frame, it appears to curve. So
it's the assertion of the claim, though. It's the assertion of the claim that stands to be recognized here. The assertion is that there's an ever-expanding universe with their globe paradigm. And what we're saying is that it's not what they're saying because it can't be stated that there's any evidence to that claim. So if there is some available differentiation from what we understand light to be here and what is said to be like in the question posed philosophical, as in it could be doing something else somewhere else, because we're stating the opposite of what they're saying, that it is known that the universe is ever expanding and so on and so forth, but we're saying that it's not what their claim is. Then, like this uncertainty of knowing that if it could be doing something else somewhere else, like we can't know that. So it is light is something that people have been trying to figure out what it is. I don't think there's an answer to the question like what is light actually. Like Pumpkin, and I think you can understand the value in that. Like you can't.
Well, yeah,
no one can ever
that's why
say that.
they can lie about the Selene. I can't say it again.
Selenelian, yeah,
Selenelian eclipse, because they can just say whenever they want that light
they're
works
using
the way they want.
Yeah, they're contorting the depiction of how it happens. Have you seen some of the depictions? I think Indio put them up in the live stream voice text as to like how they depict how that could be possible, and it's really a dumb way of like trying to reconcile that idea of what we're seeing in the sky during the Selenelian eclipse. But I guess just more to the point of kind of AI, because I was looking at it from a perspective of the unknown, but this is more to the effect of the known happening in the places we can't get to. So the light that we can understand as much as we can from this perspective, there's a lot of things that we don't know from a perspective we can't get to, like as in where the actual light is, the origin of it, like what is producing the light, let's say. You know what I mean? And what it actually its makeup actually is. So
yeah, but then what about the multiverse theory as well? How it ties into the whole universe theory? Because as they're sort of trying to figure out where it's expanding into. Hi guys, sorry about that. I couldn't introduce myself.
What's up, NSK? And
Sorry,
we're talking about the assertions, the claims from the perspective of the globalist mind, and it goes into many different avenues, into like you even stated the multiverse and all that. But one of the things that you can understand or appreciate is that when they come up with ideas like theories and the makeup of the cosmology, they can never have anything that substantiates the known reality in a way that can make valuable contributions to like how we understand science. So it's really just these assumptions, these ideas, these theories that they want to present so that they can give another transition over to how you think about your cosmology. But I don't know, man. It doesn't offer any value. I don't think it does. Like unless you're saying that it would.
I agree with you. I agree with, because I think even with gravity, I ask one of my friends this all the time: is what size does an object have to be for its gravity to increase? And obviously, we can't replicate an object the size of planets, the Earth, however big they think it is or say it is.
Agreed.
But at what point would the gravity
take hold?
Be born or whatever.
Take hold. Yeah, but get this, man. Like, and I've asked people this too, and Elijah came up with this the other day. But we're always talking about that too. So gravity, in order for their conceptualization of it to actually take place or take hold, it needs to be of a certain mass of a certain size, right? in order for it to start becoming known to our physical existence. Like it's something that's a pulling effect or whatever, to the center of mass. And when you look at it from that vantage, then you start to realize, well, what was there in the first place to initiate the effect of gravity? Because there had to be something pulling things to the center of what, if there wasn't any mass to begin with. So what was there in the beginning of the formation of the gravitational pull before any mass was collected? How do you collect something if there is no mass? And then it starts to clump mass together. Well, what was there before? What void was there? What you know what I mean? Was there a gravity well, and then that pulled itself into itself and all the mass and whatnot, and then it formed the Earth, which is now a giant. You know what I mean? Like,
don't you know that the whole galaxy revolves around all the galaxies revolve around a supermassive black hole?
Great attractor. Listen, but what I'm saying though is the idea from their conceptualization of the Earth forming as however it came to be. How did this Earth already have the gravity that it does, the size that it is to have gravity, if you need gravity in the first place to pull clumps of matter together to form gravity? Isn't that circular? What do you think? That's circular, isn't it? You got to have gravity to clump things together to have a mass big enough to make gravity. Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, no, I
Technically,
agree with that.
they
I think
say that everything has gravity. The bigger, the better. So theoretically, if you had a whole bunch of stuff, some of it would cling together and be bigger than the rest, and as different clumps would clump together, some would be heavier than the other. I don't know. It tracks for me. That's not my problem with
It's just chicken or egg fallacy, like Wave Mixer just put in there. But what came first, gravity or the mass that gravity needs to have it become gravity?
We know they've only sort of built up a theory of gravity to cover their steps, isn't it? So it's just a lie on top of a lie, and then that's the reason why it's become so ridiculous now, is because they've had to lie and lies and lies.
Gravity is the great unifier. It's the one that brings everything together. Well, because of gravity, things are being held down on the Earth the way it is. Gases, water, liquids, vapor, everything, just all held down by gravity. But then what was there before? And that's what I'm always, like, the question that they don't want to answer. What was there before? Because you have to have something. Why don't we ever go back with a gravity question and say, what was there before, guys? You want to talk about how big something needs to be to pull things into itself, but then you never want to answer what was there in the first place to actually form this thing that you say is pulling everything into itself. Nobody ever asked that. That's never gone back to like how it begun. We're always talking about how it already exists.
We need a time machine for that, though. It's like there's certain aspects of it we can't really test because it's outside of the physical reality.
So then what does it become though, NSK? If you go back to where it's just, well, we can't ever know. Well, then how are we saying?
This is what I wanted to come on here and say, actually, is because I imagine I don't know who's in here, but it sounds like you're all flat earthers. But you've obviously had conversations with people and ran into brick walls and stuff. And I'm just, what I've been trying to figure out is what is the best sort of sequential way of presenting this information to people, because
it's simple, man. It's always been simple. People have overcomplicated it by making it a point-for-point discussion. All right, you give me your proof and evidence for the globe. I'll give you my proof and evidence for flat Earth. Wrong. No. The claim on the table is that the Earth is a globe. That's what we've been taught and told in school and just everywhere. We're indoctrinated with, saturated with it. It's globalist this and globalist that. So, like, what we need to find out first is the Earth that's presenting itself to us, how we see it, how it can be detected, measured, practically used, and then how people are saying it is, like extra perceptory, like things we don't see outside of our own perception. So our perception is noted to be like seen and detected, measured, and practically used at the flat and stationary plane. Like that is true as a true statement can be. Now, when somebody claims otherwise, that it could be curving somewhere, concave, convex, hollow Earth, whatever, I don't care what you say the Earth is, now it's your turn to prove it. And what proof do they have? What evidence? So, The way to go about it, and then this way I've been doing it, it's just 3 simple tenets of the globe: Earth curvature, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space being the medium that the Earth, which it resides in this medium, right? The vacuum of space. So you're gonna have to provide evidence for those 3, and simply put to the person, if they don't know, then just tell them, hey, if you don't know, just say you don't know. Just keep it that simple.
And a lot of them are not willing to do that, are they?
No, they're reluctant. But here's the thing, though: if you get them to the point where they actually admit that they don't know, then it becomes evident to you that it's just a belief, that they have a belief. You know that because you just admitted you don't know. Because you can't say that you're going to continue to say that this thing is true in reality when whatever you're telling me doesn't comport over to how I can test and verify it to be true. Do you know what I mean? So the information that you receive is just a belief system that you're thinking the Earth's a globe. I mean, that's fine as far as beliefs go, but it doesn't hold any merit to how we understand Earth to be really. And that's the part where you're starting to get people to realize. That's when the rubber hits the road, and people start to think, oh, wait a minute, I don't have an answer for that, and for good reason, because there isn't an answer that sufficiently covers the understanding. So now what you have is somebody who's just a believer in the globe, and you, like I said, Earth curvature, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space. They can't answer these, man.
People that, because it's gone so viral, and it's sort of gone viral in a hidden sort of underground kind of way, but it's because it's been viral for maybe, let's say, coming up to a decade. But the thing is, I think a lot of people already know. They've heard people talking about it. They've seen little bits and bobs and whatever. They're just keeping their mouth closed because it is actually a very overwhelming subject. It's an overwhelming realization. To have the realization once you figure it out, but also whilst coming across it, it's very overwhelming. And I think a lot of people can talk about it just calmly and nicely because they're familiar with it. But I think it's just people are very scared to admit that it is making sense, and a lot of these things are making sense. So, and also it's very draining as well. It requires quite a lot of energy for you to have this realization, and I don't think a lot of people got enough room for that in their life. Although it's just a matter of courage. I think what I'm saying is it's not so much to do with people not explaining things properly, or there's so much confusion about this evidence or that evidence. It's more to do with emotional.
Yeah, it's a psychological whammy, I call it.
Mm-hmm.
Whammy is a term of a game show from, it used to be a long time ago, like in the 70s or early 80s. What was it, the show with the whammy? Anyways, but it's I can't.
Doesn't really have any sympathy on them because we're running out of time. We haven't got enough time to just sit and wait. So you do have to sort of whammy them and give them the truth drop.
But they didn't understand. People. Here's the thing, man. People don't know what they don't know, and they just assume that they know things because they've been. It's a foregone conclusion. I mean, we're in an enlightened age. We're in the age of information. Information at your fingertips. Hey, Google. What's the size of the Earth? Boom. Google gives it to you. It's so easy, right?
But sure, I think if you have the context of the fact that your ancestors would have given their right arm to have access to the info that we have at the touch of my fingers, a lot of people are not thinking about that because the technology has just arisen, fairly recently or quickly. We're not used to it. Some people are just jumping on it and taking advantage of it. But it's because I think most people are just in a haze and in a daze because it is, in my opinion.
But you know why that is, though, NSK?
It's a massive brainwashing.
You know what? I was telling people about this earlier, where me, Tim, and Flat Lloyd Wright were having a discussion about why that is. There's a lot of things intellectually why that you have this brain fog. There's health why you have a brain fog, and there's also spiritual like fogginess why you. And so with all of this combined, with your powers combined, it just gets a person to be lethargic. They're apathetic. They don't care anymore. They're just whatever. Yeah, man, sure. And they just they sound like brainless numbs, They're in here and you can't get their attention. They're just you have to feed them. Like, is this what you want to ask? Like, come on, like, give me something back. Get some spark. Where's the conversation? Who wants to talk about something stimulating? No one. Everybody just wants to look at TikTok twerking videos, dude. Like, this is what what we're reduced to.
I don't know.
And the only people advocating for this is us.
Those are pretty good though.
Yeah, you got a link, man. What the fuck?
I'm just saying, guys. This is what we're reduced to. We're trying to compete with these kinds of distractions. And even though Flat Earth is kind of intriguing, I mean, you have to be kind of animated to get people's attention and wake them the hell up. You know, like.
I kind of realize we don't really need to compete anymore. Like, we just sort of need to lead by example, because the people that are arguing back and forth on the internet, there's trolls and stuff, and there's people out there with their own YouTube channels that are trying to make a buck off it and all that kind of stuff. But then the actual legitimate conversation has been had, and it's sort of now it's moved on. I've stopped talking
like the after effects.
People around me.
We say, I'm
sorry.
Well, hold on. I want to say something about you. Like, people are confused by the information. That's not accidental. That's by design. So that's like the purpose. What we call the anti-flat earthers, the people that are in this. Their purpose is to sow confusion. And on top of that, right? So if someone explicitly looks into the topic, not only do they get like flat Earth stuff, they get bombarded by anti-flat Earth stuff. And they're really there to just muddy the water, to make it too much of a Herculean effort to actually properly investigate the topic without getting like a PhD in, university physics. That's how people feel about it, because most people are, for lack of a better word, undereducated on the topic. So they have to learn a whole bunch of new stuff. And who wants to go back to school? Nobody, right? And then on top of that, fighting that, you have the perpetual bombardment of media. Space this, space that, space X, NASA this, NASA that. Globes on the news, globes on the sides of buses, globes on the sides of work vans, globes on the sides of frickin' you name it, right? So they're saturated with the imagery, right? If you ask a person, what does the Earth look like? What pops into their head? They think of the 1972 blue marble. They've never seen the Earth look like that. They don't know anybody that's ever seen the Earth look like that. But that's what they think the Earth looks like. What they don't think the Earth looks like is what the Earth looks like when they leave their house, or go on top of a mountain, or go to the seashore, or get on a boat, or get on a plane. They don't think of that when they think of the Earth. They think of the cartoon on the television set. So this is what we're fighting against, right? We're trying to push back that tidal wave of just propaganda, obfuscation, like flat Earth saboteurs, and just hold that back while trying to give people, legitimate information. And it's a challenge, obviously. But no one ever said it was going to be easy. And I wouldn't
think it's the number one threat to the Matrix. It's the number one thing that the Matrix can't have people realize, because it's like
not
like
just but the state, but it's against the state in general, because the foundation of the state of the Big Bang, Darwinian evolution, the Earth being a globe, that's like the trifecta of bullshit, right? And they all say one thing, that you as an individual are meaningless. You're not unique in the universe. Like where you live isn't unique. You aren't unique as a person because you're just another animal in the food chain, right? Mm-hmm. So and you're not unique on the you're not unique in the grand scheme of things, because there's this vast infinite universe, and you're just a speck on a speck inside of a speck. And when you've gotten hold on, let me just wrap this up. When you've gotten rid of your individuality, what's left? Oh, join the Vor Collective. That's the only thing that's left. If you've taken God and any of the higher meaning out of reality, then who's the highest moral authority? Some guy, right? The president, the emperor, whatever you want. He's the highest moral authority. Now he decides your ethics. He decides what you should do. He decides how you should live your life. He decides what's important and what your goals are and what you're supposed to be doing, right? Some man out there somewhere is telling you, I am like God, right? Because I have access to all the medicine. I have access to all the technology. Like, we're making all this happen. We're performing these so-called technological miracles. It's a multifaceted, sophisticated cultural brainwashing on every possible level that you can possibly think of. And this is what we're fighting against.
Well, one good thing is though, is that, sorry, can I just say this one quick thing?
Yeah.
Is that we know now what they did to brainwash us. We will, obviously there's a lot more to it, but this is, for me, the cornerstone or the main, most powerful thing that they've used. But now, a minority, majority, who knows, but a lot of people are aware of what they've done. Whereas, you know, like the last 100-year window or whatever, we couldn't really have known, but now we know.
Well, I just want to put it in perspective here. Mike, are you there? And you also, NSK. You guys have like a role right now on this server that's just like VC verified. But I don't know where you stand in your position with the topic. So I don't know if you guys want to enlighten me. And I'm going to further another question after that. But just, it's not like to get into a debate or anything. Just to kind of like, I really just want to know what your position is. Are you on the fence? Do you think that the Earth is a globe? Like, what's your position, NSK or Mike, if you're listening?
My position is the globe is a lie to keep us all brainwashed.
Okay, how about you, Mike?
A very sophisticated lie.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Mike doesn't seem to be responding. All right. So NSK, in your reality right now, would you say that we're talking on Discord at the moment?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Now, if I was to follow up and saying, are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord right now? What would you say?
I'm on the Discord app. I had to download the Discord app to do it. Like, all signs are pointing to the fact that I'm on the Discord app.
The question is, are you 100% sure you're on Discord?
Okay, right. I see what you're saying. Maybe I guess I'm not.
Yes or no?
Or
yes or no?
Yes, yes.
You just finished saying no, then you said yes. Like, you switch back and forth.
I kind of don't really know what you're asking me right now, but
I'm asking if you're 100% certain we're talking on Discord. You admittedly said we're talking on Discord, but are you 100% sure that we're talking right now on Discord, the program?
Yeah,
Discord?
I mean, yeah, I guess. Okay,
You're struggling to say yeah, but like here's the reason why I said that. You remember we're just going over how strong the system is and the indoctrination of how to think and how we get to be in the position that we are. Part of the brainwashing technique is to get you to not realize that your own reality can be known by you. So by your own experience and by the experience of the collective, you can't know reality. You have to take that reality from a paradigm or as it is given to by someone else. So let's say like India was actually talking about this just a second ago. Like, in order for you to understand your paradigm, your cosmology, your worldview, you'd have to get it via some expert or some talking science communicator, talking head that's going to tell you what it is.
I think it was meant to be that way. You were meant to just be alive and observe the world in front of you and just dissect it as you see it. It's just natural, isn't it?
But society tells you that observation is an illusion. This is literally what they're telling you, is that when you go to the ocean, and you see it's flat, or you go to a lake and you see it's flat, you travel across the ocean or you fly in a plane, that flatness is actually an optical illusion, and you're actually on a giant ball. And when you feel no motion, that's actually an optical illusion, or a sense of motion illusion, right? That you just your senses are too weak to detect the motion. But trust us, there's some guy somewhere that measured this motion, and if you pray fucking hard enough, he'll tell you like how that motion is fucking discerned.
All right. Since you're kind of new here at SK, I just want to put a little audio clip for you. Check this out.
Okay.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
No, so I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing to fact. Things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached.
Yeah, you got to be sensible. You got to be at least sensible enough to not.
Sensible. How ironic. That's the guy's name is Mr. Sensible.
That's his name.
But he's just trying to be too sensible. That's
Well,
what
actually,
it is.
This actually goes
that
the
was
other
Stingray.
direction. That's not sensible
Actually,
at
that
all.
was Stingray. That was Stingray.
That's like saying I don't know China exists because I've never been to China.
What I hear when I hear him talking like that? I just hear him saying, "I want to make a substantial enough excuse not to have to admit anything in a way that's gonna not shed light on me in a bad way because that's
part
gets
of
to the
it.
point where it's so petty."
That's part of it where you can never be wrong. So that's one part of it. But the other part of it is there's some part of my reality that's always going to be in doubt. So I can appeal to some authority to fill in that gap for me.
Exactly. So I just want to go through just maybe one or two more examples just for your benefit, NSK, because I know that you kind of struggle a little bit saying that you're 100% sure on that. If we're talking on Discord, just wait. I want you to hear. How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
Hi, how sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be.
There's good evidence, isn't there?
It's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Well, I think it just comes down to semantics. It's probably more a defense mechanism because there's so much fake stuff in this world. It's not a bad defense mechanism, I say we just accept his perspective and, show him what's 99% true.
But wait, there's more. Let me just put one. There's a couple of, because you guys don't know how deep the programming is ingrained in all of us, that this particular mind virus has latched on to everyone and got everybody to kind of I can say it's 99.999%, and it gets you to say it, and then it's a small little deception that it puts your worldview askew. So the next time that somebody asks you if you're certain something is going on, you're like, well, I don't know. Let me ask the expert. So here's another one.
Oh, I wouldn't say that that means you should go to an expert just because you're not entirely sure. If your whole philosophy is that you can never be sure about anything, then no amount of talking to experts will make you sure of that thing.
Yeah, but
there is a healthy aspect in that, though.
No,
I
got one more.
Even with us researching flat Earth and stuff, you still have to sort of keep a tiny little section.
No. 1 second. I just want to play another clip and then.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
Probably not. Well, that's that guy.
Sure of that?
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. No. We don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
There you go.
We should feel privileged. You guys should feel privileged because we're not. You have to be at a certain level to sort of absorb or even entertain this idea in some serious manner and go through everything. It's just, I think some people, this subject I've found in my life, watching everything, it's separated people into two camps. You can either handle it or you can't. And it's happened now, in the times we're living in and everything for a specific reason, I feel. But I think that there's a block on people. Because I think people have been given enough chance as it's gone viral. Obviously, people that have never heard of it or nothing whatsoever, that's different. But I think there's been a window of opportunity now. You've had a chance, and if you now the door's closed, And if you're trying to get in late now, you're just going to keep bashing your head against the door and get more and more frustrated. So when I hear people like this, that's what I hear now. I don't see it as we're able to convince them or anything. I think you have to give it a go, and if you can't get it, you can't get it.
Wait, give what again?
Give a go at trying to understand the fallacies of the globe and
look. We don't
have it presented to you.
Well, that's the thing. We don't.
You're saying that the door is closed now for convincing people?
In a way, I feel like it is.
Honestly, I think maybe you need to turn your perspective around, because I'm noticing now that it's more normalized that people are starting to open up a little bit.
For people, not like in general. I mean, for people with that sort of mindset that he's presenting here.
Oh,
it's like it's trying to be over sensible kind of mindset. I think when you're showing those kind of
use
traits,
that to your advantage. I think, guys, the people who are sensible more than anything are more going to be aligned with us than anyone else. They've got to be the first people we tackle, don't you think? If you can be a flat earther from being sensible, then surely these people can find the truth. That's their primary motive being.
Once you've got, I think, the foundation sort of information, what you're supposed to do is go away, sit by yourself, and mull it over in your mind on your own, and with your own conscience, kind of thing. But I don't think people are, when they're in that kind of mindset, they're not capable of going away and doing that.
Indio, do you have?
Because they always want to have a debate.
I have something to say. I mean, not to like. This isn't bragging or anything. Just telling you like my experience. Miggy has quite a few people on the server. The server's existed for 5 years, and I've talked to thousands of people. Thousands.
Great.
And if you include text chat, probably hundreds of thousands. And that's the joke. Like, we probably, between this and the old server, we probably had at least 200,000 people come through the server, one way or another. A lot of them are trolls, and they don't listen to anything you say. But, well, I mean, think of the ban list, and, just the ban list alone is like 28,000 people. So, yeah. And the old server had 30-something thousand people, which ban list was equally as large, right? And not everybody gets banned. Some people just come in and then fuck around and just leave the server on their own. That's a lot of people. But I'm just saying, there's a few different types of reactions. You can't convince anybody of this topic, no matter how much information you give them, if they don't know how to think. If they don't know how to logic, if they don't know how to apply logic, if they don't know how to apply reason, if they don't have a standard of evidence, if they don't they can't say if you give them all the information in the world, they can't process it.
I honestly, I think it has a lot to do with how open they are as people.
Well, I mean, that openness is directly proportional to how emotionally invested they are in the idea.
Like, I think that we are open people, and that's why we found it first. I think that's the truth of it. And I think it's hard for us to understand how to spread it because the rest of the people don't share our openness, and now we're seeing it as a flaw.
I think this is hard-won knowledge, though. It's not something that you can just, when it's gone viral.
It is hard-won. Think about it's hard-won for even us open people. You know what I mean? Think how hard it is for them.
What do you mean by open?
People who are able to step aside from their own beliefs to consider what else might be true.
That means that you'd have to step aside from your pride and your ego, which is the thing that's actually preventing anyone from doing anything. So your own pride and ego, when somebody, especially in a forum like this, when you have your perspective on what you think the earth is, and I have mine, and I'm going to talk to you about what the perspective I have is, and if yours is opposing mine, your pride and ego are always going to flare up and going to be the thing to stop you. So the openness, I think, leans more to the side of whether or not you have pride and ego or what you have invested into the cosmology of where you think. And that's a big thing, because if somebody's not really invested, they're like, I don't really care either way. So if you're saying what you're saying is correct, then okay, sure. But if they're really invested, they're going to fight you tooth and nail. You won't seem to gain any ground. There'll be contrarians, there'll be sophists, there'll be whatever it is. Just win the argument,
It's because of Star Wars and Star Trek and Hollywood and stuff like that. That's what's sort of done it, isn't it?
Everyone I know is super invested in it. recently, finally, have a friend who came online, and my other Quran only flat Earth friend found her and showed her how the Earth was flat, and she just accepted it, and it was beautiful. It was great.
Yeah, so it's few and far between, let's say.
Yeah, and like, what good is that actually? Because like, if they just like accept what you say as opposed to what the globe says, they haven't really learned anything. They're just like listening to you.
No, she's learned a lot. She's listened. I'm good friends with her now. You know, like she believes the truth now, and that's what matters.
But,
you know,
I mean, not necessarily.
I mean,
what
you know,
matters.
when
Believing
I
the
first
truth for the wrong reasons isn't really a good truth to have, because you don't really believe the truth. You're just replacing it with a belief.
Hey, you can't judge how easily she accepted the truth. Just because it's hard won for us doesn't mean that it's hard won for everybody. You know, like it's
Right.
just thing for
I
her to
can't judge
recognize the
that.
truth and accept it.
I can't judge that. I just did.
in its entirety, there's a lot of
It
aspects.
doesn't need to go through this whole strenuous rigmarole. If she accepted the truth that was said to her, then that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like listen, but like there has to. But if you accept certain things for the wrong reasons, you're still in the same place.
Well, you have to understand that Quran.
You haven't advanced at all.
Well, listen, the Quran alone community is very similar to the Flat Earth community. It only subsists of people who are very determined to find the truth. Islam is a very brainwashy religion, extremely. It's very hard to get through to those people. Anyone who sees through the truth and sees that the Hadith are wrong and written after the Quran, those are true, truth seekers. So she already was a truth seeker.
Yeah, I guess to Indiel's point,
What I'm
he's
trying to say is the only way.
is the
Go
research
ahead.
behind it. So the research
you got to
behind
do
it,
your own observations, dude.
So
Like,
if somebody took, hang on, pumpkin, like I'm saying, just to advocate for a little bit for his position, because I've been through this conversation many times. So people will come in here and be what we call bandwagon flat earthers, and what I mean by that is that they like what they hear because it's a new idea and it sounds pretty fringy and it goes against status quo. So they're gonna want to head and just, oh yeah, I like what you're saying. I think I'm gonna go with this. And that's not a good way, because then they're just believing something. And it's like, we don't want people to be here just because of a strictly belief. Like, yes, it's true, and it doesn't need the rigmarole like Gregory said, but at the same time, people can't just hop on something new and just be like, oh, that's great, I'm going to go with this. And then later on find out, it's like you have to do hey, let me check this out. Let me look into this. And then come back and be like, oh, look, I looked into all this. I couldn't find any answers, so you're right. It coincides with
I agree
Sure,
that
that's
is
true, but
better.
there's no reason to mention that when she talked about her friend. There was no reason to say that to her about her friend.
I understand why he brought it up, though, because he's trying to apply it to how
was your friend blown away? Friend blown away by the whole thing?
She was a little bit cautious at first, but the more she understood it, the more it made sense with the rest of the stuff that she'd been finding out. Also finding out about the conspiracies at the same time, kind of deal.
She sounds similar to me. She sounds similar to me when I first learned about Flat Earth. Because by the time I started being introduced to the Flat Earth controversy, I was already well familiar with all the myriad of wickedness that infests the face of the earth. So it wasn't very difficult for me to accept that you have this whole narrative. You have this whole narrative, this whole propaganda machine, where they talk about the Earth being a ball and the whole fabrications of NASA. I was first introduced to exposing the fabrications of NASA, so that was a heavy blow against the paradigm. And then I learned about Rob Skiba doing on-the-ground observations and other persons doing on-the-ground observations, and we're seeing things that should be obstructed by Earth curve. It didn't take long for me to accept that and go, God damn.
Well, that's true. I mean, because you started to look into it, and that's the thing that India was, I guess, more to his point.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he was saying. Not just on the basis of hearing it, but also in looking into it for yourself, because you have to do that soul searching too. You're not Gregory, nor me or anybody would be in here saying that, no, I've just heard it and I'm just totally with it. That doesn't happen. You have to actually get invested into what's being said. Let me check it out. Test every spirit, right? Because you have to. If you don't do that, then you're not doing due diligence. And that's the only thing India was referring to. Not the fact that he was being told and she was like, oh, I'm all totally with it. And then maybe she had already done her research, but we didn't know that because Pumpkin didn't say that. but like,
no, she hadn't already done the research. She just, well, I was with her when she first basically found out, like a day after she found out. He added her to our like Level Earth Quran only group, and he started like talking to her about it. So I kind of like witnessed it, I guess.
oh, that's good. Yeah,
I mean, she always has the backdrop of her own experience, right? That she's never experienced the Earth experience.
Yeah.
So, like, to a degree, you don't actually have to do, I guess, any experimentation.
And you have to realize these people who I talked to, the Quran Alone group, they're all very international. And she lives in Dubai, I think. No, she lives in, the United Arab Emirates. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the thing I'm going to get is the mindset, right? It's like the abstractionist mindset. That
So
I can
there are
determine what
foreign-
reality is by going within my head, right? That like I can do thought experiments and not real experiments. That just thinking about stuff determines reality, as opposed to the experience of reality.
yeah, which is kind of what they do when they come in here. If you got in a rocket and looked down and you saw the Earth was a globe, would you believe that it's a globe then? And they ask us questions like that. It's like, well, that is not applicable to reality because there's no, and you know what I mean? Like you can't just say something and then expect for me to concede to whatever you're saying. On that thought process, of course, I could because it's a hypothetical, and in that hypothetical, anything can happen. Anything goes, right?
Think about this, Pump.
Reality doesn't.
Yeah. So how many times have you heard a glober trying to convince you the Earth's the globe, and they start their sentence with the word imagine? Right? Imagine if you're a bunch of balls. Imagine that gravity pulled it. Imagine this and imagine that and imagine this. As soon as I hear the word imagine, my brain shuts off for them. It's over because we're not trying to determine what we should be imagining. We're trying to determine what is. Okay, what is in reality, the reality that we all experience.
I mean,
that's why the globe burden of
honestly, I
proof,
think
it isn't
most
on us, it's on them.
Definitely, 100%, always. And I'll never back down from that. I'm always, the offensive position is that the Earth is already telling you what it is, and it measures, practically used, navigated as flat and stationary.
Yeah, so Globers come in here, they go, prove the Earth is flat. I just say, go outside. Fucking simple. It's so simple. Just go outside, man.
I think we need to reframe how we approach people with different things. Instead of flat Earth, I talk to people about the horizon directly and spark up a conversation about the horizon, and not even talk about the flat Earth at all. You know.
I don't know, man. I think the mind is usually kind of, if you're kind of, there's different approaches, right? Different tacks of how you can do it. But like, I always like the most provocative and, mind startling one that actually gets somebody to stop and go, hold on, pump the brakes. What did you just say? Flat Earth? Hold on a second. Let me talk to you about what that's wrong.
The trick thing. The trick them.
Yeah, it gets people to actually stop and like, nah. But if you kind of slide it in there in a convo, kind of like, well, we're talking about just the horizon, and then nothing else. Maybe they might not understand what you're saying, and maybe they will.
But I talk about the horizon because I personally, because I've tried it in so many different ways to talk to people about it, and it's sort of like a learning thing as you go.
Well, here's
but with
the thing.
horizon, it's an undeniable. I can manage to frame it in an undeniable way, and it just comes down to one question, which is the horizon the physical curve of the Earth or not? It's just a yes or no.
You have to be careful with like giving them something that is undeniable because they'll frickin' go nuts, dude. That's like giving them too much, like almost. I'm serious. I'm like, how many times have we seen people spiral and that's like shock therapy, just slapping them in the head, like, boom, flat Earth. Like that's something.
Sometimes they need that though.
So but the thing is it effective? I don't know if that's necessarily effective.
Stop doing that. We have to stop trying to capitulate to fallacious thought patterns. Someone who does not think well and someone who does not want the truth is not going to accept the truth no matter how it's said to them. And that's another fallacy we need to stop capitulating to.
Well,
But they can
you,
accept it
but
in their
you,
own time.
like you can't
That
divide.
takes a little while.
You can't separate the emotional from the rational. Yes, we can sit here and make rational arguments, undeniable rational arguments all day, but then their emotion is going to come.
Now, at some
Ricky,
point, you're
you've
gonna pull
seen
the
it,
plug.
we've all
Inevitable. You
seen
can't
it. They're
prevent that. You can't circumvent that.
But they've connected this topic with their emotions. They're connected to it because of the one thing we all know happens. Tell somebody you're a flat earther, you're automatically retarded, you have low IQ, you're stupid, you didn't go to school, you shouldn't breed, you drink bleach, all that stuff, right? So
yeah.
they don't want to be that person. They don't want to be the flat earther that gets picked on by everybody. So it causes an emotional response.
I mean, sure, we understand that. We can't
This is
circumvent
what we're
that.
trying to ameliorate that, right? Is smooth it, right? So that they don't have a charge of emotion, right? So like you can have a spike in energy, or you can have the energy, flatten the curve, like to steal one from Donald Trump. You're trying to flatten that emotional response over time by, chipping away with rational arguments, as opposed to going, here, blah, undeniable proof, and they just spiral out of control. They'll just think you're lying. You like, what do you think? You're smarter than Einstein. I'm just going to trust the scientists.
As
Like,
a matter of
they
fact,
go through all these irrational. So when the emotion takes over, they get into the irrational, and then no rational argument is going to take them out of that, right? So it's
I've lived my entire life with someone that thinks. I've been raised by someone who thinks rather fallaciously, and I have a lot of experience, a whole lifetime of experience so far, of knowing that no matter how much you try to circumvent the fallacious thought patterns and irrational emotional tendencies of the listener, that is a vain and impossible endeavor. The only thing that the speaker can do is deliver the message and let the listener do what they will with the message. The responsibility of the speaker is to speak the message well.
Yeah.
Not to try and circumnavigate their fallacious thought pattern or try to.
No.
Like, you're not going to walk around.
No, we're differentiating the emotion from the rational by not letting an emotional response happen. Right? So, like, it's just the same thing as giving people bad news. You dribble it out. Right? You don't just give it to them all at once. Like if there's a car wreck and their whole family died, you don't tell them, you just give them the whole thing. Your car's ruined. Now your bill's going to go up. Your insurance, your wife's dead. Your freaking your children are mangled. Like, you don't dump it all at once. You freaking parse it out a little bit. And it's like, it might take longer, but I think it's more effective. I just do. Of course, there's many people like you're talking about. Doesn't matter what you say. Right? Doesn't matter what you do. They're always gonna be in their emotions. They're always gonna be in their irrationalities, and there's nothing you can do about it. Don't waste your time. Like, why even try? Like, let them do like you said. Give them the information, blah blah blah, and then move on. Move on to greener pastures.
Yeah, it's not our responsibility to wake the whole world up, I don't think.
Well, there's a lot of individuals that come in here with different perspectives, but also the different personalities that we deal with on a daily basis. Like, you get the young kid who's so disconnected from reality. He's just in here because it's an internet meme. It sounds funny, that sort of thing. You get maybe the college student that comes in here. He's going to some classes he's taking, so this sounds kind of interesting to him, and he wants to challenge it from a intellectual perspective. How Earth could be curving as we say it is, and so on and so forth. And then you get like the staunch globe Earth proponent advocate against flat Earth altogether, who's been in the NASA fanboy club for quite some time. Most of his life, he's got an investment into space and whatnot, and just
only about the atheists. Only about the atheists, maybe.
So we're dealing with different personalities on different multiple planes of intellect, and so every single one has to be handled. It's a case by case scenario, and every single one has to be handled differently. And so with each one, you have to put the respective amount of tact into it, depending on what the situation requires. And so therefore, you can hear it in somebody's voice and the way they're talking with you and the way they carry on. And then after a little bit, you start to know what their intentions are. But then you can have a rational conversation or you cannot. and it just depending on how they would answer information as to like how. I don't know what
Knocked
happened.
out, Miggy.
Yeah, the man.
Oh.
Me.
Yeah, the man did you dirty.
It did me dirty.
Yeah. Hold on, I want to add something to that. So that's like Miggy's three points, right? The 3 questions. That's just laying the groundwork from having a productive conversation. So once you're at that base, right, that base level, that's, in my opinion, these are all my opinions on how to deal with Globers. Like, you have to get it to some base level, like some rational starting point from which to build from, other than just like tossing shit at each other. What about trails? What about the dome? What about the curvature? Yeah, that's great. Like that's like reserved for people that are familiar with the topic. But for the so-called uninitiated, you have to start at the level like of like basic human understanding and how we rationally discern what the truth is.
Yeah.
Right? So if Miggy lays out the thing and we establish that this person has a belief, so then we can go over why do they believe it?
Yep.
Why do they believe it versus reality? And like we've automatically penetrated into showing them that they believe it purely for psychological reasons, social reasons, not because of evidence, not because of their experience, but because of peer pressure and all these other ancillary human reasons that have nothing to do with science, measurements, or anything. It has nothing, like the reasons they believe it have nothing to do with the shape of the earth. They're
And it's
all
apparent too.
human reasons.
It's apparent and it's also confessed. The greatest thing about this is that it's confessed by them. They've said, I don't know. And so you don't need to have the work to have them concede on a point that you want to talk to them about gravity, if it's real or not. There's no like push or pull. There's only them conceding on every point that they don't know. And so when you get the 3 main tenets of the globe, but props it up in the cosmology to be said as such, then they can say they don't know, and then you can refer back to those points, and it'll help them at least to kind of reconcile the fact that they don't know. So when they come back with some answers, and like, oh, I know that gravity's doing this, you're like, wait a second. Didn't you just finish saying you didn't know how this all operates on a globe because you weren't able to tell me how it is a globe? And so when they start to realize, wait a minute, I did say that. Like, you can't go back and put the toothpaste back in the tube. It's out. It's already used, confessed. You already said you didn't know. So there it is. Now you got to deal with that. So the person has to deal with the fact that they don't know, and then coming back to the realization that they're giving an explanation to something that they don't know. Do you see what I'm saying? So it becomes something that goes against them. So you're not fighting them. They're fighting themselves. That's what you're showing them. You're giving them a mirror to look at. So it's like you showing them, it's not me, man. You're fighting the information that's been given to you that you think is real, that is not. That's what you're doing.
Maybe some people are not ready. They're just not ready for this kind of information.
No, I mean, that's up to the
but at a given point that happens.
And also, everyone's on a soul journey, isn't it? Some people would just would be too much for them.
Hey, Max.
Hey, one thing I'd like to add to what you guys are saying is that often the uninitiated or the Globers who are sincere, they often revert back to, I don't know anything, and the people in the white coats know more than me. And these guys are experts, and so why should I believe anybody more than the experts? And so that's, I find that to be a fail-safe for the uninitiated a lot of the times. Like, you guys don't know anything. You guys aren't smarter than the scientists. You guys aren't smarter than my professors. And so you hear that rebuttal a lot of times.
I always imagine that as a rebuttal back to whatever I'm talking about, including about cosmology. And the simple response that I've contemplated, which is, I believe, the best response is, well, let's say they do know so much. If they do know so much, then let them make their case. And after all this time, they've had plenty of time to make their case and thoroughly refute us into complete humiliation, but yet they have yet to do that for whatever given reason. But whatever that reason is, while they haven't done it, they haven't done it. So given that they haven't done it, that exposes their position as not being as lofty and rock solid as we are led to believe that it supposedly is.
That's a valid point. Because how long we've been doing this, Indio, on the internet? Maybe 6, 7, 8 years, something like that.
Yeah, we're going
all together.
Well, the Discord has been up for 5. We're going into 6 though. I think at the end of March it'll be 6.
Who worth their salt have we had in here? Could we say Mick West is somebody in their realm?
Yes.
Mick
yeah,
West,
I mean, as far as fame goes, he's like the most famous because he's been around with like Joe Rogan and like in the media, in the newspapers, like mainstream media, newspapers, and all that stuff. So I guess as far as famous goes, Mick West.
We do have the audio clipping of him when he was in here. When we're all in here, right? Like, I'm bringing a point because like the guy, when answered certain questions, he would say, "This is our best guess." Like being a science communicator that he is, he has to stay a bit ambiguous so he doesn't kind of tie himself down to certain key phrases that we're using.
Words.
Yeah, don't stick the flag in the ground too deep.
Yeah.
I respect what y'all do here, and I love y'all. And also, Smurf was here in the battle against the globe. I was here. It's a privilege to be here. You know, this place is great.
So, anyways, Mick West was in here, like Smurf was saying. But if you guys were participating at the time, he didn't have a refutal or rebuttal to what we were saying. He was mainly just saying, well, as far as like certain cosmology aspects, this is our best guess. I think we mentioned the horizon of the sun, I think at the point. And he had, doesn't he have
a lot of deflections? He was doing a lot of deflecting.
And it
so
just gave us
the Canigoo photo. He's like, "Yeah, I got a picture of that on my wall." Yeah, let's talk about the photograph, like not whether it's on your wall or not. I mean, it's just gimmicky stuff, man. Just silly.
But this is the guy. This is the guy that would be the expert, let's say, or the science communicator that people rely on to give the information out to everybody else. So when people usually say, "Well, I don't know, I'm not a scientist," what this guy is, but he's not saying anything much. He's not sticking to the facts or giving us like definite answers to like our questions.
Mm-hmm.
So we were left with, who then is your champion? Bring him forward. Like let him come and stand and make his case. Because there hasn't been somebody, and I don't care about Jim Panda and all the Goon McTunes, all like those guys are just internet people. Like there's nobody in their realm in academia that will step foot in this ring and hold their merit against like these questions.
So let me give you the global response. Why would they? Who are you? These guys went to school. They're PhD doctors and yada yada yada.
I mean, we've had PhDs in here and shit. I mean, we got recordings of it.
Which is why I said
allegedly they
say so. Max, one of the guys, the cosmologist, definitely was a PhD in cosmology, even though he sucked at math. But Max, so my answer is when they say I'm not a scientist, I'm going to trust them. I just ask them a simple question: do you think you can know the shape of the Earth? Do you think it's within your realm of competence to go out into the world and test it? Because they said 2,000 years ago. Some Greek guy, some caveman, before the number 0 was invented, figured out the Earth was a ball. Do you think in 2023 that you can figure it out for yourself?
I don't know. 200 million people subscribe for the jab, so I really don't know.
Well, I'm just saying, you put it back on them, right? Like, do you really? Because the other thing, and Bong Sol brings this up in an old recording we have, is that. Who's responsible for you? Are the scientists responsible for your knowledge? Are your parents? Are your teachers? Like you're an adult. You're responsible to go get this information. Nobody else is. And because the information is within the realm of your ability to go get, you're responsible to go get it. Now, if you want to live your life faith-based, like NASA priests, go right ahead. It's none of my business. I'm an American. I think you can do whatever you want to do, right? As long as it isn't violating somebody else's rights, go do what you want. But don't run around saying you know something when you know you don't know that thing.
And also in that case, there is a point in everyone's epistemology and everyone's theory of knowledge where they are accepting someone's word. Now, It's either their own word or some other person's word. Whoever the other person is, let them specify. But then again, when you do consider that person's word ultimately authoritative, self-authorizing, then what is the justification for believing their word is self-authorizing? What is the case that you can make to justify your faith in their word as being self-authorizing, as being ultimately authoritative? Because everyone has that person in their epistemology, whether it be themselves or someone other than themselves.
Yeah, and this goes to the thing I brought this up to Matt, right? I can't even remember his Matt last name. Why should I believe the space images? Why should I believe the moon landing? Why should I believe the words these people say? They're self-serving, right? Their words are completely serve their own purpose. They're not giving out the information because I asked them or because I need it, right? They're saying I went to the moon, right? Why should I believe them? And of course, no Goldberg can ever give you an answer on why you should believe it, or whether I have a moral duty to believe it, or why should I? It's just people saying stuff. That's all it is, right? So it's like,
what do you believe now? Now that you know and you've sort of figured out the puzzle a little bit, what do you believe the Earth is now? And not the shape. I mean, just like what have you put together?
Listen. All I know is what I've experienced and what I've observed. I've tried to eliminate belief from my thinking. I've tried to I spent a lot of my life in
knowledge that you have.
What do you mean?
I mean,
I believe the Earth is a stationary, flat, level plane, topographical plane.
Okay,
and it's bounds. I don't think it has bounds. I don't think there's an end or an edge or somewhere you can go and like knock at the door of reality to unreality, right? Those ideas and concepts, those are like human concepts, right? Where we invented abstract geometry and we think that there's some like has to be a boundary somewhere everywhere, right? But as soon as like you're in the modern cosmology, you start asking, where's the edge of the universe? And they go, well, there is no edge to space, and like space is expanding into like some non-space. Right, these questions, they can't be answered. Right, so we're born, we live our lives, we're influenced by other human beings, we see the world as it presents itself, and there's other human beings contaminating our mind with ideas and concepts and thoughts and dreams and hopes and etc. But like, what is some of that, like the idea that like I can go in a direction on Earth and hit some boundary or wall, there's no evidence for that. That's just a human. That's a human concept. Do you understand that? That's like just some human concept. Like it's not like something that's real. It's in our mind, right? Because
a lot of unanswered questions still. There's a lot of unanswered questions still.
Tons. There's so many. There's questions that are never going to be answered. They're just not answerable. I actually,
but they're
way before flat Earth.
Now that we know different things, now we can ask the right question.
Well, there's just some questions we're never going to be able to answer. I've come to terms with that. I thought when I was 18, 19, 20 years old that every possible question human beings had about reality could be figured out.
Mm-hmm.
I was a total science nerd. I thought we could eventually come to the answers about everything. And I know now, and I've known probably for 20 years, it didn't take me that long, that we're not going to know the answers to some things. They're impossible to know. So, such as, what happens after death? What happens after death?
Resurrection.
No human being that's alive is ever going to know the answer to that question. They'll have beliefs about what it is, but they'll never know.
Not knowing that the shape of the Earth might not be a globe, we might not be in a universe and everything. That has given some context to all these other questions, isn't it?
Hey, I've died before.
And why are you here?
Well, since it was mentioned, Indio,
because I was brought.
We have questions about reality now. About this reality, when we come to the realization about the true geometric nature of the cosmos. There's this question that is very frequently mentioned, or this objection that is very frequently mentioned, that there is no extremity to which humans can travel to.
I could
Now-
share a really short story.
You guys hear Gregory talking?
I hear him talking. Can you just hold on, Smurf?
Smurf, can you hear Gregory talking?
Yes.
Oh yeah, he was talking. You bamboozled his.
I got a
conversation.
comment about what he's saying.
Yeah, but just let him finish saying what he's got to say, then comment, bro. All right.
It's very frequently objected that there is no extremity to which humans can go to. Now, the humans can't go there for one of two reasons: either there is no extremity to go to, or there is an extremity to go to, but we just do not have the means to attain that end. And I believe it is the latter rather than the former. And I believe the
There has
former.
to be an extremity. There has to be.
Right, I believe
No,
there
that
has to be an extremity. by
That can't be.
necessity,
That can't be
because-
proven by logic, though. That was proven.
But I'm trying to.
Okay, go ahead.
But I'm trying, because anything that exists has a shape. Any concrete entity that exists has a shape. Something that is supposedly infinite in size or that does not have a shape does not exist. And so by
Yeah, it's
necessity,
impossible.
the Earth being a concrete material object with a shape that exists, it necessarily has a finite extension to its substance, and so has an extremity.
I think
Any
it's
concrete entity that
extended to the
exists
realm.
has an
I think then there's stuff outside of the
finite
realm.
extension to its substance in space.
Hey, I was just saying I've been outside the body.
Now, what did you see? Did you go and have a look? Did you have a look at what the Earth really is when you was outside your body?
No, it's a really short story, man. I drowned because I didn't know how to swim. I was with a bunch of other kids. I was like 10 years old. Well, anyway, I didn't know how to swim. You know, we're playing football in the water. What happened was a dude pulled me out of the water, and that ambulance, my heart stopped beating in the ambulance because I was drowned for like, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes or something. So anyway, at the hospital, my heart stopped beating again there also. Well, anyway, long story short, that's the background. What happened was I saw my body from the ceiling. I was outside my body, and I didn't have a body. I can only imagine what I may have looked like. I could imagine. I speculate I might have been like an orb or something. But anyway, I don't
Should
know
have flown
if
to
I
a
had
mirror.
anybody. You had no mirror to look into. I didn't have I was merely an awareness, and I knew that was my body, and I was drawn to return to my body. But I had no other thoughts or feeling. But I knew the whole layout of the room from the ceiling down. So when I woke up, my eyes were still closed for a couple hours, but I knew I was comfortably relaxed, fully aware I was in a hospital room, and the full layout of where everything was, like the doorway and the TV in the corner. I knew where everything stuff behind me was because I saw it from an aerial, like my awareness. And I remembered clearly that I remember the whole thing crystal clear, like this awareness of seeing my body from the ceiling. I mean, that's the whole story, basically. I had no other feelings or emotions or anything, but that's what it was like to be outside the body. Now, on the afterlife, I don't know. Maybe you would go further away from,
Now, the reason I mentioned the comment that I mentioned about shape, infinitude of shape, or finitude of shape, because there will be an astute globalist, or whatever, what have you, that will expose the error in saying that the shape of the Earth is without extremity, that it has no boundary, or that it is infinite, because such a supposition is analytically false on its face, implying an absurdity that eliminates its existence. But it does exist, so it's implying an absurdity.
I just was pointing out that the spirit is separate from the body. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. So, Gregory, finite and infinite are not actually opposites. They're not.
That doesn't make any sense. How are they not opposites?
That's called a false dichotomy. They're not actually opposites. Infinite is actually an action.
No, but don't we all believe that this realm is contained? Yeah, with the whole gas.
Wait, hang on.
Space and all that.
Infinite is the action of counting, right? So you can whatever number,
finite, isn't it?
Whatever number you can think of, right? You can count a number after it. And we take something like, okay, so I'm going to count the end of the Earth. I'm going to count the dirt molecules or something. And like, it either has to be like forever counting of dirt molecules, or there has to be a point where they stop, a boundary, right? So this boundary condition it can't be proven to exist one way or another using math or logic or reason. And this was proven a long time ago. This isn't a new thing, because you're always presupposing the space at which everything is embedded within, right? So we like to say the Earth is an object in space. You're assuming the Earth is something that's embedded in a greater space, and it has some boundary at which the Earth will end, and you'll be in this embedding space, right? You understand what I'm saying? You'll be in the embedding
That's not necessarily
space.
what I'm trying to imply.
Well, I mean, if it has an edge, there has to be a space that it's embedded within, right?
Okay.
What are you trying to imply?
So when we say that, like when you say there's an object and all objects in our experience have an edge, they're all embedded within our experience of the Earth.
Okay.
Right? So, but to say the Earth is one of these objects, that means it's embedded in some greater space.
Okay, yeah, but
there's no evidence. There's no evidence for this greater embedding space. We've never experienced this. And like, there's no reason to presuppose it. And if we try to analytically, we can try to think about these things in our mind. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. We're doing mental gymnastics as opposed to what we experience, right? I can live and travel the Earth ad infinitum. I'm not going to hit an edge. And they say, well, we don't hit an edge because it's a ball and you just keep going around in circles. Right, which is
wait. You just said about experience, but you've never traveled ad infinitum. And even if you did travel ad infinitum in any direction upon the face of the earth, you would never return back to report to us your experience. So when you talk about infinitude and finitude, these are grammatically dichotomous antonyms.
Are you guys saying that it's infinite? That you believe,
wait. Stop. We need to stop talking at the same time.
Well, listen, talk about is the Earth bounded or unbounded, right? That's really what the thing is. Is there a boundary to the Earth, or is there not a boundary?
And are you guys saying there isn't?
I'm saying that there is an extremity to the Earth by necessity.
He's saying there is. I'm saying it's indeterminable.
Oh, right, okay.
It's I guess India's saying that it's indeterminable, meaning that
by reason. Yeah, by reason. So they're determined by reason. It's also not determined by a guess, right? So, like, it's one of these things. Like, you're never gonna know. It's
no,
like
I just gave the argument.
I think
common sense would tell you.
Listen, I understand your argument. Your argument is one of analogy. All objects have edges. Therefore, the Earth is an object. Therefore, it has an edge. There's no evidence.
No, I didn't give an analogy. I didn't give an analogy. I gave a direct, straightforward syllogism that, by necessity, anything that is a concrete entity that does exist has a shape that has extension in space. Its substance has extension in space. The supposed opposite, I gave a reductio ad absurdum, to suppose the assertion that an object is infinite in size, that it has no extremity, necessarily implies that it has no extension in space. Anything that doesn't have a shape does not exist.
I would agree with that.
And this is, paradox, dude. This is exactly
what is your opinion
about.
On what the
But it's not a paradox. It's just an absolute dichotomy.
It is a paradox because saying that something can't be infinite because it would have no extension is a paradox, dude.
No, to say something that is infinite implies that it does not have a shape. If it does not have a shape, then it doesn't exist.
Okay. If it doesn't have a shape, it doesn't exist.
What is it in your opinion?
Okay, then.
Is the Earth a prison? Is it a school? Is it just an accident? Is it on purpose? What do you think?
I just told you what I think. I think it's indeterminate.
The other guy, the other.
Everything she can determine it with reason. I don't, because of paradox.
Love up. What are you asking me?
I'm asking, what do you think that what have you determined, knowing what you know now? What have you determined that the Earth actually is, or what it was meant to be originally?
Well, I didn't deduce this. This is revelation, and some people don't accept revelation, but have an argument in defense of revelation.
It sounds like
epistemology.
You thought about this a lot, So you must have.
Well, thank you.
You must be able to form an opinion.
By the grace of Yah, I have. The Earth is made. The Earth and the heavens is made by the Supreme Being, for the purpose of being inhabited all to his glory for our blessed benefit.
Actually, it's for his blessed benefit. But yeah,
I did say to his glory.
And like Gregory, I don't think we're too far apart.
Can I just ask?
I think the same thing. I don't think the normal, like, our human definitions of what we think is a boundary and the edge of something. Like, where does a reality end and unreality begin? Like, where is that boundary? I don't think, like, we can conceptualize it. This is like the difference between, like, where does the material end and the spiritual begin? Like, as if they're touching each other, right? There's like no, like, I don't think we can conceptualize like how that transition takes place or exists or how it manifests itself.
I think the greater revelation from the Creator to us has been always in the visible qualities that He's demonstrated through creation, that we can see the fingerprint of God and also His handiwork and like what we see in the sky. But what I think that the most thing that I lean on as far as revelation goes, and I don't know, Gregory may or may not disagree with me on this point, but with Enoch and his description on the conceptualization of everything and how he was the one that was ushered to this place of outside of this perspective that we see this vantage point on Earth and shown the different mysteries of like how the universe operates on a mechanical level. And so he was given a better look, let's say, as to how things operate. And then by his way of giving to his son Methuselah the information and a record and an account of like how things are, gives us a better like precise understanding of how the movements of the heavenly bodies are, what it sounds like for him to describe like what they're going through, what is actually mechanically motivating the sun to do what it does in its path on the earth. Above the earth, and like for us to see that in the conception of Enoch's position gives us an understanding of like, you know, even in the way he was saying it, we couldn't even put something like that on a depiction because we don't even know how to describe like what is a portal, and like for us to even like imagine like him describing that in his language and the way he was trying to relate that to us and his son Methuselah and everybody else who was hearing him, to try to conceptualize ends of the earth, like how does earth have ends? But yet he did describe it in such a way that it was kind of put into a manner of, you know, I don't want to say putting it in a box, but it did have in a way like Gregory's trying to elucidate that a fact that, you know, something that is created would have a construct or an available, like, you know, embodiment of an ecosystem that you could.
So let me use an analogy, maybe.
Not like I would just say onto your point, not verifiable because it was only one person that was ushered into this, and it has to be a revelation, and based upon that, like we can only hear echoing from the words of Enoch what it looks like from that vantage point, but not on the verification part from our standpoint, because like once we take it out of that realm and put it into ours, then it becomes like what we would understand as belief, because we'd have to.
I mean, by verification, I suppose you mean empirical experience. I would just say this quick remark: regardless of anyone not being able to imagine the aesthetic qualities of the extremities of the cosmos, my argument is sound and necessitates the concluding premise.
Oh, you ever hear this phrase on mind, body, and soul? Right, we've all heard that, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And if you believe in those things, right, pretty much, even if you don't believe in a soul, we have a mind and a body. But the mind is not the body. And the mind is not the brain, right? It's not the physical brain. Something else, some other thing. Bring a soul into it, now it becomes three things. And
the heart is talking about the same way,
where those interweave and quote unquote touch each other, right? Where does the boundary of mind and body meet? Where does the boundary of soul and mind meet? Like, where are these boundaries? Where are these, like, edges? The body's a physical object. Where does it meet the mind? The body's a physical object. Where does it meet the soul? Right? So this is how I think about it. That it's like, almost like, to me, it's like a question that, like, doesn't actually have meaning. Because I don't think that there's a clear transition from the physical world to the spiritual world or the immaterial world. I don't think that the Creator thinks about it in our simplistic terms. There's an edge here and there's an edge over there, and like I don't think that I don't think it's like that. It's more like I don't know. I can't even like
I
a
don't know.
chaotic intermingling, like two gases mixing or something.
Yeah, so like
Well, there's a convolution of categories.
But the heart is also involved in that. What you just said, like the mind, the body, the heart. The heart is its own ecosystem. I don't know if you guys understand that. Like the heart is deceitfully wicked above all things. No one can know it, and that's the thing about the heart. But it's described as a separate entity as well, like the mind is. Like it says, love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, and body, and like it's like, why is it describing these attributes of like who we are as a person, like all separately? Because all
a distinct component of the composite of our body. Now the problem is that we're kind of convoluting categories. Now, in my position, as we articulate these categories, trying to talk about what is now ontology, we have the body, we have the mind, we have the so-called soul, right? As Indio described. Now, it is a common doctrine that the soul is in a separate and distinct entity inside the body, even though the Bible doesn't actually teach that, and it's categorically erroneous. And if that is also the case in that premise, then you, the person, are the soul. Because as the doctrine is commonly articulated, the body dies, and then the soul lives on. You live on. So in either doctrine, the soul is you. The soul is synonymous with the person itself. But in the Bible, the body is a kind of, the soul is a kind of body, because body is synonymous with entity or thing or object. You have the body of my phone, the body of the table, the body of the bed, the body of my chair, etc. And then you have the body of me, the person. All right, with my head, my arms, my legs, and my torso, and all the other specific components in there, including my mind and my heart and whatever, what have you. Now, there's another fallacy where people are in the habit of reifying things that do not actually have concrete substance. Again, so people fail to accept that in reality, when you try to talk about what is the very thing itself, its essential nature, some things are essentially concrete, some things are essentially abstract. And so when we talk about the mind is essentially abstract. It's not a substance like the brain with extension in space. And so specifically this kind of abstract entity, the mind, is what? An ability. Why do I say that? Because when we talk about the mind, what are we talking about? We're talking about an ability to think, to contemplate, the intellect. And these things are abilities. An ability is not a substantial thing in space. It's in essence what an ability is the power to express this action, or the power to do this action.
A will.
It's an ability. And so the mind is an ability that is innate to the body, which is the body of you and I, should you be alive.
Yeah,
so Gregory, let me ask you something. I'm sorry. When you say that if it doesn't have a shape, that it doesn't exist, I'm a little bit, I'm trying to keep up, but I'm a little bit lost. So, like, does water have a shape?
Water does not, water does not in essence have a shape of its own, but it has substance and extension in space, occupying a container, right? And so the water is not solid with rigidity. It's fluid, it's liquid, and takes shape with whatever is containing it. But the water does not have infinite extension in space.
Okay. So when you are talking about the infinite extension, you're talking about physical properties?
Yeah, physical, substantial, concrete. These are really synonyms.
Okay.
So, guys, sorry, I don't know that gentleman's name. Gregory, did you say?
Yeah, me?
Yeah, Gregory, is that your name?
Yes.
Sorry, my name's Nathan, by the way, for everyone.
Hello, Nathan.
Hi. But what I wanted to ask the group as well was that the thing is, we know all these things. I don't think even I've been trying to focus on what is attainable and what is important, you know. And I agree with what the other gentleman says as well. We can't get to the edge, so we can't sort of figure out where these extremities are. We can't, and with what you're saying as well, with the mind, there's certain things we can't test with the mind because it's not physical and stuff. What we can do is we can ask the questions armed with the knowledge that we have about what we're standing on and where we are. Like questions like, why are we here? You know, because
You know what? I want to treat that question as best as possible. Would you like to go down to biblical voice chat?
Yeah, that needs to be in context given the correct way. I agree.
yeah, is it not relevant? Yeah, no, I can do that. Sure.
Well, it's,
no, this just isn't the channel for it.
It just isn't. Yeah, it's gonna lead us into another discussion.
Well,
Yeah, I want to answer your question. Would you like to go down to biblical voice chat?
Oh yeah, sure, yeah, 100%.
Okay, here we go. I'll be back, y'all.
Yeah,
All right.
cool, man. What freaking crazy atheists in here? That's really what it does if we start talking
I didn't say
about
I'm
religion.
religious. I'm just asking the question. You know, like
Well, I'm just telling you, it's like when you start,
question, do you?
when you start, because we have a diverse, community.
But it does tie in to the whole flat Earth thing, because when you realise what,
Gregory's waiting for
not in something else.
Gregory.
Oh, is it? I don't have to sort of
All we're
accept
saying is there's a diverse people here, and it'll end up.
Oh, 100%. I respect that. Yeah, yeah.
We start talking about religion. God damn it!
I'm not talking. I wasn't even talking about it.
What chat did Gregory go to?
He's waiting for NSK and the biblical.
Trust me, you want to hear what Gregory has.
I'll move you.
And he was like, "Here, let me help you."
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's probably having a problem.
I do agree with you, Indio. Like I just like you have to look at it from a perspective.
I didn't want to say it because I don't want to offend Gregory, man. I've banned him enough times already. I'm trying to be nicer to him, but I think it's a stupid question. It's, to me, it's like, where's the edge? It's just a fucking stupid question. Like, what is it? Like, okay, yeah, we went somewhere, we found the edge. Now what? Does the Earth just magically become a ball because I found the edge, or did it magically become flat because I found an edge? Like, it's just it's to me, it's a distraction that Globers use, and I don't even like even entertaining it because it's like, to me, it's a derivative topic, right? What like you talked about, it's a derivative.
Yeah, it's derivative.
A lot of people fundamental claim first.
A lot of people would put a lot of emphasis on things that don't need to be emphasis on, even in flat Earth, Indio. Like the idea that if we found out that Antarctica has the edge where the wall or the whatchamacallit, the dome reaches the ground, or like let's go figure things out and touch the dome, like we send a rocket or whatever. Like just
like Hollywood. Let's organize a trip to Antarctica. What are we doing? Wasting our time here.
Yeah, like that.
That shit.
Like, and putting the emphasis on that, like that to me is absurd. I'm like, okay, guys, like, because I'm tired of it, bro. I'm like, dude, all right, let's all. Who's going to Antarctica right now? Who's gonna actually do this? Let's stop. Let's cut the old crap cake and let's get a petition going. What are we gonna do? We're gonna get 1,000 people going, 100 people. How many people you think are gonna go there and touch the dome? Or what do you think they're going to come do when they come back? Create a whole school about how there's a dome touching the ground and how everybody can go there? No, it's logistically impossible. That freaking environment's going to keep you away, number one. Not to mention the Antarctic Treaty. There's like a whole bunch of list of other things that are going to keep you from going there. But on top of all of that, what you're going to do is create another faith-based doctrine like that you would with like Globe Earth. Globe Earth has done that's what they're doing. We got astronauts that went to space and they checked it out. They got videos. They got live stream ISS. They got everything. So they got their own. And so what you're going to do, the same thing with Flat Earth. You're going to do the same very thing. And so now we're going to have a bunch of people who are running around saying, look at the dome. Look at the video of the dome. Have you been there? Have you verified it? No, but this guy did.
Flat Earth Narnia, man. So we get Flat Earth Narnia for space Narnia, right? For gold Narnia. We just get the... Like, I mean, I don't know if people really understanding what I was trying to say. We're not looking for a replacement. We're not trying to be Globe Light or fucking a different version of the globe, right? Globe Earth, but flat this time, right? Like, You know what I mean? It's like we're not trying to do the same thing. Look where that led, right? Look, like the whole thing. Like, look where that has led, right? I can't trust what's between my legs. It might be wrong, right? It's like that. All people. I don't know if people realize, at least in my mind, how connected that is. How connected those two ideas are. My experience of reality is wrong, right? At the macroscopic level, and now on the personal level, my experience of my own biology is incorrect, right? Like, how far does it go? Like, imagine this going on for like another 500 years. What else are they going to convince people of? Oh, you're just a brain in a jar. now, like, listen, it goes from I'm 99% sure I'm in the chair to I'm 1% sure I'm in the chair. And 99% sure I'm a brain in a jar. Like,
shit, dude. And like, how sure are you that you've eaten something? Well, I don't know, man. Like, and he's like actually really telling you that he doesn't know if he's eaten.
I might be in a coma and like hallucinating you, and I've been intubated, and they're feeding like they're.
I don't know, man. Like, that to me, it's like I can't stand that. Like, how people are just so disconnected from reality that they have to make all this shit up just to make some sense about what reality is to them. And then we have to kind of sift through all that nonsense so that they can get some like really fundamental understanding of what we're saying in here. It's like before we initiate the conversation of flat earth, let's talk about what you think reality is. Like, dude, we have to revert back to like shapes in that, like in kindergarten. Okay, this is a triangle, this is a circle. Like, we have to, like, because they don't, like, when we're talking about the sextant, they don't know what triangles are. When we're talking about the earth being a globe, they don't know what, like, they don't know the shapes, they don't know, things. So it's like we have to go all the way back to these really like fundamental level like understandings of things. It's like, that's crazy. Like, I don't have to tell the lady what an ocean is if she asks me that.
Ask yourself this: why is it so hard to keep people in reality?
Society is doing a bang-up job on them. They're introducing them to this multiverse theory now, and the jar, the brain in the jar, and are you in somebody's head, and all of these sort of alternative ideas. And so it really muddies the water, and people are really confused.
Yeah,
I'm just talking about in this conversation, right? So we're talking about gold versus flat Earth, and how easy it is to get into the abstract from the reality. And it's like a constant fight to just keep people. Okay, let's observe. What do we experience in reality? Like, constantly pulling people back from the speculation. Like, yeah, those are great thoughts, man. And that's awesome to like have these abstract concepts. And listen, like, I'm now like innocent angel, man. I could get sucked right into it and go right into my imagination too. Like, I mean, it's human nature to a degree. But like, this isn't unanticipated. Like, we have the movie The Matrix, and people like to throw around that analogy: unplug yourself, red pill, blah 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 blah. But that movie is based upon actual philosophical writings and teachings that predate it, called Samoka and simulation. It's how people, like, how as time has gone by, and we've become more separated from the world, right, from nature, because we don't have to like fight for our food and kill shit. We're not in danger all the time. We're not worried about freezing to death.
Talking about that. We were just saying, me, Tim, and Flatroy Wright, we were talking about that this morning. We're like, how like hunters would go out and kill their food, and they would be thankful for the meal that they would eat because they understood the value of the sentient life they were taking, and they knew that it had to die so that they can live. So it was like a thankfulness, like to whatever the prayer was, for nature, for whatever. But they were thankful because they knew that life they took was going to be something they consumed so that they could live. So it was a gratefulness, a thankfulness that what they did was something that would benefit their life. Do you think somebody's thinking that when they're going through the drive-by or drive-through at McDonald's? Like, nobody's thinking that shit. Nobody's giving thanks and saying, like, thank you for this wonderful cheeseburger. Nobody cares about food just gets shoved in your mouth, down your gullet, and you know what I mean? without any
dude.
thought of like.
And when they think of food, they think of like images of food, like a chicken leg. I think of chicken. It's like this, emoji chicken leg and an emoji hamburger and emoji like you don't think about the actual real food and that there was a cow somewhere. But on the note of like people going out and hunting food, it's even worse than that, because when they went out and hunted the food, they could die. And then when they brought the food back, they could die from eating it. And they could die while eating it, right? So I'm sitting there in the dark eating, and a freaking python wraps around my neck and chokes me to death, and now I'm his fucking food. And he's eating my food that's in my stomach and me at the same time. You see what I'm saying? Like, you could, like, people were a lot more connected to reality, right? We didn't have the luxury of imagining things because you had to be present in the present all the time.
Yep.
And you had to accurately describe reality in your head, or you were in great danger. Right?
Bro, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I've been talking about. I'm like, dude, if you understood the value of what we're saying in here, you would not be talking the absolute shit that you're talking about when you come on here. You would not be saying the same damn, because you hear people talking, and you're like, dude, how do you put it on your pants in the morning? Like, how? I don't understand. Like, to me, it's like if you understood the value of
watch
living.
the YouTube video on how to do it, probably.
No, I'm just saying, you wouldn't take it for granted. Like, the knowledge that you have, like the information that's been given to you. It's just like it's entitlement, bro. Like, that's what the rest of the world that doesn't realize the value of like living a life that's being thankful for things that you have, and just knowing that you're alive, speaking to people and living in the moment. Like, nobody's doing it. Everybody's just like, whatever, man. It's just all apathetic, lethargic. It's like, it's so indifferent, man. Like, people don't have any like respect anymore. There's no real conversations aren't happening. It's all about a bunch of shit happening on what's happening on the interwebs, dude. Like,
like they're all on drugs, man. Like, literally, it's like everybody's on like it's like they're microdosing or something. They're just slightly like out of reality. They're not way far gone, but they're just like a little bit out of reality, where they're like a little delusional, a little abstract, a little separated from like what the world really is. And like, congratulations to us from protecting ourselves from nature. Like good, like let's pat ourselves on the back. But let's not become so fucking delusional that we're disconnected from like the world to the point where like we see something on TV and that's where we live.
I'm really honestly thinking, dude, if like the trucks stopped bringing groceries to the grocery stores and people weren't able to get like their basic necessities, I think people would just eat each other and then die afterwards. Like, I don't think it wouldn't be like a survival mode, dude. Like, I think people that actually have lived that way or understood the value of like trying to see what it is to like have food in your plate, like, I think the ones that would make it, because they see the struggle is real. They understand the value of like talking about real things, not coming into the Discord and just being like, I don't know, define an ocean. Like, what the hell, bro? Like, we're just so out of touch with like, you know what I mean? Like, when we communicate with each other, we have to say things that matter. Like, otherwise, like, why are we even saying things? Like, we might as well just go sit somewhere else and be useless, you know?
You know, if they stop, man, Miggy, stop going to the grocery store here, people would just sit there and wait in line till they starve to death. They wouldn't even know what to do. There'd just be like a pile of fucking corpses in front of the grocery store door.
The frog
people
boiling
waiting
water,
for the food to come. If the grocery store has to open sometime, I'll sit here and wait until it opens up.
Shit, dude.
They wouldn't be smart enough to eat each other.
I'm gonna be the first one in line when that truck comes in.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I mean, and it's a scary proposition because I live in the city, and it'd be super easy to just like cut off this whole fucking joint. Nothing. Probably like 10 grocery stores in 20 square miles.
That was already shown to us with the past 2 years. Look at how people got, dude. They were so freaking crazily like scared to their wits, dude. Everything had bugs on it. Like, I don't want to say the term, but everything had bugs all over it. And it was just like bugs everywhere. So all these things that could get you sick was just everywhere. You breathe the air. So you're walking across the street from somebody else, and oh my gosh, you could get paranoid sick from the. It's just crazy. That, like, we already were shown that it doesn't take much to tip the scale.
You know what I think would be the funniest part, though? It's not people waiting outside the grocery store, but once they do get a source of some meat, like say they kill their dog or their some animal in the backyard or something, or kill a squirrel. I think the really funny part will be watching the average normie try to start a fire without electricity. Like, even if they have matches and lighters, I've seen this before. Like, the average normie trying to start a fire, it's just like, oh my god, like, seriously.
They just terrorized the average normie about the cold. That's what COVID is a cold, and it doesn't exist. I mean, it's fake. But I mean, they just did a mass psyop, terrorist attack against the average person. It scared them, thinking they could catch a cold anywhere at any time from anybody. And it never existed. It was all fake, and that was terrorism. They terrorized people for how many years now? It's been 2 or 4 or 3 years, or that terrorizes people the entire time. They're still terrorized,
Yeah, I have to correct my grocery store scenario because I forgot where I live has a lot of people that are, let's call them migrants from less developed countries, and they still know how to actually do stuff. So, those people would eat the people waiting at the grocery store.
They'd be the ones eat the people. They'd be smart enough to cannibalize them. Like, shit, we got them in all one place, so we know where to get them.
Yeah. They'd be the last ones. They'd be the last ones left who know how to start a fire.
Yeah, exactly. And they could probably make an oven out of brick and then use cow manure as fuel. We have a lot of people that are from seriously poor countries here. They're not poor. They're like the richest person from those countries. But even the richest person from those countries still knows how to light a fire.
I don't know.
Here, man, they're looking for a lighter and charcoal and lighter fluid.
That's the really crazy thing is that most Americans, to the best of my knowledge, even with matches and a lighter, do not know how to start a campfire. I have witnessed this firsthand multiple times. That's when you're truly helpless.
So have I, dude. They'll just take a freaking goddamn 14-inch diameter log and hold a lighter to it.
Well, as I strap on my chacos right now because of how nice the weather is, I know you have to have kindling and dry wood.
Okay, so this is your lesson, people. You have to have kindling. The good thing is 4 minutes to a teepee, or you can overlap them. But the kindling has to go from small size to a little bit bigger, 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 to a little bit bigger. Right? Then your fire will start. Also, don't use wet wood. Don't freaking start a fire. Do I have to say this stuff really?
Yeah, you do. They probably make a YouTube video on how not to do something because
don't set up your campfire in mud or the side of a lake. Oh yeah, don't put stones that are near water near the fire because they'll fucking explode.
You should let them do that, man. See what happens. It's like the gift that
flint thrower. Those throwers are so cool, man. They just.
A magnesium flint striker solves all those problems. You can light anything with that shit.
Hey, look at the guy throwing gasoline on fire on cut off the knees gift, man. Isn't that crazy? Somebody would do something that stupid. How stupid.
I'm paying attention because I can't start a fire.
He could have freaking died from doing that stupid shit, dude.
Yeah, the best thing is to make a teepee. You make a teepee, right? But in the center, you build up the teepee in layers, right? So the layer, but you wind up opening just like a teepee. So in the inside, there's other ways to do it too, but this is just one way. So this is the noob way. This is the easiest noob way to explain on the internet. So that in the smallest layer, you make little teeny twigs and maybe some you can also use fine, you can actually strip like rip like the threads of like what do you call them, the fibers off a tree, and like so that they're really thin strings, so that you could do that too. You should just do that anyway and let it dry out. But then you like stack like layers, so like thin twigs, and then a little bit thicker twigs, and then maybe like thin branches, and then medium branches, and then like maybe a little thicker branches, and then you just make like a teepee, and then you light it in the center, and it goes up. That's one way. That's not the way I would do it, but that's like the most noob friendly way. That any idiot can light a fire that way.
Yeah, and then there's another one. If you take like just a regular container, like originally this trick was done with like a tin, like a sardines tin, but there's a less common these days. Just take any kind of container and a plastic one, like a metal one, and then like fill it full of the dryer lint from your dryer and set it aside and put it with whatever camping supplies or emergency supplies you have. And if you pull out a metal tin full of the dryer lint and light that on fire, you can use that as a fire starter for the sake of starting fire.
Yeah. They also make something that's called a magnesium striker
too. Like if you.
Oh yeah, you can use that too. I mean, but a magnesium striker, I don't know if anybody knows what it is. It's a bar of magnesium and it comes with a steel striker. And magnesium burns at something like 3,000 degrees. So you shave off some chunks of magnesium and frickin' hit it with a steel striker, and you're gonna have a fire.
Would the rocks explode because of the temperature change, or is it something to do with the moisture?
It's the moisture. The water inside, like if they're by like a river or a lake, or they're like downhill on a slope, right? So like because this is one thing you can do as like a survival technique if it's cold, right? You could start a fire, you put rocks around it, you heat up the rock, you dig a trench, and you put the rocks in the trench, then cover it up with dirt. So those rocks will be warm for about 6 hours, and they'll keep you warm, right? Because you're going to lay on top of them. So that's one technique so you don't frickin' freeze to death in the winter. But you don't use rocks that are like downhill, right? Because the water flows down, the rocks will absorb some of the water, and then when you heat the rock up, the water inside will turn to steam and explode. So you don't want to use those rocks. You want to kind of use rocks that are uphill from any water, or it looks like they haven't been exposed to water. If they're wet on the outside, that's fine. You just don't want any condition where they would soak.
Okay. All right. This is the part I didn't know about. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, also, do you know how to dig those foxhole wells next to a body of flowing water? Foxhole wells. Everybody needs to know how to do this.
Tell me more.
Really quick water, like you just get near like a flowing river or any kind of creek or anything like that, and dig like maybe about 2 feet down, maybe more, just depending, and you just let it fill up with water, because you have to strike water. It's got to be close to the flowing water, and it'll fill up. You bail it out a few times, and you'll have clean water. Such a good idea.
Oh, yeah, another thing. Never
body of water can I be?
Sorry, you can even line it with wood or something if you've got some.
I got a follow up, Kim. How far away from the running water can I be?
Well, this is only if you don't trust to drink it and you want it to be filtered more like well water. You have to be pretty close, because you've got to be able to strike where the water is abundant in the soil. So pretty close, like right on the edge of the bank.
Yard? Oh, okay, very close.
Like within 10 feet should work, but I would be close to the 10. It depends on how saturated the ground is, and you want to go lower than the level of the river bottom, right? So you want to go probably like 1.5 foot, something like that, lower than that. So the water will leach through the soil, but the soil will filter out all the germs, bacteria, whatnot, and you'll have a little well of water.
Well, how come the goddamn gravity don't stop the water from coming up?
I don't know. It never. And I'm going to say never drink water that's near beavers. you'll fucking die. Okay, I'm gonna tell you, beavers' feces have a bacteria in them called giardiasis. Don't ever drink water. Yeah, don't ever drink water near them.
The foxhole wells are really a good idea if you're not sure that they're coming downstream that would be toxic to you. You just go ahead and just dig a foxhole well, maybe a couple of them, bail them out a few times, and you've got quick water that's drinkable and clean. It may have dirt in it, but you'll be all right.
Yeah, you can let the dirt settle to the bottom anyway.
That's why you bail it out a few times and don't agitate.
Well, I mean, if you pour a glass and you see like little, all that, shit floating in it, like you're gonna get some. It's impossible to get get all the particles out. You can let them settle to the bottom, though.
Unfortunately, for some reason, I think some of these survival tactics are going to be needed in the near future. But going back to your beaver statement, do you know that they use beaver anus in artificial flavors?
Please tell me you're joking.
You can look it up yourself. Yeah, you can Google it.
Hold on, buddy. It's not artificial. It's technically natural flavors. It's just
right, natural flavors.
It's just
thank you.
Yeah. So it's just natural flavors, but not derived from strawberries. But natural strawberry flavor has the potential to be derived from strawberries or the gland from the anus of a beaver.
Oh, hold on. I'm really confused. So if I'm eating anus, I'm eating beaver? Like what?
No. So what I'm saying is when you have a cheaper product, so there's more competently designed food products and less competently designed food products. What I'm trying to say is if you have a cheaper major brand product made out of really super cheap ingredients and it says natural strawberry flavor, natural flavors being strawberry flavors, notice it's capitalized for a reason. It's because it's a specific product name. It's a specific thing. And these natural flavors for strawberries have the potential to be derived from a gland from beavers. But they can also be derived from actual strawberries. So like take, for instance, medicineflower.com. You can buy natural strawberry flavor from them. It's derived from strawberries. But that's not to say that all strawberries is derived from strawberries.
That's so gross.
Probably beaver anus. They use beaver anus in a lot of the products that we use and they call it natural flavors to sweeten products. Not really sure how this works, but yeah, they do. And it's in most of your over-the-counter, your flavored drinks, your flavored cakes and pastries from your local stores. Unless you're eating organic or unless you're eating from some holistic place you know of, you're probably eating beaver anus.
Beaver anus is organic?
No, it's natural. It's natural flavor legally.
They're not putting pesticides on the beavers, are they?
Well, natural can include pesticides. Legally
so
speaking, natural can include pesticides, but organic can't.
So technically, incels don't have an argument because even they get beaver sometimes.
That's right, and ass.
They're eating it.
God. Moving to fucking Russia or something, man.
By the way, that strawberry flavor from that company I mentioned, medicineflower.com, it's actually really great. Like, I haven't bought it for a while, but it's great. If you just take ice water, just ice and water and stevia or monk fruit extract and put that in the water and then just put a few drops of that in, it makes any glass of water taste like strawberries. They even tell you how they make it, too. They take liquid nitrogen and they run it over, food. And then they use that as part of the process to separate the terpenes from it.
Actually grossed out after that part of the conversation.
Yeah. Do you mean the cherry? Do you mean the cherry Coke I was drinking the other day could have beaver anus in it? Great.
Well, technically it's probably like a bunch of beaver anuses mixed together, but in case it wasn't gross enough.
So next thing you know, NASA will get involved.
You think they got space herpes?
NASA discovered Beaver Uranus. That's an offshoot of the actual Uranus. The Beaver Uranus looks just like a beaver.
We'll send a probe right away.
They're going to send a probe out to anywhere they can imagine. Imagine that. If you can, if you could believe it. So let's go through the steps of providing globe proof to flat earthers. First, well, no, I take that back. Wait a minute. This is the step. These are the steps that are used to provide globe proof to anyone. First, you must believe. If you believe that gravity is true, you believe in concepts bending. You believe that the globe priests are telling you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the first step. So you must believe that the earth is curved, even though beyond all measurements or perceptions or experiences cannot be found anywhere. Okay. So believe, there's the first step. Now, what you must do in step 2. These are the end of the steps, actually, too. So step 2, you go ahead and reify all the previous nonsense that you've heard parroted over and over and over again by the anti-flat earthers, and also mainstream squawking heads. Copyright that. That's Sunny 2023. Squawking heads. Thanks. I'll be back on Thursday. Oh, wait a minute. Today is Thursday. Good. I'm back.
Squawking Heads is great.
And nobody says shit.
When I'm discussing anything with a Glober, and I'm new to it, I like to find out their level of sincerity. And so that's generally what I ask. Are they open-minded? And are they sincere about being open-minded? And do you truly have questions, or do you just want an argument? And I kind of like to start there to try to measure their veracity. And then I try to measure how in-depth they are with society as far as the general beliefs of the heliocentric model. Do you believe that we've actually been to the moon, or so I like to kind of start there because that's a big one. And if they say no, well, then I know that they are genuinely open-minded, or I would assume that I would give them more preference that they're generally open-minded. And if they say yes, then I would like to start there with the discussion, generally speaking.
Nice.
Has anybody heard the joke about the bed? It ain't been made up yet.
Didn't hear it because I was too far away from my phone and my earphone thing jack didn't pick it up. I'm so sorry.
No, I said, did you hear the joke about the rope?
About the what?
Rope.
Rope?
Rope. Oh, yeah. Nah, skip it.
Like hang yourself with a rope or give you
Nah,
some
just
rope?
skip it. Just skip it. Just skip it.
I'm so sorry. I can't hear. Trying
That
to be
was the
outside.
joke. That was the joke.
I was talking, so I figured I would. Skip the rope. Got you. Yeah. I'm stupid. I'm out here with a bunch of kids, so
Bunch of dad jokes.
I should have been able to catch on to that one. That's a great joke. I bet I would get the kids to laugh at that one.
Tell them you heard the joke about the bed. It ain't been made up yet. Corny
Those are
dad
good.
jokes.
I love corny dad jokes.
If this is what you really want to do, but bro, you blew it. You blew it.
That's CP. Just riding this hoverboard. Probably about to be out of range, guys, so just take care.
All right, later, Kim.
Excuse me for interrupting. I found something that you guys might want to take a look at. I posted it in the text chat. Hey, Indio, you there?
I think he said he was going to step away, Larry.
Thank you, Levelist. Yeah, why don't you guys take a quick peek at what I posted and get back with me? Zanuck said he feels like that this is all somebody's opinion. So I told him I didn't care what he felt like. He should read the document. And then I told him I didn't have time to waste time on his ass.
Which document? The NASA war document?
Yeah, the link is in there, and you click on the link and it gives you the PDF. Or I could just post the PDF.
Do we know if this document is authentic? Certainly interesting.
Did you guys take a look at it?
Yeah, I was asking, do you know the authenticity of it? Can you verify the veracity?
No, brother. I'm just reporting. I posted the link where I got the original document.
All right, gave myself an hour to lay down and rest. That lasted about half an hour. Maybe 40 minutes. Can't do it anymore. Got to get up. Don't feel good at all. Need to go get some food.
Hey, you want to see a funny video? It was funny to me. Might not be funny to you.
Let me see what Larry posted. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead. Give us the funny.
What's anti-tank kind of missile versus a sniper that's in a window?
Wait a minute. Say it again slower.
The anti-tank guided missile versus a sniper in a building. He gets fucking launched out the window into the river, dude. It's hilarious.
Oh. I better watch that first. What the hell? What? Oh shit. That's the dude flies out the window. Oh, that was great. Actually.
Most of them, you could see his leg. His leg didn't quite make the river.
That made me feel better. I don't know why. That's sad.
Well, I mean, like, someone had to die. He was either going to kill someone with a sniper rifle or
yeah, exactly. Right.
He was going to do a, 200-meter long dive.
Yeah, this is interesting, though, this document, Future Strategic Issue, Future Warfare. Well, at 2025, it's not even 2025 yet. Let's see here. Robotics in the large. I'm telling you, man, this robot dog thing is not freaking that far-fetched.
Worried about this shit you can't see.
Yeah, exactly. And I know there's shit going on. I think they're releasing
like a little insect-sized drone with maybe 2 grams of C4.
I think they may
flies into your ear and just explodes in your brain.
Or something just more devious, even that has
they calling those aneurysms.
5G capable insects. Like I was looking at a circuit board I took out of a router, and it is like the components are so freaking small. Like even compared to 20 years ago, I mean, it's crazy. If you look at some of the CPUs, some of these boards have more than one CPU on it. They have probably like 1,000 freaking, at least 1,000, if not more. We know that larger CPUs have more than 1,000 contacts. And like in a tiny little fraction of a centimeter, you have like freaking dozens of components. It's pretty scary.
Have more technology in my phone than they used to go to the moon.
Yeah, exactly. They never want. Well, if they had gone to the moon, theoretically speaking, I guess you could say. So, like, yeah, like now, what was it? It used to be called. There's this place called Space Warfare Center. Now they changed the name to Information Warfare Center. It's like an offshoot of NASA. It's like a military industrial complex. It's a freaking huge thing. It's a warehouse that's
Silent weapons for quiet wars.
It's a warehouse that is about 2 miles long. One continuous, like it might have sections in between, but this whole thing is giant. Like you could put, it's like a hangar size. It's right near the airport, actually, too. Yeah, I think they're doing something, man, with yeah, listen to this. Man, telling you what, effect of low-powered microwaves, Army SRI, Walter Reed, behavioral performance decrements. That means lessening. Seizures, gross alteration in brain function, 30 to 100% increase in brain blood flow, lethality, interactions between low-power microwatts per square meter centimeter over 0.4 to 3 gigahertz, and brain function. That's on page 50. And robots that can live off the land, flesh or plant-eating robots.
Zombie say what?
Yeah, zombie said what exactly? Directed evolution. That's what they're attempting here. Should look at this closer. This looks like an interesting read. We all figured out who the enemy is now. It was us the whole time. Them against us. Yeah, I mean, we funded this shit. That's disgusting. So all those little things you go and participate with. Oh my God. Here's what they consider us. Listen, Spaceship Earth. This is from NASA. The crew are plundering the ship's supplies, tinkering with the temperature and life support controls, still looking for the instruction manual, engaging in bloody skirmishes in every corner of the vessel, increasing the size of the crew by 2 million per week. This is a NASA spokesperson, official NASA. They think we're the crew and we're destroying their spaceship, Earth.
This is what Robert Bassano was going over in one of his videos, and he had the information in the, yeah.
This is anti-humanity. Completely. I mean, they have planet, look at this. Humans have taken over and vastly shortened evolution. End quote. Point 1 of the planet, global warming, pollution, deforestation, huge public works. Who's doing all that? Who's doing every single part of that? Are the corporations are doing it. They're blaming us for what they're doing. Their buddies, that they all have their pocket, they have their hands in each other's pockets. Point 2 of the human species. They're shortening evolution, remember? Subpoint genomic design and repair. Mind children, Moravec, whatever that is. Some kind of mind control for the children. Products, life forms, cross-species molecular breeding, directed evolution, Max Gen. Currently, over 70% of the world's research conducted outside of the U.S. to the first order of percent of GDP. U.S. produces order of 18% of the world's GDP. According order of 70% of the U.S. research now commercial as opposed to government sponsored. Research commercial. So 70% of the research now is commercial. Commercially sponsored. Who's doing the commercial? Oh, that would be the corporations I spoke of earlier. Thanks for playing. Nanotechnology, I guess this is worldwide. 29% in Europe, 28% in Japan, 27% in US, and 16% in others. That's nanotechnology. Technological ages of humankind. 1. Hunter-killer groups, million BC to 10K BC. Agricultural, 10K BC to 1880. Industrial, 1800 to 1950, 80. IT, information technology, 1950 to 2020. Bio-nano, 2020 and ongoing. And after that, virtual. See what they got planned for us, kids? Doesn't that sound like fun? So they're breaking down this whole thing, man. What they think humans are and how they should be controlled. Anyway, that's quite disturbing. Someone should do a show on this, or actually write a book or a movie based on these very things. It'd be a horror show, to be sure. They're going to do everything, man. Look at this. This is so stupid. Teleconferencing. Oh, okay, so you can really tell what's going on with a human by looking at their face in a freaking screen. And make up your little determinations based on what you think. It's so contrived. So look what they have going here. Worldwide impacts of ongoing IT revolution upon society. Telecommuting, teleshopping, teleentertainment, teletravel, teleeducation, telemedicine, telecommerce, telepolitics, telesocialization. What's left? They don't need you anymore then? Right? Someone chime in.
No, I agree with you, Sonny.
Oh, good. Because I want to make sure I'm just not talking to myself. I didn't hear anything for a while. Let's see.
You know, it's interesting. At a certain point, we're not going to be able to say, why would they lie? Because they're not even lying anymore. They're just straight up telling people, we're going to fuck everything up. And
yep.
Yeah. You can't even do anything about it.
Mind control. You wanted it, and we provided it. You paid for it. This is what you paid for.
This is all listed under NASA, guys. This isn't just government.
Yeah,
it is government, but
it's
NASA.
crazy. It's absolutely.
Everyone who writes a dystopic movie, a dystopic novel, always has that the masses are controlled and eliminated, and it always comes down to a small group of rebels. Okay, and that's the way it's going to play out this way as well. And we're the rebels.
It's interesting to note how Hollywood and NASA are actually connected by an umbilical cord.
Somebody call NASA and ask them what mind children means.
Yeah, well, you have to look up that Moravec, whatever. Someone else do that. Moravec.
The Moravec.
Hollywood,
Moravec, some kind of program.
They're all tied up.
But listen, here's some IT
More of that?
predictions. Some IT predictions, then I have to go. But quantum computing initially available in 5 years. 15% of all power today is used by computers. Will reach 60% by 2010. Wearable, implantable, on-person electronics, comms, computing, sensory, augmentation, health monitoring, brain stimulation. That's what they plan on doing soon.
I wonder where in that whole scheme for NASA subtly mentions something referring to what Elon Musk is doing without saying it outright.
They're saying by 2030, a PC will have the collective computing power of a town full of human minds. They currently have 10,000 billion calculations per second. And that was this is before 2000, it looks like, because they're making predictions about 2004 in this document and going on beyond 2025 and 2030.
Thank you for taking the time to look at it. I just posted a search for NASA on that website, and it's going to give all sorts of other things that I'm assuming are very similar.
Yeah. I've seen the Stop the Crime page before. Anyway, I have to go get something to eat. I'm starving. Oh wow, yeah, I'm gonna bookmark this one on my favorites so I can go back and look at it again.
Alright, Sonny, you take care, alright? Be safe.
Yeah.
Eat some grub.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get a pepper steak sandwich. I need something quick. It's got to be full of protein. All right, I'll catch you guys later.
All right. I mean, how far away are we from transhumanism, where people start to implant robotics directly into their body? I mean, people already go augment their body just for vanity. So if you tell them that, they can maybe prolong their strength or their flexibility, then yeah, they'll take these things. At your local market now, you can go and you can wave your hand in front of the cashier to check out. You no longer need a card. You no longer need your phone. Some of these places you can actually wave your hand. We know about the airports and the facial recognition. We know about the retina scans. We know that NASA is not spending money to go to space. So I would suggest that they're spending that money in R&D, research and development, and a large portion of it going to, how to control the population better and things of that nature. It's a little eerie. And, this is why I hear so much about a great reset. And how people are talking about they're going to reset things and, not really quite sure what everyone means when they say it. I mean, I have an idea. But if they are going to reset, then they already have all their ducks in a row, it seems. And it would seem that it would be just around the corner. That's the second time that I heard a document or saw something that specified the year 2025 with some sort of reduction in population.
That's been the plan for a while. We knew when we was looking at agenda, what was it, 2020 and then 2030? If you go to, I think that was even a website, like you could actually, look at the depopulation stuff, and they were talking about making sure that women's rights and trans rights and gay rights were being upheld, and that was part of the depopulation thing. So it's interesting, because people are like depopulation agenda. Well, it's right there on the website if you can fucking read.
I've been screaming about this to my friends for a long time, about that whole leftist agenda being a part of the depopulation program. And, even this thing that happened just a couple of years ago, now we're still going through, how that affects the youth and their fertility in a lot of strange ways. And I've heard a couple of people, a whole panel of people, as a matter of fact, have a big discussion on how the population around the world is decreasing. There was an OBGYN who had been an OBGYN for 40 years, and there were other doctors on the panel and other folk. And they were having a debate, open debate. I guess, well, maybe not open, but it was a debate. And they were discussing about how women aren't having children at the same rate after they receive some things. And one doctor said that after receiving that thing is more effective than taking the morning after pill. And this was the doctor who had been in the game for 40 years. And, he was mad because he had a muzzle on the whole time. And he was like, listen, we're talking about it now. And, and all those sorts of things. So it was very interesting. And it all goes along with everything that's being laid out. And again, it's like, what do you do? You start telling people this, and they immediately start thinking, oh, yeah, you're not a lefty, you must be a conservative. And no, it's not a political point I'm making. It's the point of life and death and the way you want to live.
But that's their double speak or their double think, that they have to compartmentalize it into a right-left, red-blue kind of situation, because if that's just how divisive and how polarizing all of this is.
And really just how controlled we are. I mean,
they've controlled the counter narrative.
I mean, during this last experiment, they controlled the entire world at the same time. And I lived on this planet for over 50-something years now. And I had never seen anything like that, had never read anything like that, where the entire world, every part of the world, was a part of this, except perhaps, some areas in the Amazon or something. And that, to me, is crazy.
Well, the United Nations have been around colluding with each other for a good long while now.
Yeah, but this is the first time that we've seen them roll out something like this to control the whole world at the same time. This is the first time, kind of like, this is the first time I'm witnessing it on this level. I
hear you. I would say 9/11 changed every country. Every airport in the world had to kind of change after that.
There is something to that.
World War I and World War II, I would say, are.
But it wasn't lockstep. None of that was lockstep. That was by choice, and a lot of countries did not, take the measures for 9/11. So, maybe part of the Western world or something like that. But in this case, you had the Far East, the Middle East, and the West, and Africa.
Yeah, no, I hear you. This is more, I get what you're saying, but they've been at it I hear you.
Right, but this is the first time that I've seen them roll it out all at one time, and everybody in lockstep. I've seen portions and huge areas be affected, but never like the entire world. And that, to me, kind of was like, wow.
Look at people wearing T-shirts supporting the agency that is going to be their demise. This is how asleep people are. And they follow them around like little puppies waiting for the next little space photo.
And they support them through financial contributions and through,
All
Well, we
sorts
all
of
do
other
that.
ways. Yeah.
We all do that. I mean, it's not like we have a choice though. If you pay taxes, you're going to do it. You do have a choice. You don't necessarily have to pay taxes, but you better know what you're doing if you're going to get yourself into that mess.
Yeah, well, you could try that if you like. Everybody comes out of the net on the wrong end.
I mean, it's not a law. It's not a law that you are obligated to pay taxes, but that's not something that they'll make privy to you, and you would have to know exactly what you're talking about if you're going to go to court for it, because it would inevitably happen.
You're going to pay taxes, whether you like it or not, or whether the system is fair or not. It's been in every recorded book that we have. So we're going to pay taxes.
It's not a law for income taxes.
The law you're talking about is actually filing for income tax. But I hear you. Or the law that you're not talking about, the non-law you're talking about.
Right. That's why I was saying you would have to really do your research and know what you're doing to be able to do that, because they can get you if you're not so sure how to go about doing that.
I mean, the tax laws in America are set up for people who know how to take advantage of them. That's that. So there are some people who could pay less taxes than others. It depends on your line of work and the other parts of your life.
Check out what I just
If you
posted.
don't work, you don't do all of that, you're going to be taxed.
Mic check. Mic check.
Yeah, I hear you.
Hear you.
Excellent. All right. I just I've been doing some research for the past 3 days in another app. I haven't been on Discord very much. I come back to share with you guys because I like you guys. But the W8BEN. I'm not giving tax advice. Obviously, I'm a legal idiot. And I do not understand the tax code, but I would recommend that everybody does their own research.
WABEN.
Yeah, W8BEN.
You mean like wait then? Wait then. Don't pay those taxes. Wait. Wait then. I'm just kidding.
I gotta reset my microphone. Something weird. All right, it's better now. Yeah, let's see, what is this app? Telegram. I've been in Telegram, and these people are serious. They are posting all kinds of golden nuggets every day, all day long.
Drop that Telegram.
You can go to, well, since we're live, I'd be willing to share it because I don't want, yeah,
locker room.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Don't dox me and give me away, and don't go in there talking about what you guys talk about here, because when people are talking about what they're talking about in there, my God, it's golden nugget after golden nugget. All right, so
Locker room's not going to be live. And
right,
it's only,
okay.
only accessible to everybody that has like good roles on the Discord that's been vetted.
All right. All right, there you go.
I'll have to figure out how to get it. I don't have silver. I don't have the locker room access, so
I'm silver, my dude. Who said that?
Kim, you still in here?
Who?
You can you DM me that telegram from the locker room, please?
Sure. Of course. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely don't want a whole bunch of anti-flat earthers in there. It would ruin the whole vibe. This place is unique. I don't know if it's unique to Telegram, but it's definitely unique from what I've seen. Because they are, I don't know, they're thinking outside the box, that's for sure. And they're trying shit. So anybody who's trying shit and not just bending over, I respect that.
I have a very, very cool IRS document. I've been wanting to run it by Napalm for a while. I just haven't had the opportunity. But it's document 6209, and it breaks down basically like 1099s and W-2s and what the IRS, what their label is for those documents. It's a estate tax versus a personal tax. It's just really interesting. Like their form from their website tells you what you should be filing for. Nobody does it that way, not even accountants.
Well, if you go to the place that I just mentioned, it's amazing what they're talking about doing. It's like, you know, every time we go to court, they want us to pay our tax, right? But when have we ever went to court and asked them to pay theirs? Does that sound interesting?
Yeah, I've been in this rabbit hole before. It was admittedly it was a couple months ago, and I haven't been around it for a while. But I was in a guy named Christopher Hauser's group, but I kind of lost interest in it.
Well, Christopher Hauser has a free university. He teaches like a few classes on there. Now, I don't know if any of that stuff is legal or lawful. Like I said, I'm telling everybody over there I'm like level 0. Like I don't I don't know anything. I understand a few maxims of law, and I share that kind of stuff, like stuff that anybody could research and understand the Latin a little better and stuff like that. But I'm not making any claims about law over there. I'm just like listening and taking in information.
Yeah, I never actually subscribed to Yusuf L's university, but I have. Thank you. I haven't subscribed to his university, but I do have the majority. I went out and sourced the PDFs for the majority of the books that he has on his website.
Yeah, he's giving away everything for free. It's just when you don't want to, read the stuff yourself and figure out how to do it yourself, he provides, classes, which is a service, and I don't care if people want to get paid for shit like that. What pisses me off is when people put out like 90% of the information and they want to charge you for the other 10. So that's why I recommend SPC University, is because I mean he's giving you everything for free and then charging you for services.
Yeah, reading and comprehending it, it's just like anything else. You get what you put into it. You know.
Hank, what was that? What was that you just mentioned? That guy? What was his name?
It's Yusuf El, also known as High Frequency Radio YouTube channel, also known as SPC University.
SPC University YouTube channel. That's what I'm looking for.
High Frequency Radio YouTube channel. SPC University is his website.
Oh, okay. SPC. Okay.
I don't know if it's spc.com. I think it's spcuniversity dot something. There's a bunch of secure party creditor information on the internet. It's just, 1 in a million people aren't trying to figure it out. And if they did, they would have plausible deniability. Anyway, that's the famous quote.
Right. Is his homepage is like the first shot is like a highway system at night, like the picture of like cars on the highway kind of thing.
Let me look, because I haven't been there in a while. High Frequency Radio. I do go High Frequency Radio quite a bit.
That's good. I just have to leave, so I was just going to look for that, and then I have to go pick someone up. But then I wanted to look at that later.
Yeah, no worries, bro. I'll check it out. Give me a second.
I love it. I love how you've always been like a cool person to talk to about tax code and law and all this kind of cool stuff, because you're digging into it more than most people. I love it.
Hey guys, what is the locker room?
Secret.
Is that a Glober?
I don't know.
No, I'm not a Glober. I just heard you guys talking about the locker room and putting stuff in the locker room. I don't know what that is.
Okay.
No, I'm Flat Earther, bro. You can check my tag. Is that the Telegram channel you guys were talking about? The locker room?
No comment.
So I think that the locker room, I believe, is like a place to post stuff that's not live for other people to see if it wants to be, kept in house without anti-flat earthers to look, to.
Oh, like on the YouTube channel. Is that on the left here?
No, it's in the Discord.
Is it another Discord channel?
No, it's in this Discord right above live stream voice text.
I do not see that.
Insufficient privileges.
Oh, so it's not everybody has access to it.
Right. What's your name, bro? What's your name?
Warrior. WOYER.
All right, Warrior. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Are you on your phone or computer right now, Larry?
Phone.
Is it hard for you to see stuff if I drop it in the text? I want to show you this IRS form, but it's like 2 or 3 different pages.
I've already Googled it, but go ahead and send me whatever you want in the DMs.
Yeah, well, I have it all highlighted already to illustrate what I'm trying to point out.
Yeah, please do share.
All right, give me a sec. Give me a sec to load them all up. I'll put them in live chat, unless there's a better place to put them.
Locker room.
No, I don't have silver. I don't have silver yet.
You're not a silver?
No, I've never asked for any roles or anything. So
I feel like you're about to be. They were doing that, upgrading people's roles, and Dandelion is the reason why I've got silver.
I gotta go. Peace, y'all. Thanks, Larry.
Peace.
Larry.
Yep. Whatever you want to call me, it don't matter.
Because I'm not silver, I can't get in the Telegram channel or the locker room.
Well, I'm DMing you right now. If you'll just be patient.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, the
Appreciate
Telegram is gonna be something you can. But
Telegram is
you have
awesome.
to, I guess, just be. I don't know how. I just was coming in on ladies' night and participating in the server a lot. That's how I acquired it. I didn't ask for it, but I don't mind it because I got access to a lot more, and Mama can use it. I call myself Mama because hopefully one day we'll have a whole curriculum set up that well, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out how I'm going to do all that to homeschool my child.
How old is your child, if you don't mind me asking?
Or
So I would probably start with language right now because your child is a sponge, and if you could start teaching your child Greek and or Latin, they're going to be so far ahead of most every other American. It's going to be ridiculous because if you can read and write and think in English, Greek, Latin, you know what I mean? Because
well,
you
wouldn't
ever
I
notice
need
that
to know
Mexicans,
how to
they
do
think
that
in
before I
Spanish.
teach him?
What?
Wouldn't I need to know how? Wouldn't I need to know how to do that to teach him?
Yeah, there's courses you learn at the same time. But you're going to find out that you're not
Okay.
going to be as quick to learn as they are. But just the Greek alone, I think, if you can. Okay, so we say love, right? What is love? Like, oh, I love hamburgers, right? Gimme, gimme, gimme. Or I love women. Gimme, gimme, gimme. The Greek understanding of love is so much more complex, right?
I got you. Yeah. English version is really watered down. I guess is what you would call
Check out
it.
that.
You can.
Real quick. Let me talk you through this, and then check out that top one. The top one is basically, it just gives a definition of how they are categorizing the different taxes, and I have the two. I just put it in the live stream voice text.
Oh, you just did it in there. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So you can see over here, I highlighted the code 2. That's for an individual income tax, right? Fiduciary income tax. This is what most people think that they're paying when they pay their taxes. And then I highlighted code 5, and code 5 is estate and gift tax. Okay? So those are the two codes that I want to highlight. And then if you go down to some of the more common tax returns or the tax forms that people get issued when they work, it would be 1099s and W-2s are probably the most people that don't own businesses. Those are the ones. And go check out, I highlighted all those 1099s, and then look at the code that they themselves, the IRS, is telling you that is the reference number for those 1099s. Those are all code 5s. And then on the one below that is highlighting the W-2s. So if you're getting issued a W-2, that is also an estate tax. It's not an individual income tax. So I always thought that was very, very interesting.
So I haven't nominated anybody but Creation Bear because Creation Bear was putting in his dues, and I nominated him after he already got it. So he got mod after I said it, or sorry, before I said it. But yeah, I've heard you on here quite a bit, Levelist. So I'm officially nominating Levelist for silver because he gives me pareidolia real bad. He sounds like someone I used to hang out with on the Hangouts, and because of that, I've paid very close attention to his identity or his avatar and his name. I usually don't pay attention to people's names. I usually can't be bothered with that shit. But I'm nominating Levelist for silver. If I can do that. I don't even know if I can do that.
You think I sound like John Candy, and everybody else thinks I sound like Deuce Vault.
Yeah, you
sound like nominate silver. You can assign it to them. Anything up to silver is pretty much like moderator discretion to assign it. So you can have at it if you want to.
Well, let me see if I can
I'm
figure
good.
that out.
Don't. Yeah, I'm good. I don't. I'm good. I'm good. I don't need any of that. I just wanted you to check that out. I've been wanting to share that with someone for a while.
All right. Well, you're already valued, even though you got space herpes. So we'll just let it slide. If you don't want it, I ain't gonna hand it out to you.
No, I'm good.
But yeah, thanks for showing me this. I'm gonna go next
And I already
door.
told you. I already told you the number, right? It was. I didn't put the link for the actual form, but I have that too if you want it.
Check. Oh, here comes the woman. All right, she's whipped me into shape. She wants me to get dressed, and we're going to the market. So, thanks for sharing that with me. If I see any of you guys over there, I guess it's okay to say that I invited you, but don't dox me.
All right, I'm Larry. I'll see you later, bro.
See ya.
like, why, when you got one case for like, why would they lie? That's my thing, is that I would like to a explanation of one way or the other, so that I'm more informed if I were to be, asked for anything else.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? Huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out. Now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy B. Trucking and driving. Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared. Never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
What should go flat? Matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day and the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recording. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the globe don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies life on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying blood, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would would they lie? Why 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 would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. How can I help it, bro? Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
It's the 10 black commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. Where my real truth is. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon PE shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fellas need to store it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should've been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men, if not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 20 for trolls who won't wake up. Truth hit your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up, 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their caucus causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes
was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Clover? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you.
Okay, so in the 1930s, we had both Auguste Piccard and the Russians sending up high-altitude balloons, and they're looking out, and they're not able to detect curvature. So we go forward about a decade to the 1940s, 1948. This is an official CIA, look up here, CIA.gov, okay, CIA declassified document from the Russians. I'm going to pull it up here in Adobe Acrobat. It's a little easier because I've already highlighted some stuff here. Same document. All right, so the subject is Earth measurements, 1948, Moscow, Russia. Outer gravitational field and shape of the physical surface of the Earth. They're trying to figure out the shape of the Earth? Wait a minute. I thought we knew the shape of the Earth since Pythagoras and Eratosthenes, right? Well, apparently the Russians didn't get the memo. A study is made of the coordinates necessary for the solvability and uniqueness of solution of an integral equation by the aid of which the outer gravitational field and the shape of the physical surface of the Earth may be determined. So we go through this document a little bit here. It says the methods of studying the shape of the Earth. So this is what their goal is here. They're outlining some of that. The shape of the physical surface of the Earth can be determined with sufficient reliability on the basis only of data obtained from exact measurements. Well, that goes without saying, I suppose. And let's keep going down here. Let's see. We can regard the potential of the real Earth, by this equation here apparently, as known correct to an additive constant, whatever that is, at all points of the physical surface of the Earth and only on the surface, whereas it is not determinable at all other points of space without knowledge of the shape of the Earth. So they're still trying to figure out the shape of the Earth here. But since the shape of the Earth is not known, the shape of the Earth is not known, 1948, the true coordinates of these points, B, L, and H, are unknown to us. So the Russians are having trouble figuring out the shape of the Earth in 1948. Let's look at another document here. Another declassified CIA document up here, right? They're checking out the firmament in this one. Let's go back to Acrobat. 1953 now. Geophysics light scattering, USSR. Trying to figure out how does light work in the atmosphere here. So we get down to page 19 here. It says dissertations defended in the Scientific Council of the Institute of Physics of the Earth, Institute of Physics of the Atmosphere, and Institute of Applied Geophysics, USSR, 1957. March 1957. Looks like March 23, 1957, apparently. The dissertation represents the result of many years of study of the clear daytime sky. The observations were carried out in 12 locations at various altitudes above the sea, various climatic, meteorological, and synoptic conditions. The observations were carried out mainly during high transparency of the atmosphere in the visual range of the spectrum in the absence of a snow cover. In the investigations, 2 instruments designed by V.G. Fesenkov were used. One of these was a visual photometer of the daytime sky intended for measuring the brightness of the firmament. Interesting. Trying to figure out the brightness of the firmament. Again, 1957. The dissertation contains a certain formula of the brightness of the sky, taking into consideration only the brightness of the first order, and derived, get this now, on the assumption of a flat Earth, and giving some conclusions derived on the basis of this formula. So the Russians are trying to check out the firmament based on assumptions of a flat Earth in 1957? Very interesting, huh? Alright, let's see what NASA has to say. Looking at this ntrs.nasa.gov document here, dated April 17th, 1961. Go back to Acrobat, looking at this document from 1961. And it says, a trajectory simulation incorporating the above requirements is represented in Figure 8. In addition to the above requirements, this simulation assumes a vehicle with 6 degrees of freedom and aerodynamic symmetry in roll, and the missile position in space is computed relative to a flat, non-rotating Earth. So they're checking out missile position in space computed relative to a flat, non-rotating Earth. Why would you do that? If the Earth is a rotating ball, 25,000 miles in circumference, why would you do your computations based on a non-rotating flat Earth? You're going to tell me that this simplifies the math? I mean, we are actually dealing with rocket scientists here, so math's not a problem for these people. All right, let's see what else we can find. That was April 1961. This is nasa.gov again, June 1971. So let's look at that one. June 1971. A method for reducing the sensitivity of optimal nonlinear systems to parameter uncertainty. Whatever that means. And we get down to page 12 here. And it says, a numerical example problem statement. The example problem is a fixed time problem in which it is required to determine the thrust attitude program of a single stage rocket vehicle starting from rest and going to specified thermal conditions of altitude and vertical velocity, which will maximize the final horizontal velocity. The idealizing assumptions made are the following. Number 1, a point mass vehicle. Number 2, of the idealized assumptions that are being made for this example is a flat, non-rotating Earth. NASA making idealized assumptions based on a flat, non-rotating Earth? What's going on here? Let's continue. Here we have another NASA.gov document dated March 1972. March 1972, NASA Technical Memorandum, determination of angles of attack and side slip from radar data and a roll-stabilized platform. Gotta love the titles, huh? Okay, abstract. Equations for angles of attack and side slip relative to both a rolling and non-rolling body access system are derived for a flight vehicle for which radar and gyroscopic attitude data are available. The method is limited, however, to application where a flat, non-rotating Earth may be assumed. Alright, let's continue. That was 1972, the end of the, or right around the end of the Apollo program. So we go to NASA again, nasa.gov, December 1978. Investigation of aircraft landing in variable wind fields. Equations of motion. This comes up a lot. The two-dimensional model for aircraft motion presented in this section follows the general form developed by Frost. It accounts for both vertical and horizontal mean wind components having both time and spatial variations. The aircraft trajectory model employed in this study was derived based on the following assumptions. Number 1, the Earth is flat and not rotating. That's the number 1 assumption? So we're going to see this over and over and over again regarding the equations of motion. They're always using it on a flat, non-rotating Earth model. Which doesn't make sense if you're developing aircraft and missiles and things like that to go over a rotating ball. Why would you start off with the assumption of a non-rotating flat Earth if the real-world application is over a spinning ball? 1987 NASA technical paper, 2768, User's Manual for Linear, a Fortran program to derive linear aircraft models. Get that in Acrobat here, same document. And we'll scroll down to, I believe it was page 12 again. Program overview. Within the program, the nonlinear equations of motion include 12 states representing a rigid aircraft flying in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. More diagrams, more equations. The nonlinear equations of motion used in the linearization program are general 6 degree of freedom equations representing the flight dynamics of a rigid aircraft flying in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Let's continue. That was 1987. NASA.gov, May 1988. Flight testing. Flight testing a VSTOL aircraft to identify a full envelope aerodynamic model. June 27, 1988. Day after my birthday. Page 4 of their document. For aircraft problems, the state of measurement models together represent the kinematics of a rigid body for describing motion over a flat, non-rotating Earth. All right. NASA.gov, December 1991. Aircraft model for the AIAA Controls Design Challenge. On page 11. Once again, you have the equations of motion and atmospheric model. The nonlinear equations of motion used in this model are general 6 degree of freedom equations representing the flight dynamics of a rigid aircraft flying in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. You guys starting to see a pattern here? NASA.gov, June 1997. Talking about the SR-71. Predicted performance of a thrust-enhanced SR-71 aircraft with an external payload. One of my favorite aircraft of all time. That's just a cool looking airplane, huh? Let's see what they have to say about a back-mounted hypersonic research vehicle sitting on top of the SR-71. That's pretty crazy. Pretty cool interior shot right here. And on page 8, digital performance simulation description. The digital performance simulation equations of motion use 4 assumptions that simplify the program while maintaining its fidelity for most maneuvers and applications. Number 1, point mass modeling. 2, non-turbulent atmosphere. 3, zero side forces. And 4, a non-rotating Earth. Now, they don't specify flat here, but they're saying the Earth's not rotating as part of their 4 assumptions that simplify the program while maintaining its fidelity. So they're discrediting the rotating Earth right here. At least by that statement, it would appear. Moving right along. You come to another NASA document. I wasn't able to figure out what year this was from, but it's definitely a NASA document here. I'm guessing sometime around 1997, or sometime shortly thereafter, as the footnotes indicate anyway. There are footnotes that go to 1997. They don't go any later than that. Singular arc optimal control. Our minimum time to climb problem. In our minimum time to climb problem, the aircraft is modeled as a point mass and the flight trajectory is strictly confined in a vertical plane on a non-rotating flat Earth. And we'll just fast forward to the end here. See, that's the dates there. The latest one is 1997, so that's where I came to that conclusion. 2000, Army Research Laboratory. This is arl.army.mil document here. Path loss measurements in a forested environment at VHF. Let's check that one out. Under data analysis on page 10 of their document here, multipath data. In this section we discuss the data for the measurements described in section 2.2 figure 9 plots the transmission loss as a function of transmit antenna height for 145, 223, 300, 435, and 910 megahertz respectively. The receive antenna height was 2.7 meters and the range was 410 meters for all frequencies except 435 megahertz, where the receive height was 3.6 meters and the range was 200 meters. The expected transmission loss in decibels over a flat Earth is given by the following equation. We get down to page 14 here. HH propagation through the woods. In taking the HH polarization propagation data through woods both in winter and summer, we observed local fluctuations up to 20 decibels. We avoided these large dips in receive power by minor repositioning of the receive antenna. It is important to note, however, that the multipath from the local trees and brush can cause such variations. After the data were inspected, it became apparent that they tended to agree with the theory given by equation 2 plus some fixed attenuation, and therefore allowed us to develop an analytical expression based on flat Earth theory. Or again, therefore allowed us to develop an analytical expression based on flat Earth theory. So everybody who wants to label us flat earthers crazy must have to lump in the Army Research Laboratory as part of the Looney Tune bin. Let's see what else they have to say. Propagation of electromagnetic fields over the flat Earth. What? Army Research Laboratory, arl.army.mil, by Joseph R. Melita, February 2001. Propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat Earth. You guys seeing that? Check it out. There it is again. In the table of contents, figures 6 and 7, comparison of principal fields from an ideal dipole-oriented perpendicular and horizontal to a homogeneous flat Earth. Figure 7, comparison of principal fields from an ideal dipole-oriented perpendicular and horizontal to a homogeneous flat Earth. There are the two figures, figure 6, figure 7, over flat Earth. Army Research Laboratory. Back to NASA. NASA.gov. June 2002. Stability and control estimation flight test results for the SR-71 aircraft with externally mounted experiments. So we're back to checking out some things on the SR-71. get to page 9. Methods of analysis, parameter identification formula. Go through some formulas right here. And it says equations of motion. We come back to that. Once again, these equations assume a rigid vehicle and a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Yeah.
For the
That is what-
SR-71 with external hardware attached.
that is what I wanted
Back
to ask.
to the Army Research Laboratory, August 2002. Automatic target acquisition of the Demo 3 program. Demo 3 program, Army Research Laboratory.
Hello. That is what I wanted to ask.
The detection algorithm. The algorithm described in this report was designed to address a need for a detection algorithm with wide applicability, which would serve as a pre-screener/detector for a number of applications, while most automatic target detection/recognition algorithms.
Can you stop the bot now, please? Can somebody stop this bot now, please?
I stopped it. What's going on there, Himmel?
Yeah. It's what I wanted to ask.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So the Earth is round. Everybody knows it. Why do you think that is flat?
Why wouldn't I? What reason do I have to think it's round?
Because everybody says it's round.
That's a logical fallacy. We don't determine what something is by consensus belief.
Yeah, very nice. No, but actually it is round. Because that is what we have been told from the day we were in 6th grade. Until now. The Earth is round.
How did they measure that?
No, obviously, the guy from Egypt, the Greek guy, Eratosthenes, they deduced that the Earth is round from 2,000 years ago.
And how did he do that?
By measuring the shadows of the angles, whatever, bro. The Earth is round.
So you don't even know.
What?
So you don't even know.
No, the guy measured the angles of the shadows. Like him, the time he was in Alexandria. Then he saw that the angles at Alexandria, at an angle, but then he had that the angles at Syene were not at an angle. Like you could look down at the you could look down at the depth. When you look down at the well, you could look down. There were no angles of shadows down the well at Syene.
What
But
well?
him,
I
he
thought you were
was-
talking about sticks. Now you're talking about wells? What's the story?
No.
What happened?
No, him. He could see that there was a shadow at Alexandria. Like the
A shadow from what?
What do they call the thing?
Stick?
No, the other thing. Yeah, the penis-like thing can cast a shadow. The penis-like thing can cast a shadow in Alexandria, but in Syene, in the well, when they look down at the well at the same time.
So if you have a shadow in one place and no shadow in another place, that means the surface of what you're getting a shadow on is a ball? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Because I have like my kitchen lights over my island in my kitchen, and there's no shadow there, but there's a shadow from the cabinet on the side. So is my kitchen a ball?
No, but if you bend it,
if I bend what?
Like Carl Sagan did. You guys don't understand Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan was a genius.
I know who Carl Sagan is. Yeah, he can bend a piece of plastic board pretty good.
he was a genius. Right.
What happened?
You're coming in real quiet there, George.
Carl Sagan was a genius, right? Can we all agree that Carl Sagan was a genius?
Not me.
Why not, bro? This is the only thing I've seen from Carl Sagan. This guy believed in outer space, aliens, all that stuff. This guy, he was a genius. Believed in outer space travel. You can go, you can see like trillions of miles away. You don't believe that you can see trillions of miles away. Dream.
How do you measure something like that?
You don't believe that you can see trillions of miles away.
No, I asked you how can you measure something like that to find out it is trillions of miles away.
How you measure that?
Yeah, how do you do that?
It doesn't matter how.
What's step one?
It doesn't matter how you measure it.
Oh, you just can believe it?
You have to believe.
It's just make believe. Okay.
I'm just kidding. like seriously, but me, I've like I want to take you guys away from like you guys already believe that the earth is flat, right?
Not me.
Don't believe that the earth is flat. Don't believe that the earth is flat and infinite.
Yeah, no, I take belief out of it.
Do you know how vision works on a flat earth?
Yeah. You're still really quiet there, George.
Grim. No, wait. George Lucas. Do you know how vision works on a flat earth? You do know how vision works on a flat earth, right? You have seen it. Even you have stood up from the ground and you have seen how vision works on a flat earth. Everybody has seen this. Everybody have seen this. Dream.
Yeah, I've seen a flat earth before. That's all I've ever seen.
No. How vision works when you stand up and you look. When you stand up and you look.
You change your angle of view and you can see further? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, no, I'm a flat earther, me.
Yeah, I know, I see your roles.
I've seen how vision works on a flat earth. George Lucas, I cannot hear you. I cannot hear what you are saying.
No worries, I'll try back later.
Yeah. Grim.
Yeah, I'm here.
You have seen how vision works on a flat earth, right?
Yeah, I use my eyes every day.
Yeah. When you stand up and you look, like even down the street, you see the street lights. The ones that are close to you, will appear higher.
This is
than the
correct.
ones that, yeah?
Yeah, I agree.
Like even me, I can see the lights that are above me in height. Like even in what do they call this thing? It's sea level. Like even the ones that are above me in sea level, I can see them going down. So me, I'm a flat earther. I believe that the earth is flat. But what I want to know from you guys is, how do you know? Because I don't stay at sea level. I'm at high altitude.
What are you asking? How do I know what?
How do you know that the earth is flat at sea level?
Well, that's all I know. That's all I've ever experienced. Right? You get knowledge from experience. I've never experienced anything but a flat earth. So how do you know anything but that?
No, do you stay by the sea? By the water, at the because me, I don't stay by the waters.
No, I'm in the prairies, but I've been near water.
Where do you stay?
I see field. Nothing but field. Field for as far as the eye can see.
Like even me, I cannot like I can ask these people, do you feel it moving? Do you see the movement? Like they don't now they cannot feel, see, or taste any of these things. So the earth must be stationary. Okay, let's stop there. The earth is stationary.
Yeah, unless someone wants to come in here and show us some evidence otherwise. Some kind of measurement.
Like that the earth is stationary. Huh?
Yeah, that's how I experience it.
But these people who want you to believe that the earth is rotating. Right?
That's correct.
Like my house right now, which is so fucking preposterous. Like my house, like I'm in Southern Africa right now. Our house is built of stone and cement. Right? Is solid. Stone and cement. Like I have to believe that my house is moving. This is what these people want me to believe.
Yeah, ridiculously fast too.
I don't know what is 1,000 miles. I don't know what that is in kilometers, because as we measure things in kilometers. Yeah. We measure this stuff in kilometers. I have to believe that my house is moving at 1,000 what is miles per hour. Like
It's about 1,600 kilometers.
Is 200.
1,600. 1,600 kilometers per hour.
1,600 kilometers per hour.
Yeah.
My house is still, it is at the same, like when I look into the sky, right, I can look at the south, and then the southern cross is still there, where I left it. Whether I come at home at, let's see, 7 p.m. or at 12 p.m. at night, the southern cross will still just be there in the sky where I left it.
Where do you see it? What direction?
It will be okay. It moves, right? Like it moves. When I left it at 7 p.m., it will be in the south. When I come at home at 12 p.m., it will be like maybe 3 hours from 7 p.m. But to the, what do you call it? Is the south. Like, but it's still just almost at the same place where I left it. But I can see I can see everything in the sky moving. Grim.
Yeah. Yeah, sounds like what I see too. Except I'm in the north. So I don't see the Southern Cross. It's too far away.
Where are you from?
I'm in Canada.
China.
Canada. North America.
Oh, Canada. No,
That's correct.
no. Me, I work at nights. I work at nights. And I watch the night sky. And I see the night sky moving from east to west. That's all I experience. East to west. And then somebody is coming to tell me, which I know, the night sky is moving differently for different people on the planet. What they call the planet. How is that?
Lack of education.
Yeah.
Can't be moving in two separate directions.
No. It's not possible. It is not possible for them to be moving in two different directions at the same time. You check. Have you seen, like, have you stood at the intersection? You see cars going from your left to the right, and then when you stand on the other side of the intersection, the cars are moving from your right to your left.
Yeah, same direction though.
Still the same direction, right?
Yeah. It's correct. You got it, man. It's pretty common sense, I would think, but people don't seem to get it.
George Lucas, what do you want to say? Move. I can barely hear you. Grim, where are you?
I'm in Canada.
Canada.
Yeah.
I can hear you very fine. Me, I'm in Southwest Africa. Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, you're coming in good.
Oh.
I'll be back in a couple minutes. I got a phone call I gotta grab.
Take care. Is the signal from East Southwest Africa going in a curved line to China? Where are the Globers? Here, Globy Globy. Globy, come here, boy. I predict that this game is going to change. We will have Globers soon, very, very soon. A very different colors. The ones that believe in aliens. They will show on TV these UFOs and all this BS propaganda, the CIA propaganda machine. And they will tell us that the aliens, holographic UFOs in the sky, are proof for the globe. What do you guys think?